In this world, every person has a chance to become God. According to the degree of divine power, people here are divided into several types: demigods, true gods, elder, and higher gods. Every person, upon reaching the age of 18, can awaken the sphere of the gods within themselves in order to find their irreplaceable representative. Among the representatives, there is also a gradation of ranks. The more talented a person is, the more potential his representative may have. This potential will allow him to develop to the highest level. The question arises whether Charlie Walter, the man who awakened the divine domain, will be able to rewrite his destiny under such conditions, since he has obtained a lower-level representative, a locust. A voice is heard, emotionally asking the interlocutor how he dares to argue with the speaker. Chade Bone demands to give him the points of divine power, otherwise the sphere of the gods will be destroyed. Chade is an arrogant school bully who was mistakenly given incredible powers by the heavens. His god sphere contains the strength of a 5,000 orc army. He always gets what he wants. The fair-haired guy answers him with fervor, provoking him to act. The main character ended up in his body. He is weak because his representative is a weak locust. This weak man dared to answer such a strong one because of what happened yesterday, namely because our hero ended up in this wonderful world where everyone can become God. Only now the time traveler found himself in the body of a weak-willed and weak-willed outcast, who on his 18th birthday awakened the sphere of gods with a representative, who is a locust. On the bed with an oxygen mask on his face lies an elderly man, knowing that his grandson's parents are lost in the chaotic sea of stars of the Imperial Academy. But they must be alive, the old man is almost certain. The old man asks to find them if possible, and the young man remembers the words of the girl, saying that if he is ready to become her slave, feeding the locust to her thunderer, he will definitely finish school and get a diploma. Charlie is roughly grabbed by the shoulder by a bully, ordered to bring him 100 points of divine power tomorrow, otherwise it will be bad. His locust will be destroyed, as well as the sphere of the gods, and hope will be shattered into pieces. The guy puts his hand to his head. Apparently the difficulty of this game was set to hellish from the very beginning. He only has locust as representatives. That's not even enough for a diploma, let alone the academy. The guy looks at the capsule connected to the devices and thinks that first he needs to deal with Chade. He is not going to just stand and watch someone ruin his life. He climbs into the capsule and puts on the helmet. Since he came to this world, he must at least try to fix the situation he found himself in. Simply giving up would be disrespectful to the other time travelers. The system notifies the guy about connecting to the sphere of the gods. The download reaches 100%. The connection is successful, as reported by the corresponding system window that appears. Charlie's eyes widen at the sight before him. His gaze is presented with an incredibly beautiful landscape with mountains and an abundance of greenery. The guy looks at this whole spectacle silently and slightly puzzled. He suggests that his representatives are a group of locusts resting on the grass, the insects flashing their beady red eyes. Charlie opens his status system window and begins to study it carefully. According to this body's memories, it didn't have the talent chosen son of heaven or the life sacrifice ability before, so they appeared after the transfer. Charlie reads the descriptions. The talent helps to get one unique ability for each level achieved, and the ability allows to get something equal to it once a day for the life of a creature. The guy thinks, apparently he received the talent during the transfer, and the ability was received thanks to becoming a divine being. This is not bad. There is a possibility of the grandfather's wish coming true. But this is only possible if Charlie manages to survive the encounter with Chade tomorrow. The guy doubts his locust. Charlie opens his representative system window, reading the description in more detail. Something catches his attention. He thinks about what he has read, turning it over in his head and comparing one thing with another for analysis. And then the guy has a revelation. He understands what's what. With an anticipatory smile, he's going to take a risk and make a big bet. If Charlie wins, he will instantly become a master. But if he loses, he will lose everything that he has even at this moment. The next morning, a girl in a short skirt walks through an office full of guys who look at her with their mouths open in admiration. She approaches Charlie's desk and asks if he has thought about her offer and is ready to become her slave. The guy looks at his potential interlocutor sullenly. With her hands on her hips, the girl says that if he accepts her offer, she promises that no one will dare to touch the guy with a finger until the end of the year. After listening to his interlocutor, Charlie, frowning even more, refuses, without even looking at the one who made the offer. The girl puts her hand down on the table in front of her opponent, indignant, asking if he understood what he just said. Without her protection, he would simply be eaten alive. But the guy smiles. Maybe she's right, and they really will manage to devour him before he gets out of here. But he'll still prefer to refuse. Even he has dignity. The girl turns around to leave, and finally throws words at the guy about how he will regret his decision. The guy takes a heavy sigh. Chade and several of his buddies approach Charlie. The Orc Lord asks with a malicious grin. If the guy has the 100 points he asked for, the escorts join the leader. One of them tells them not to do anything stupid, not to make them strain themselves, and the second threatens to destroy the opponent's god sphere if he does not follow their request. The guy looks at them with hopelessness. A large hand falls on the boy's shoulder. It belongs to Chade, and Charlie, frowning, asks him to remove it immediately. The big guy asks how the guy dares to argue with him and promises to destroy the sphere of the gods if the divine power points are not given up voluntarily. Charlie's gaze becomes hard and filled with determination as he tells his opponent to try if he dares. Chade looks at his interlocutor with bewilderment, not understanding what is happening to him today, because before this guy was even afraid to raise his head, and now this and the latter continues to look confidently. The hooligans look towards the girl with pink hair who had approached our hero earlier. Judging by her appearance, it is definitely not about her. Classmates begin to provoke potential participants into a fight. One of them is interested in what a destroyed god sphere looks like, and the locust greatly reduces the average strength level of the class. And they also say that the Chad Orc army is among the top 60 representatives in the school. It is interesting to take a look at it. Inspired by flattery, he asks Charlie not to say later that he was not given a chance. The bully pulls out a card, saying that he feels sorry to waste even 10 points on someone like his opponent. This card is Invasion. With its help, you can invade the world of the opponent's god sphere. Charlie looks at what is happening with bewilderment and wide-eyed eyes, internally preparing himself for the worst. The guy is pulled into the open portal and he makes a transition. The young man's face displays determination mixed with the expectation of something bad. He lands on a hard surface with the same expression on his face. The boy's body is enveloped in residual currents that are a consequence of the teleportation. The movement takes a fair amount of energy, so the guy flops down on his butt and, making a visor out of his hand, looks more closely at the huge gates in front of him. The next moment they open, revealing a black crowd of burning, red flashing eyes, behind which lightning flashes and smoke billows. The crowd approaches, and it becomes clear to Charlie that it consists of angry orcs, who, judging by their appearance, are not friendly. Above the gates, the image of Chade appears, smiling predatorily, commanding in the name of the orc god to defeat the army of the locust of his enemy and destroy the world of his sphere of the gods. The orcs listen carefully to the words of their master, heeding every word, and continue to slowly move forward, led by their leader. At the end of the speech, the monsters raise their green, tightly clenched fists and, as one, let out a menacing cry. The viewers watch the orcs on the screen raising their hands in the air. Some of them think that the army has been replenished with at least 1,000 orcs. It seems that Chade is already in the top 50 of the school. Someone parries. Each of the monsters is armed with an axe. This already claims a place among the 30 best, and someone else pays attention to the unusual creature. There is no chance for the opponent. The pink-haired girl standing behind the crowd snorts in displeasure. Cyan is also watching the battle. Chade's opponent stands up to his full height, and with his hand extended with fingers spread, commands the self-detonating locust to appear out of nowhere and attack his enemies. The observers are surprised by the red insect, thinking that locusts should not be like that. But some of them guess that the insects are self-detonating locusts, which are an elite type. He shares this information with his colleagues, but also remembers that Charlie's god sphere only contained ordinary insects, and wonders when he managed to do so, and in such large numbers. The interlocutor aggressively tries to parry. Elite locusts were insects and still are. They have no chance against orcs, so you shouldn't expect much from Charlie. A swarm of self-detonating insects with hundreds of tiny wings rushes to attack the green monsters with all their zeal, and they also run forward frantically, straight at them. The space is filled with loud sounds of explosions, leaving behind decent nuclear mushrooms. Charlie watches the scene before him from a distance, hope on his face as he remembers what happened the day before. The guy stands in the center of a pentagram drawn on a hard surface and glowing with purple light. His hands folded into an ornate groove, his face focused. He's gonna take a big risk and make a big bet. Charlie is gonna leave 1,000,000 adults to breed and sacrifice the rest. A tall purple column of flame rises into the air, in which small winged bodies of locusts can be seen, illuminating a significant area around with its hot light. Unable to resist these purple tongues, the insects perish, having been offered as a promised sacrifice. The guy looks at several options available to him, opened up by a generous sacrifice, and thoughtfully reads the descriptions of each one, so as not to allow himself to make a mistake in choosing. 10,000 goblin warriors sound tempting, so he can deal with tomorrow's problem. But the action is one time, which is not a big benefit. The life-giving spring will help the representatives. The evolution of the locusts will occur, but it will take time, and the battle will be tomorrow. So this is also not the best option. The third one is more suitable, because the effect is aimed at the representatives and will not disappear later. Charlie puts his palm forward. A crystal forms above it, enveloped in streams. Like himself, the guy's face is serious. The young man's hand squeezes hard, shattering the crystal into many translucent fragments. Charlie runs forward with a determined look on his face, holding one of the self-detonating locusts in his hand. He stops and throws the insect forward, leaving an explosion in its wake. The guy is happy, considering himself lucky, and admitting that the orcs can survive a single explosion. But with an increase in quantity, something might work. You just need to experiment. The site of the explosion and subsequent nuclear mushroom cloud is covered in clouds of smoke spreading in all directions, obscuring the view. Those watching the battle also do not see what is happening, but their interest is inflamed more and more. They were expecting a completely different fight. As some of the haze clears, the sight reveals orcish bodies scattered around the perimeter, with only one monster standing on its feet, its face twisted in rage. Fluttering and with his eyes flashing red, he clutches his solar plexus and moves forward. Charlie stands in front of the orc, holding his hands in his pockets, and red, almost transparent threads rise up from him, as if tying dozens of insects to himself. A smile touches Kian's lips. The girl speaks out openly, saying that it has become a little more interesting now. The locust, flying away from its owner, heads towards the enemy who remains on his feet, who can only watch indifferently as it approaches, because he can do nothing. Chade's angry, thunderous voice is heard, commanding the surviving orcs to return to their native sphere of the gods as quickly as possible. The same ones, standing in front of the open gates, with faces distorted with hatred, look angrily at their enemy. A victorious smile plays on Charlie's face. He enjoys the enemy's escape, but it's too late. The guy points his hand with a pentagram in his direction, ordering him to catch up. A thick and sharp stream of locusts bursts through the gate, listening to the speech of the master when it is necessary to invade the sphere of the gods of Chade. The collision is followed by explosions and all the components that come out of it. Chade tells his opponent to command the insects to leave his sphere. The wounded orcs meanwhile cough up blood, unable to do anything about their inevitable defeat. Out of desperation, Chad admits his defeat, asking to remove the locusts from his domain and leave the orcs alone. His rival listens attentively and seriously to the proposal. He smiles, asking and reminding why he would do this. Wasn't it Chad who was going to destroy Charlie's sphere? He thinks it would be only fair to destroy someone else's in revenge. The rival is furious and afraid. He says that the boy will not dare to do this, because otherwise his parents will destroy Charlie. Chade's father is a demigod, and his mother is about to become one. With a blissful smile, Charlie orders the locusts to destroy the enemy sphere and allows them to not even hold back. As if waiting for this order, the insects rush towards the necessary object with all the agility they are capable of. Chade turns to his opponent with tears, asking him to stop and admitting defeat. He promises that he will never bother Charlie again and will do anything if he stops. The guy smiles triumphantly, saying that he doesn't need anything from him. He just wants him to suffer the fate that he wanted to bestow on him. Suddenly, Charlie is overtaken by a strong male voice asking the young man to stop. To his right, an image of a man appears, saying that Charlie has won. There is no point in going that far. Chade looks at his savior with tears in his eyes. Rejoicing at the appearance of the teacher, he asks Laramie to stop this madman and stutters about his parents. But the nimble insects continue their attack, driving their bodies into the solid sphere. They find the most vulnerable spots and cracks and attack them precisely, wanting to complete their mission as quickly as possible. Chade continues to scream on the ground about the injustice of this world, continuing to try to beg for help from teacher Laramie, who is hanging in the air, and Charlie is also standing nearby. The man looks at the latter, asking him not to pretend he didn't hear, and he slowly turns his gaze to his interlocutor. Smiling, he says that he heard perfectly well and asks the teacher what he forgot there. The man says that as a class teacher, he is responsible for his students, so it is only natural that he decided to stop this madness. Then the guy asks another question. Where was the teacher when Chade and the others were bullying Charlie, extorting divine power points? Why didn't he intervene then? The man thinks to himself about the difference between the boys, since Charlie is practically a nobody and Chade's parents are demigods, and out loud suggests talking about it after Charlie comes to his senses. The guy asks the last question. If he were in the loser's place now, would the teacher intervene in the same way as he did now? The man is silent, and Charlie is not even surprised. He thought so. The guy's face expresses disappointment, although he was convinced of everything he wanted. At the same moment, the locusts mercilessly attack the sphere of Chad, enveloping it in clouds of nuclear haze and delivering decisive, destructive blows. The owner of this place sits on the ground and weeps around the crumbling monastery, the heart of which has just been destroyed. Standing in front of his teacher, Charlie asks him to leave his domain now, crystal shards flying around. The broadcast ends, and the stunned viewers continue to stare at the blacked-out screen, their mouths open. Chade sits on the floor, leaning against the wall in an exhausted pose, not believing that his classmate actually did this. The office door opens slightly, and teacher Laramie looks inside, telling Charlie to come to him immediately. But no one answers him, and the man enters the classroom, looks around the room and asks where the student he needs is. One of his classmates hesitantly answers that it seems he went home. The man's face is distorted with anger. Clenching his fingers into a fist, he promises in front of the entire class that he will immediately get Charlie expelled. The last one is inside his sphere of gods. Now there is a wasteland, locusts are flying around, and the guy says that it is time to sum up the battle. There are about 18,000 self-destructing locusts left, and the young man concludes that they need to be multiplied, confident that they will still be useful. Smiling, Charlie raises his hand into the air, above the palm of which a red fragment appears, which is a fragment of the core of the sphere of Chade. The guy is going to attach it to the core of his own. After the keyword, join, the shard rises higher and bright reddish fiery threads begin to extend from it. By adding a piece of another sphere, this place is enriched again, becoming even more fertile than before and receiving additional benefits. The guy is beaming, he is satisfied, although he understands that this is not enough to last until graduation. He recalls the words of his former opponent and believes that he won't be able to cope if two demigods come out against him at once. And judging by the teacher's behavior, the school won't protect him either. He will have to rely on his own strength, and as the first step towards improvement, Charlie decides to exchange the iron ore hammer he received for something a little more useful. He doesn't have to wait long. A system notification arrives almost immediately, which surprises the guy very much because he didn't expect the answer to come so quickly. Someone actually responded to the trade offer by offering a flame lava crystal. Charlie recalls that these crystals seem to increase the representative's resistance to fire. This can also increase the power of the explosion. The guy decides to confirm the exchange because it will significantly strengthen his self-detonating locust. He stands in front of a fragment of Chad's sphere core and admires the golden threads extending from it. A previously unseen species of locust appears on the ground. Charlie looks at the description. Such insects are called magma, and their talent, accordingly, is magma explosion. The guy walks closer to the nearest representative and, squatting down, carefully lifts him up. In order to test his strength, he throws the insect in front of him, causing an explosion. The explosion has definitely become more powerful. Now the explosion of these babies can be compared to the explosion of a hand grenade. Adding to all this is the flying magma, and the damage and radius of damage are also impressive. Now you can consider that Charlie has a lot of fragmentation grenades. A scream is heard from the deputy principal's office. An angry parent speaks out about the destruction of his son's sphere core. It can no longer be restored, and the school has still not given an explanation. The teacher tries to explain to Chade's father that he was the one who first broke in, and that he had previously bullied some of the students. But the man's face is impenetrable. He gives off a bad aura when the demigod asks if the woman is only blaming his son. It turns out that neither the school nor the teachers are involved in what happened. The man turns to look at his wife as she, arms crossed over her chest, stubbornly expresses her opinion. She believes that her son, who destroyed the core, must be punished. The almost demigoddess believes that this student should, at the very least, be expelled. Standing in his world surrounded by representatives, Charlie decides to use the growth acceleration skill to make as many magma locusts as possible. A system window appears in front of the guy, notifying him of a call. Deputy Director Sawyer is calling him. Charlie furrows his brows. Thinking that this was entirely expected, and accepts the challenge. The woman greets him and introduces herself purely formally, and also informs him that she needs to talk about something with the ward. The deputy begins the conversation by talking about a recent visit. Chade's parents demanded Charlie's unconditional expulsion and would hear no other word. The disconcerted woman then repeated that Charlie Chade had been the first to invade the abode. So the guy had to accept this challenge as the most ordinary self-defense. There was no reason for exception. But Chade's mother was extremely persistent, accusing the school of continuing to cover up for the scoundrel who dared to destroy his own classmate's sphere. Sawyer decided to make it clear once again that the school had evidence that Chade had bullied other students, including Charlie, who was generally diligent. The woman didn't even want to listen to her interlocutor. She shouted even louder, demanding a clear answer to her question, whether the school would expel Charlie or not. The vice principal remained surprisingly calm, politely apologizing to Chade's mother and answering in the negative. Chade's father accepted the teacher's words, but also informed him that as a father he could not leave things so easily. If the request was not granted, he would no longer worry about the school's reputation. As a result, the man decided to send a squad of 1,000 of his representatives against Charlie. He doesn't care about the result of the invasion of the younger sphere, but supposedly this will definitely calm him down. Xavier apologizes. That's all the school could do. Chade's father wouldn't make any other concessions, but she asks if Charlie can handle it because the power is no joke. He says that he will sort everything out. He thanks the deputy for his help, and after hanging up, the guy assumes that one self-detonating locust won't be enough in this situation. He'll have to speed up a bit. Charlie raises his hand, calling for extreme measures and making a sacrifice in the form of almost 5 billion lives of his representatives, who are mercilessly sucked into the death vortex. A fiery column of unprecedented dimensions rises into the sky. Charlie looks at the system window with the results of his donation. The options are the same as last time, namely 3. He thinks that for a donation of such an amount, it is very good. And the choice is already made. Charlie again chooses the third option, the Imperial Windsword, heroic representative type windsword. A huge gray-haired and long-haired old man with 4 arms materializes in front of the guy. His name is the Emperor Sword of the Wind. Charlie studies his status window. The sword respectfully addresses Charlie as a god, stating that he needs a sword. A magical glow emanates from it, and a symbol similar to a charmed tattoo burns on its forehead. The guy answers with a smile. No problem. The old man continues to silently exude a bluish aura. God enters the equipment store. Because he had spent the last few days speeding up the locusts' reproduction, they were giving him 100 million faith power a day, and it was beginning to transform the divinity points. Equipment is divided into 4 categories: normal, sacred, divine power equipment, and divine equipment. Charlie is considering purchasing the Whirlwind Sword, which belongs to sacred. The guy offers Sword to take this very sword, the Whirlwind Sword, into his hands, and he obeys, running a studying, appraising glance over the blade. The swordsman immediately prepares to test his new weapon, making a sweeping slashing motion forward, which with its energy and great strength seems to cut through the air itself. The sword speaks, addressing its god with the same respect as before, that it needs 3 more such swords to release the true power. The interlocutor listens to it attentively. The latter is amazed and puzzled to himself. 3 whirlwind swords will cost him a whole 150 points of divine power, and they don't grow on trees. The guy thinks about the fact that tomorrow he will have to fight with Harry Bond's 1,000-strong army, and the demigods should not be underestimated, and decides to try his luck by clicking on the screen. Tyan meditates in her god sphere, surrounded by lightning crackling with its naked charges. Ghostly hummingbirds fly around her, sometimes hovering in the air, sometimes touching and landing on the girl's clothes and body parts. The pink-haired girl's eyes are closed as she clears and tunes her thoughts and mind. But something still lingers in my mind, the memory of her drowning. And in that memory, there is also Charlie running across the lawn near the pond. He saved the then little Kian from certain death, fearlessly pulling her out of the water. The inexperienced boy then gave her artificial respiration, breathing new life into the girl. She saw him from under her lowered eyelashes, feeling the touch of warm lips. The grown-up Kian still remembers their taste as if it were now. The girl's cheeks turn a deep blush. She calls Charlie an idiot who will die because of his own stupidity. In her family, there are demigods and one true god. With her protection, there would be nothing to fear. Xian's mouth drops open in uncontrollable surprise when she sees who is calling her. The embarrassment seems to disappear when, instead of greeting him, she asks Charlie if he has changed his mind and decided to become her slave. However, the guy has other intentions. He says that he just wanted to borrow some divine power from a classmate. The girl's gaze becomes serious. She asks what will happen after the power is borrowed, when the debt is returned. Because Charlie's representatives are weak, even the new species barely reaches the elite. The guy is not going to convince Qian or argue with her. Instead, in order not to waste time, he suggests just forgetting about it, and, saying goodbye, hangs up, leaving the girl surprised. Her cheeks flush again. She clutches her head in despair, wondering why such caustic words have escaped her mouth again, when she wanted to say something completely different. Now the guy probably misunderstood everything, and in order to dissuade him, Qian decides to call him back and explain. Charlie asks what's going on, and the girl asks how much he needs to borrow and, embarrassed, asks for the account number. The windsword is in a fighting stance. Each of his hands holds a sword. The guy says that he spent all his savings on it, and also got into debt. He will have to work it off. Voices can be heard from the class, surprised that Charlie came at all, and wondering if he isn't afraid that the demigod's army will trample his god sphere, and others join the dialogue. Charlie stands surrounded by his classmates, no one uttering a word. To himself, he believes that everyone expects him to fail, and there is nothing surprising about this. Qian approaches the company, asking if this is why the guy borrowed the glasses from her, and advises not to waste his strength in vain, as right now Charlie would hardly be able to cope even with a 1,000-strong army of the demigod. The guy smiles not very cheerfully, saying that he has no other choice. Qian approaches him, saying that there is a choice. If he agrees to become her slave, her family will be able to calm Harry Bon, because he is the only demigod in his family, and the girl weighs much more. Charlie says he appreciates the girl's concern, but it doesn't change his answer and turns away from her, saying he needs to prepare for battle. One of the classmates is angry. He does not understand why Qian is so worried about this loser, but he reassures himself that today will be the end for him. The door to the office opens and 3 people appear in the doorway. One of them is the class teacher. He ingratiatingly asks Chade's parents to come inside. Standing at his desk in front of the class, the man points his finger at Charlie, calling him out and saying that he is the one who hurt the Bon family's son. The pair look at the teenager sternly and with condemnation. The woman starts shouting curses at her son's classmate first, threatening and asking how he dared to encroach on her son's sphere of the gods. Her husband tries to calm her down. The class teacher, in a commanding tone, tells his charge to get up so as not to keep Mr. Bon waiting. The guy smiles a wide smile, saying that he would rather wait for Deputy Xavier Murray. The man starts to get even more worked up, saying that the deputy has other things to do, and that he alone will be enough as a witness to this battle, and he calls the young man to get up and come over. The deputy director enters the classroom, asking in her usual tone why the class teacher of these children is making so much noise. 3 angry pairs of eyes are directed at her. Laramie begins to blush, making excuses and apologizing for the disturbance, and saying that he was just trying to teach his students a few useful lessons. Murray reminds him of his status. The head of the Bon family, crossing his arms over his chest, remarks that since the deputy director is already here, they can begin. The woman asks her ward, looking only at him if he is ready. He, smiling decisively, confirms the teacher's words. When the man draws the invasion card forward, his eyes, as well as the aura around him, glow purple, and a malicious smile appears on his face. Charlie heads into the whirlpool that is now familiar to him, but his face now shows determination. The guy finds himself in front of similar gates, just like last time, and after opening them, behind the huge doors, there is also a dark clot of unknown creatures with evil red eyes. As they come closer, it becomes clear that in front of him are humanoid wolves, reminiscent of werewolves, their mouths grinning eerily in anticipation. The classmates are watching the live broadcast again. One of them comments on the wolf cavalry, which consists only of elite creatures, and the leader of the army seems to be completely beyond the concept of elite. Someone explains to the ignorant, the wolf cavalry is a combination of orcs and wild wolves. Their equipment is high quality. The classmate doesn't have a chance, but he looks ahead with confidence. Harry Bon promises to make Charlie pay for what the latter did to his son, and warns him not to even expect to leave here alive. Although the wolf cavalry consists of 2 types of representatives, the sphere counts 1 rider in the form of an orc and 1 wolf as 1 enemy unit. so there are clearly more than 1,000 of them. Cyan expresses his thoughts out loud to Sawyer, considering the battle with 2,000 representatives instead of 1,000 a cheat, but she remains silent. Harry Bond orders his cavalry to charge, and they, having been waiting for the order for a long time, rush forward. But Charlie's posture doesn't change, his locust pushing forward, wanting to protect their god. The classmates are discussing the fight heatedly, noticing that the guy has almost 7 million elite locusts, but yesterday he had about 20,000 left. Even for the locusts with their reproduction, this is impressive. Even the weakest elite creatures could be a problem if outnumbered. But Charlie was unlucky that the fight was scheduled for the next day. For the demigod's cavalry, that number was not scary. Laramie says that he is sorry that their school will have to say goodbye to such a talent, because if it were not for the guy's stubbornness and obstinacy, he would have been able to show his talent in the future. One of Charlie's classmates points at the screen and asks what it is. The teacher looks at him with a frown. The other guy looks at him with admiration. Wild wolves raise their muzzles upward, looking around in bewilderment. Charlie orders the magma locust to attack, and it does so with gusto, diving down at lightning speed on its enemies, leaving them bewildered. The wolves howl and bare their mouths in an evil grin, not yet suspecting what awaits them. The next moment they are attacked by a multitude of insects, exposing their bodies not only to explosions, but also to magma akin to grenade fragments, and the battlefield is filled with animal squeals and whines. The audience notices that the explosive power of this type is significantly higher than the normal self-detonating locust, and on top of that, they also spray lava, and wonder if this is also an elite type. Looking over his shoulder, Sawyer asks the students if there is anyone with sensory abilities among them, if anyone can see information about this species. One of the students responds, his appraisal showing that the magma locust is indeed an elite-type creature. The woman holds her fists for her ward. She praises him. Cian, standing next to her, looks at her classmate with admiration. Harry Bond steps forward, telling Charlie not to even dream of some insects being able to destroy his wolf cavalry, and orders his subjects to use the force. The wolf leader is surrounded by a purple light, as if coming from the hand of the head of the Bond family, and bursts into a blood-curdling howl. Other wolves join him, spewing icy mist from their mouths. This icy aura comes into contact with the heat left behind by magma locust Charlie, and seconds later, all the fire and heat dies out, leaving behind only physical damage to the surfaces. The observers are not surprised, arguing that the demigod is a demigod. He cannot be defeated by tricks. Their elite has many skills and abilities. Charlie is noticeably inferior now. Harry is going to show his son's classmate his despair, threatening that once he gets his sphere, the boy will be expelled from school. Then there will be no patrons left to protect him from the wrath. The demigod wolf cavalry troops rush into battle and are given the order to destroy the students' core. The wild wolves run past the locust's master, who only watches them with an indifferent gaze. Sawyer Murray, looking down like Cian, says that this is the end for her ward. The girl keeps her thoughts to herself. One of the observers calls everyone else to look at the Charlie sphere. Saying that there is someone standing there, the girl with pink hair quickly looks at the screen. The wolves resolutely approach the sphere, but in front of it there really is some kind of silhouette, resembling the body of an obese man with 4 blades. Indeed, if you look closely, you can recognize in the silhouette an elderly man with long hair, and only his face is hard to see. Someone notices that he has the whirlwind swords in his hands, one of which costs 50 points of divine power. In total, Charlie forked out 200. The onlookers are also interested in the creature. Mrs. Sawyer comes to the rescue. She knows that the creature is a representative of the windsword race. Those below the elite type are not born. The woman smiles happily. One of the schoolchildren asks if this changes anything. In his opinion, the strength of the head of the Bond family surpasses Charlie. But looking at the woman, he admits that he is wrong. The woman thinks, a puzzled look appears on her face. Of course, her ward is right, but the fluctuations of power emitted by the windsword do not look like elite. He is more like a hero. Harry is running through his head thoughts similar to Murray. He trained for decades, but was only able to raise one hero-type creature. Where could a schoolboy have gotten such a creature from? The man orders his subjects to seize the sword, but not to kill it. He wants to take the creature for himself. He gives the order to destroy the boy's core and bring him the hero. A magical tattoo appears on the hero's forehead, and like his eyes, lights up with a bright light. The long-haired man draws his bushy eyebrows together. He raises his blades up, watching his approaching enemies and preparing to engage in combat. Two orcs on wolves are rapidly approaching, brandishing their barbaric weapons. The man unleashes a strike called the third-level Storm Slash, and the enemy warriors' bodies fall to the ground, cut in two. The wise old man deftly twirls blades in all his hands at once, shining with glowing eyes and combining deadly techniques with skillful movements of a seemingly gigantic body. He uses level 1 Steel Vortex, and several wolves fly up in shock with a distinctive whine. New ones come to the aid of their fallen comrades, but they themselves understand inside that exactly the same fate awaits them. An orc rushes forward, opening his fanged mouth wide and releasing icy breath with a roar, his red eyes blazing with hatred and malice. The enemy's technique causes the mighty old man's lower legs to turn to ice and freeze to the surface, but his face is calm. One of the orcs, uttering a war cry, raises his hand with a sword, thereby giving his wolves the order to attack. The red-eyed monsters, opening their mouths, rush to attack. But Sword, his eyes flashing, raises all four hands up. He has a plan. A whirlwind begins to rise from the tops of the blades, swirling and forming a funnel. The swordsman uses the iron sword style. The wolves are forced to freeze in anticipation. The man directs this stream of pure energy in front of him, bringing it down on his enemies, and they immediately disappear behind this ghostly light. The sword speaks the activation words, and an area for a decent distance around it is covered in an explosion, spreading a shockwave in its wake. Some of Charlie's classmates watching the epic spectacle think that this is too much, while the faces of everyone else express bewilderment. The four-armed elder stands majestically over one of the defeated enemies, his gaze stern and merciless. Harry swears. He orders the wolf cavalry general to raise the place to the ground. The anger in the man's voice is clearly heard. A huge wolf paw takes a step forward, a purple and powerful aura swirling around it. The wolf cavalry general enters the battle, his red eyes gleaming menacingly and his face impenetrable. When Harry hears a voice behind him, he jumps in surprise, and the man is asked if he really thought of breaking his word. A majestic man appears next to him. His gaze is serious. Based on the address of the head of the Bond family, one can conclude that this man is the director. Harry's voice trembles, his hand pointing towards his army as he tells the man he wouldn't dare, and orders the wolf cavalry to retreat, the man hovering nearby. The director looks at Charlie and his great swordsman standing a little further away. A half-smile appears on the man's lips as he gives a good assessment of his charge's battle. Charlie is praised. He did well. But you shouldn't relax just because you got a hero. Heroes are not invincible. With the current level of strength, it will be difficult to even squeeze into the top 3 of the school. A guy approaches the deputy director. He has a request. A woman is interested in her character. With a determined look, the schoolboy declares that he wants to transfer to another class. His class teacher looks at his charge in bewilderment. The man changes his tune, admitting that he had indeed spent little time with the student before, but now promises to improve in order to make him one of the best. Smiling sweetly, Laramie asks to give him another chance, because he can provide the student with all the necessary resources for development, while thinking to himself about his own selfish goals. But Charlie is not going to give in. He once again repeats his request to change classes. The man looks at him discouraged, unable to put a couple of words together. Sawyer joins the conversation. She says that a guy can't just change classes because there are many school rules for this. But despite this, he can try to pass the test that the school will prepare, and if he passes it successfully, he can still realize his desire. Charlie firmly clenches his fist and declares his readiness to take this test, while his classmates standing behind him look at the boy in surprise. Sheehan suddenly jumps up from her seat and interrupts the conversation, declaring that she is also ready to take the test to change classes. Laramie looks at the girl puzzled and, feeling awkward, says that if she is not happy with something, she can contact him directly and not act so thoughtlessly. He offers to stay after class to discuss it, but the girl says that she has no complaints against him. She just wants to change classes. Another student raises his hand, standing up from his seat and declaring that he also wants to change classes. Now standing next to Kian looks at him in surprise. Laramie barely contains his anger, asking why Salt Church wants to leave. He is the class president, and he thanks the teacher and says that he has good reasons for doing so. The guy turns his gaze to Kian, thinking that he will follow her anywhere, and one day she will definitely become his. The deputy director agrees with everything, saying that they will have everything ready by tomorrow, and then turns to leave and asks Laramie to follow her. The clock on the front of the school shows 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A girl follows Charlie as he leaves. She runs after him, asking where the guy got the hero from, but he replies that it has nothing to do with Cayenne. The girl says that she certainly does, because her classmate owes her 150 points of divine power, and if he doesn't return them to her, he will become her slave. So she has the right to know where the hero came from. The guy calmly says that he will return 5 points as a percentage right now, but he won't tell anything about the hero. It doesn't work that way. He makes a move, hiding in the portal, and the girl shouts a curse after him, looking at the almost closed funnel. Charlie moves to his divine residence. The guy opens the locust quantity status window and, after checking the numbers, concludes that he won't be able to gather a large army in a couple of days. Tomorrow's test will be difficult for him. The sword approaches the god of this place, informs the owner that the white wolves and riders have hidden in the mines, and asks if he should get rid of them. The guy thinks about it. He guessed about such an outcome and understands that it is impossible to leave enemies alive. But a regular murder would be a great waste. Before the young god can give the order to his subordinate to seize them without killing them, he takes off from the spot, hurrying to fulfill the will. 2 hours later, the tied-up werewolves are already kneeling before the owner of this place, and he looks at them without much enthusiasm. Charlie considers sacrificing the enemy representatives and opens the appropriate system window. He takes the necessary stance, starting the process of sacrifice, and wines begin to swirl around him. There are 3 options to choose from based on the result: a single alpha mechanism, a first-level artifact, a smelting furnace blueprint, and also 1 or 3 observation towers. Charlie doesn't like any of the options. The first one is not bad, but the guy is not sure that he will be able to control it through the locusts. It is unlikely that she will be able to cook anything in the furnace, and from a shallow height, it is unlikely that she will be able to see anything. He remembers that he had about 200 orcs left after defeating Chad, and he wonders what they are doing now. Charlie activates Hawkeye. Green monsters do physical work, they mine ore. Noticing that the huge ghostly eye of their new god is watching them, one of the orcs thanks him for giving the race a wonderful life. The guy remembers that after the victory, he gave them only one order, to mine ore, and suggests that the race was originally created for the purpose of mining ore, and Chade forced them to fight. If you look closely at the work of the orcs, you can really see the talent. This can be used in the future, turning them into equipment manufacturers. Then the furnace can come in handy. Upon purchasing and installing it, Charlie tells the orcs that he is gifting them this smelter and hopes that the creatures will live up to his expectations. And they are flattered, expressing recognition and gratitude. A teacher's council is taking place, with Laramie sitting at the head of the table, raising the issue of transferring his students and asking what his colleagues think about it, since the school entrusted it to them. One of them thinks that there is nothing to think about. He just wants to express gratitude to the one who started for the fact that 3 of the best students in the class will immediately go to one of the teachers. Laramie says he doesn't particularly care about Cyan and Salt's fate, but he wants the hardest test possible for Charlie, because he didn't value his teacher, and he asks for a concession from his colleagues. The man reflects on the fact that what is happening is Charlie's fault, so he simply has to punish him. Meanwhile, several hands rise into the air, their owners ready to support him. Sometime later, Laramie holds in his hand 3 sheets of paper with the required tests, and looking at them, notifies the students about this. Salt, who received the test first, reads the lines written on the sheet with a smile, which are typical for the first level. He needs to defend himself from 1,000 invaders, as well as a wish for good luck. Chien looks at her sheet in surprise. She has exactly the same task, the same level. The face of the last student who received and looked at his assignment was distorted with discontent and bewilderment. A test of the 10th level was prepared for him. On the man's hand holding the piece of paper, it is written that he needs to defend himself from 10,000 invaders. Sawyer looks at the teacher with confusion when he asks if he thinks he was biased towards his student, but he counters that it was the decision of all the teachers, not his own. Charlie himself turns his confident gaze towards the teachers, saying that everything is fine, because Laramie just wants the student to demonstrate all his strength to the new class teacher. The guy gets up from his seat and leaves, and the man angrily tells him not to be so self-confident. Tyann catches up with her classmate with the same offer to become a slave and be under the protection of her family. He looks at her, looking back. But the guy, just like before, thanks the girl for her concern and politely invites her to see him after the tests. Tyann frowns as he looks after Charlie and calls him ungrateful, with Salt standing behind him, equally frowning. He believes that his classmate is digging his own grave. The test begins, revealing hundreds of short, red creatures with evil eyes, their fangs flashing menacingly. The students habitually watch Charlie's test process from the screen, considering the difficulty higher than that of the other two. In response, someone retorts that he himself is to blame. Let him now pay for his pride. Charlie looks confused. The red goblins are coming at him. Their talent is excellent resistance to fire, and there are so many of them. He is sure that the former class teacher set this up. Laramie says that the boy is to blame for turning away from him, and now the 10,000-strong army will quickly sweep away the schoolboy's locusts and continue the march to the core. A student standing next to the man congratulates him on his victory with a smile, but he says that this is not a victory, but a useful lesson, since there can be no other way between a student and a teacher. The deputy director smiles reservedly, looking at her ward with hope. She says words of support out loud, confident that he will cope. Charlie sends his army of locusts into attack, and they immediately fly towards the approaching red goblins who are marching in a formation. They bring their hands to their chests, spreading their fingers, and with fanged smiles activate fire attack, flames flaring up in their red paws. Dozens of goblins surge forward, throwing out fiery clusters in front of them that moments later engulf nearby insects. Standing behind the explosions, Charlie notes with annoyance that the regular locusts do not take on opponents at all. He puts his hand forward and orders the self-detonating locust to enter the battle. A clot of energy forms under his palm, threads from which lead to small winged bodies. The red goblins, seeing their rivals approaching, distort their faces with hostility and anger, but this does not diminish the fact that they are surprised. Explosions are happening everywhere, resulting in the deaths of 400 red goblins, and in the midst of all this chaos, Charlie stands calmly. 2 capsules open, and someone who noticed his classmates first notifies the rest of those present that Cyan and Salt have returned from their tests. The deputy director sympathetically says that it looks like this time the ward will have a hard time, and Kian, standing nearby, mentally confirms her own assumptions about the weakness of the locust. And Charlie sends a batch of magma locusts into battle. A series of powerful explosions with fountains of magma are followed by the killing of 3,000 red goblins, the remains of which fly in different directions, trying to escape. But some of them still manage to get close to Charlie's god sphere at an impermissible distance. One of the observers expresses the opinion of many, believing that this time the classmate is definitely finished. Even the hero will not be able to cope with 6,000 representatives at once. Cyan looks at what is happening with confusion, considering it madness and saying out loud that the red goblins are going to destroy Charlie's core. Sawyer suggests that his protege admit defeat, because there is nothing shameful about it. He fought with dignity, and the woman is confident that over time he will be able to pass this test. But the guy refuses. He has already made a decision that he will not back down from, intending to fight until his last representative. Besides, he is not lost yet. Sword appears out of nowhere and uses the level 3 Storm Slash technique, slicing through the space in front of him with his blades. The red goblins standing in a row begin to die one after another, disappearing in flashes of 4 blades. The remaining ones simultaneously raise their hands and, with angry faces, release columns of hot flame from their palms. Explosions fill the space, and the simple commentator notes that even the hero has a hard time and believes that Charlie is definitely facing the end now. A gray-haired man stands in the middle of the epicenter, looking ahead with a frown. The boy's class teacher gloats, believing that this will be an excellent lesson for his ward. He waits with bated breath for the hour when his divine sphere will be destroyed. But one of the students attracts his attention, looks the other way, and he is forced to moderate his ardor. Green creatures appear on the battlefield, and someone excitedly notes that this is the orc army. One of the orcs, the oldest looking of them all, raises his weapon into the air and calls on his kin to defend their new god. The red goblins look at the representatives of the other race with puzzlement. They clearly did not expect such a turn of events. And the orcs, without wasting time, rush into the attack with the intention of killing the enemies. The latter, due to the element of surprise, only have time to cover themselves with their hands as a block. Some people speculate that it's Chad's orcs, while others wonder where Charlie gets his talent from. At this rate, he'll be in the top 10 by the end of the year. The orcs stand proudly in a group with weapons at the ready, towering over their defeated enemies. Charlie praises them, clenching his fists happily. They tried hard. The deputy director and Cian are also happy with the result. They praise the guy and, unable to contain their emotions, say that he won. And only the man is not happy. Laramie, frowning with displeasure, utters the words of a curse. When the 3 students who pass the test gather together, the teachers compete to outshout each other, trying to lure Charlie to their place with better conditions. Salt looks at Cian, intending to go where the girl is, and she awaits the verdict of another classmate. But Charlie is currently interested in something else. He asks Xavier why his test was much more difficult than others. The woman replies that all the teachers together were involved in choosing the difficulty levels. Apparently, the majority of votes indicated that it was the most optimal for the student. The guy smiles, asking if he can see the list of voters and see their specific choice. Following the orientation, Charlie stands in front of the teachers who voted against the decision to make the test more difficult and asks what he can expect when he transfers to their class. One of the men, smiling, says that after such a wonderful result, he is ready to provide his potential ward with an army of 10,000 orcs, which will allow him to rise high. The second candidate says that he understands the importance of success and therefore can help Charlie learn special techniques that will allow him to unlock the potential of all types of locusts in the future. After the boy chooses Tom Voice, Cian and Salt also ask the teacher to become students in his class. The man beams, thinking that at this rate he could become Teacher of the Year, since 3 strong students have come to him at once. He holds out 3 cards to his surprised new charges, saying that they will be small gifts for them. Charlie gets a level 2 card. Hive smiling, he reads the description, believing that it was literally made for him. If Charlie places the hive into his god sphere, the insects born in the future will immediately gain the effects of the Heart of Explosion and the Flame Lava Crystal. The guy bows gratefully to the man as a sign of appreciation, politely thanking him, and the man asks him not to rush, because it is better to show gratitude through good results. Sawyer spreads his arms wide, saying that since everything has been resolved so well, we can finish for today, but first reminds him of the important exams next week. Charlie stands in his world in front of the window with the status of the number of representatives and other life forms. The results are currently unsatisfactory. He thinks that if he had to take the exam now, the student would end up at the very bottom of the school's list. He needs to multiply the magma locust as quickly as possible and improve the other types. Charlie's attention is drawn to some red orc blacksmiths, 52 in number, and he goes to them himself, wanting to see everything with his own eyes. Noticing one of them, the guy reads the description. Red orc blacksmiths are the fruit of a bloody battle of ordinary orcs who evolved into the elite. The guy admires the fact that the orcs themselves raised their level. He would like to have such main representatives, so the guy could use growth acceleration on them, increasing their numbers. 4 days later, Charlie checks the common locust population to perform his favorite sacrifice, and he glows purple, frowning in concentration. Sacrifice of life takes the lives of thousands of insects, devouring them with its merciless flame. He stands in front of the system window and looks at it with admiring eyes. The options offered exceeded his expectations. The first option is a level 2 sacred artifact. The second is a hero template, and the third is a bit of divinity. The guy is surrounded by an aura of joy and happiness. His eyes are simply running wild because of these wonderful options. The choice will not be easy. That is why he approaches the choice carefully, trying to put everything in its place and not make a mistake, although everything offered seems beyond all praise. But still, having carefully weighed all the pros and cons, Charlie chooses the first option, believing that there is no need to be very greedy. He needs to start using the full potential of his main representatives. 3 days later, a stunned Charlie, overcome with emotion, points his index finger at himself, never thinking that his locusts could grow to such a size. Standing before a creature that is larger than even him, the boy names it Magma Locust Plus. Cian approaches Charlie from behind. She asks him again if he is thinking about becoming her slave, believing that only her family can help him. The guy looks at his interlocutor, slightly irritated. The girl does not give up trying to convince her interlocutor, saying that locusts cannot evolve forever, and orcs are not the main representatives. Charlie thanks Cian for the 1000th time, asking her to stop asking the same question. He's doing well. The girl will see confirmation of these words at the exam. She is also angry, considering her interlocutor stubborn, while Salt silently watches them from the side. But still, he can't resist making a sarcastic comment, wanting to one day make his rival disappear from his beloved girl's sight. Standing in front of the class, Tom talks about the importance of the upcoming exam. They need to give it their all, and the school will have a valuable reward for those who perform well. Looking at his students, the man asks everyone to familiarize themselves with the rules of the exam. Charlie reads the rules with a smile, noting the lines that if a student fails, he will be expelled from school, which is indeed an indication of the value of the potential rewards. After reviewing the list of awards, the guy becomes inspired, believing that he can move mountains for them. Tom looks at the class with an unreadable gaze as he announces the start of the exam. The first stage is about to begin, so you should prepare for the test. Charlie plunges into the blue abyss as the countdown starts. The huge gates swing open, revealing an impenetrable blue stream. Charlie takes the appropriate pose, placing defenders in the form of red orcs and locusts next to him, and gives the command to everyone to prepare for battle. Before them appear creatures that resemble a cross between a human, a dinosaur, and something with horns, emerging from the fog with their mouths open, revealing their sharp fangs. Charlie knows them. They are demonic golems. He thinks that for the first stage this is too much. Although they are considered normal, the strength is close to elite, but they still have a weakness, slowness. The guy directs 50,000 magma locusts with his hand, wanting to destroy the enemy with characteristic power. Thousands of small wings cut through the air. The battlefield is filled with angry cries of pain and rage from the demonic golems. The guy grins. The smell left behind by the explosions reminds him of barbecue. He wonders if they will be able to feed the locusts. The very next moment, the guy orders his red orc blacksmiths to drag the bodies of the fallen to him, and they obey the order without question. 15 minutes later, only bones remain from the demon golems' bodies. Charlie grins. Now he will know that this is possible, and jokes. The exam thus flowed into home delivery of food. There is a dialogue between the teachers observing the exam. About 20 students have already been kicked out of Tom's class, which is almost a third. The situation is worse for others. The difficulty is high. Sawyer says that the director is currently fighting with the demons of the abyss. Apparently, he had his own reasons for setting such a difficulty level, so it is not for them, the demigods, to be judges. Watching his ward fight, Tom is pleased with his resourcefulness. He notes that the locusts are gone and asks his colleagues if they have seen other similar creatures that can eat toxin-laden flesh without harm. One of the teachers is surprised. He has never heard of anything like this and wants to study this phenomenon. His colleagues standing nearby are also interested. And only Laramie is dissatisfied. He belittles Charlie's merit, saying that immunity to toxins does not make the locusts stronger and more powerful, attributing everything to luck. The class teacher defends his protege, saying that luck is also part of strength. The kind that Charlie brought out is very strong and useful. We shouldn't forget about it. The guy's locust has become comparable in potential to the elite. Although it was originally a normal type, this is visible even to the naked eye. Laramie continues to stick to his guns, believing that the elite locust can't exist, that it can't even handle the ordinary goblins, and his colleague counters, saying that he's thinking one-sidedly. The stubborn one says he's not going to argue, but there's a student in his class with goblins as representatives. He suggests they see who's higher in the ranking. The bet is accepted. But Tom thinks that everything is not so simple, and he offers his future opponent to voice the conditions. Laramie, in turn, offers to put 5 divinity points on the line. Tom agrees. The provocateur notes to himself that the man gave the student he was talking about more points than others because he was his nephew. It is unlikely that Tom could boast of such generosity. The teachers look at the system board. 430 students passed the qualifying round of the exam, and 300 of them decided to participate in the ranking round. Laramie once again shows his superiority by calling the 130 who refused cowards. His colleague rebukes him, saying that he shouldn't say that. The difficulty level was higher than usual. The third one says that it is even better this way. They will only have to teach the strongest ones who were able to overcome their fear. Meanwhile, the second stage of the exam begins. Skeletons emerge from the gates of the tests. Teachers are amazed, thinking it is too simple. Charlie smiles puzzledly. His locusts are hungry and their numbers are huge. The skeletons will be able to give the insects literally nothing, but there is nowhere to go. He orders his army, over 1 billion strong, to attack, and it rises up in a gigantic swarm, approaching the enemy in a coherent swarm. The skeletons open their bony mouths in a menacing manner, sensing trouble, but nothing can be changed. 2 hours later, Charlie sits down and yawns, saying that the meager meal will do for a snack. The second wave of battle are the skeleton warriors. Now it's the turn of the self-detonating locust, which, when colliding with the bone ones, causes their assembled parts to disintegrate with their characteristic sound. They literally die in lava, which, if it continues to accumulate, will not even allow the skeletons to get close to Charlie. In addition, this process can be accelerated. The guy orders his red orc blacksmiths to douse the monsters with molten metal from his great smelter. Obedient warriors immediately carry out the will of their master. The flames are raging right at the gate. Charlie is happy. Now the skeletons will die immediately after they emerge from the portal. He doesn't even have to do anything else. One of the observing teachers appreciates the boy's genius, and Tom, pleased with his student smiling, says that it's all about training, while Laramie, standing nearby, is, as usual, dissatisfied. He tells his opponent that his student is one step ahead of Tom's student and teases him by asking if he has relaxed too much. In the God Realm, the mentioned 13 Arcbalist towers, 9 lightning towers, 12 first-tier fireball towers, it seems like he spent a fortune on all of them. Laramie gloats to himself. He is sure that no one else has invested so much in their student. So he believes that his nephew is simply obliged to take first place in the exam. But someone pulls the man out of his thoughts, calling him to look at the sphere of the student Cayenne. In her arsenal, there are not only those that surpass in quantity everything the previous student had, but also elite thunder sparrows, as well as normal wood giants. One of the men notes that the daughter of the Shirley family is strong. A neighbor echoes him. It is pointless to even compare with others. A third notes that even he does not have so many creatures in his arsenal. The first one considers the girl not just one of the top 3, but also the best, and Laramie is tormented with anger, mentally blaming Charlie for all the troubles in the world and promising to take revenge on him. After the 10th wave, only 18 students remain, including Charlie. Cyan is certainly also passing, and these two, along with the other 16, are asked to prepare themselves properly, for the next wave will be qualitatively different from all the previous ones. The gate opens, and against a red background appears a tall, dark figure in a cloak with terrifying blades extending from it. For some, it only takes one stunned glance at the screen to understand that the hero stands before the remaining ones. This hero is a skeleton, a bone collector. His talents are bone manipulation and bone fusion. Walking past the bones scattered here and there, the hero directs his terrifying aura at them. Its dark eye sockets seem to stare piercingly at its prey as it closes the distance, looking forward. The collector raises his wooden staff and begins to connect the bones he likes. Raising his other hand, he says just one word: forward, and that is enough. The newly assembled skeletons attack their former enemies with greater fury than before. The new creator orders his main weapon to kill everyone, and it, exuding from its slightly open jaws and transparent insides, releases traces of magic. A huge bony foot steps on the smaller creature, unafraid of the explosion left behind by the latter. The teachers watch with bated breath. Less than 3 minutes have passed and 8 participants have already dropped out. It's too difficult for them. Laramie is all about his own thing, complaining that the bone giant in Charlie's sphere is too small. Something is clearly wrong here. The skeleton, clinging to the rock, trembles. Tom thinks it's obvious, all because most of the skeletal warriors drowned in magma, so the bone collector didn't have enough material. The air is cut by ringing, light-bearing blades. The sword uses the technique, iron sword style. Charlie yawns. He has successfully survived the 11th wave. Laramie is torn between anger and indignation, not believing that the guy managed to cope. He believes that he deceived everyone, somehow knowing in advance about the monsters that were supposed to be on the test. Tom stands up for his student, asking his colleague for evidence, and he loudly declares that the man sided with Charlie and threatens to report him to the appropriate authorities. He says that even without evidence, everything is clear, because everyone saw what Charlie did to the skeleton warriors. No one in their right mind would start cleaning up the bodies, unless, of course, they knew about the collector. Tom asks his colleague to stop talking nonsense, but he doesn't even think of stopping, saying that what he said is the absolute truth, and believing that the school should sort everything out by handing out punishment. Xavier also enters the conversation, saying that this is impossible. The director himself was dealing with the monsters. If anyone thinks otherwise, he is accusing the director himself, and this is a false accusation. These words sober Laramie up a bit. He gets embarrassed, starting to mumble that he hadn't thought about anything like that, and apparently the guy really is lucky, but he still considers what happened unfair. The woman says that the man himself should understand what nonsense he just said, because everyone arranges their sphere the way they want. That is, the results are the merit of the owner of the place. Taking advantage of the moment, Xavier asks if Laramie thinks it is fair for him to sponsor his nephew or for Shirley Keehan's family to do so. Tom hears this and moves closer to his opponent, asking if this is the reason he proposed the bet. He didn't know that the student in question was Laramie's nephew, but he doesn't refuse the bet. In the sphere of the gods of Laramie Michael, a huge skeleton stands, looking back with its red eyes at the owner of this place, who veiledly admits his defeat. Behind him lie the fallen bodies of his representatives, the goblins. And finally, the guy openly admits his defeat. Tom notes that Michael failed by giving up, and thus he won the bet. Hoping that his colleague will not back down in front of witnesses, the man asks where his promised glasses are. Passing the corresponding card to his opponent, Laramie asks Tom not to spend the points yet, because he will soon get them back. An hour and the 13th wave later, there are 3 participants left, including Charlie and Kian. Now it only remains to understand which of them will take what place. The 14th wave forces Faust Horn, the 3rd participant in the top, to admit defeat. After 2 more waves, Kian surrenders. The vice principal is jubilant. Charlie took first place, but he doesn't give up even on the 20th wave, sending his magma locust forward. The space is illuminated by numerous nuclear mushrooms and splashes of magma. The skeleton, shrouded in a dark aura, raises its hand forward and howls. The sword bursts forth, proclaiming death to the invaders, and after only 15 minutes, silence reigns once more in Charlie's sphere. The system reports the successful completion of the wave and warns that the next one will be even more difficult. But the guy, frowning, smiles, although he thought that the completed one would be the last. The gate opens before him, illuminating the space blue and releasing lightning to match. Seeing the one who appears before him, the guy is amazed at the greatness of his opponent. At the gate stands a creature that looks incredibly human. One of the teachers exclaims. He notices the skeleton queen in Charlie's opponent. The others look at the screen in amazement as well. The guy says that he didn't expect to see a creature like Lord and suggests that he doesn't have enough strength to fight this fury. He raises his hand, admitting defeat. The skeleton mistress rises from her pedestal in indignation. She doesn't want to let go of her victim so easily and raises her hands up, spewing lightning. Her face contorts into a grimace and a growl escapes her toothy maw as she charges forward. A bone covered in purple flies into the air. Something flashes past Charlie, causing him to look amazed. An explosion flares up behind the young man, and he turns around, not understanding what is happening here. The gates close with a powerful and distinctive sound. Charlie finds himself in a familiar swirl of blue and blue hues. Looking at the system window with his own result, the guy is surprised, realizing that he took first place. The system chart shows the results of the classes and their homeroom teachers. Laramie is angry that he only took 8th place while Tom's students were in first place. Students look at their results with a wide range of emotions, some of them crying and feeling indignant at the prospect of expulsion. And a joyful Charlie is congratulated on first place, resting on his laurels. After 1 hour, rewards will appear on the board, including Iron Ore card, Sphereland card, Level 1 Sacred Artifact Exchange card, and more. The students are amazed at their number, realizing that they all now belong to only one contender, Charlie. The lucky owner is thinking about how to use all these cards wisely, but his problem is quickly solved. Teacher Tom offers his help to his ward, and the latter, smiling contentedly, is glad that he can be relied on. The cards received as rewards help Charlie to arrange the terrain of his god sphere favorably. The guy looks thoughtfully at the offered weapon and understands that the card can only be exchanged for one. It is not profitable at the moment. It is better to look for something like hammers for orc blacksmiths. And he finds it among the received awards. Warhammer, Purgatory. Only the minimum criterion for use is a heroic type of creature with the fire attribute. The guy thinks that he won't be able to use this weapon now. He needs to wait until the Red Orcs reach the rank of hero. Tom says that the main exam is a test after which only the strongest survive. He asks the top 3 participants to come to the board. Classmates look back at Charlie. The last ones to come to the board are Cian and Faust. The teacher says that since Charlie has become the strongest among the 3, he will receive 100 class points and will also be able to choose any of the treasures given to the class. After these words, the boy becomes interested in what treasures the teacher mentioned, and soon he is given the opportunity to see them with his own eyes. Looking at the entire list, Charlie chooses the life-giving spring, which can produce water that better nourishes creatures and has a beneficial effect on the environment of the God Realm. Tom looks thoughtfully at his protege, believing that he has enormous potential, because he did not chase after momentary power, but decided to start with developing his strengths. Charlie takes his seat and hears the voice of one of his classmates from the side, who congratulates him, believing that the guy has risen well. A classmate approaches Charlie and asks him to sell him a divinity point, offering 105 million divine power points for it right now. Charlie looks at his interlocutor with distrust, thinking that something is clearly wrong here, because he added 5 million on top of the usual cost. he directly asks why he needs it. The interlocutor jokes, pressing the lever of an instant and such an impressive sum, adding that it will be enough to change the representative and change fate. But Charlie resolutely refuses. The guy admits that his grandfather needs divinity. He lacks only one thing to become a true god, and Charlie wins, receiving not only millions, but also the debtor to boot. He thinks about it. The offer is really tempting, because thanks to it, it is possible to increase the number of locusts tenfold and acquire a debtor. The guy is about to agree to the offer, but a notification sound comes from his pocket. Charlie receives a message from Cian. The girl offers to buy 1 point of divinity from him for 150 million. The guy is surprised by such a generous offer, wondering how much money Shirley's family has. Meanwhile, Cian sends another message, asking if Charlie really thought that 1 divinity point was only worth 100 million. The girl explains in detail and clearly how much divinity can cost, and why Charlie's divinity cannot cost less than 145 million. The guy is surprised by her knowledge. He also understands that his classmate tried to deceive him and sends him far away. He is perplexed by the sudden change in the mood of the potential merchant. As he leaves, the guy tells Charlie not to get cocky just because he won first place on the exam, and describes him in less than flattering terms. Charlie feels rich when he gets 150 million divine power points into his account. He surveys his domain and concludes that the temple should be built in the Red Orc settlement. Charlie decides to install the life-giving spring in the desert so that over time this land will also become fertile. The hammer falls before the orcs, and the gray-haired elder, on behalf of his race, gives his esteemed god his heartfelt thanks, and he asks his subordinates to raise their heads. He did not come empty-handed, but brought the divine artifact, the warhammer, the purgatory, and what was currently on his hand, which resembled a red pineapple in shape. He bestows this elite seed, which is capable of raising potential, and hopes that someday his pupils will be able to become heroes and lift the gifted hammer. The orc who accepts the gift cries with happiness. The owner of the sphere flies away, and the orcs unanimously and wholeheartedly wish him a long life. The guy thoughtfully looks at the purple ball in his hand, called the Poison Mist Pearl. He took it on the advice of teacher Tom, but to be honest, he still does not understand for what purposes. Almost immediately, the one he had just remembered makes himself known in a different way. A characteristic system window appears in the air. The boy politely greets his class teacher and asks what he wanted to talk to him about. The man tells about his dispute with Charlie's former class teacher. He believes that it would be fair to share part of the winnings with his ward. He offers a map, but its value is not hard to understand. So he is going to tell about an egg created by the Insect King, who was a demon, and the egg can eventually turn locusts into them. Tom says from the very beginning that you should prioritize your representatives, and the egg will help you do this and develop their potential. Charlie thinks that Laramie and the others thought he was weak because of his respective representatives. But Tom is not like that. He seriously helps his ward to use the locusts as much as possible. With his help, the insects will be able to become low-level demons over time, which will help them compare with many ordinary creatures of other races. The teacher gives one to choose from. Casting aside his doubts, Charlie chooses the second option, the egg, with a smile, because the prospect is obvious. The man had no doubts about his student. He suggests that the artifact synchronizes very well with the pearl, which the guy was worried about a little earlier. He thanks the teacher with all his heart. Taking advantage of the moment, the guy asks about meat. He needs to buy it in large quantities at a low price. The quality is indifferent. The interlocutor thinks and says that feeding locusts meat is not worth it. It is too expensive and of little use. The director recently took part in a battle after which many corpses remained. Tom will help. Pleased, Charlie thanks his class teacher again before he hangs up. Walking through the forest, Charlie thinks, the effect of gluttony turned out to be very unexpected. Now it is not easy to feed the locusts. It is necessary to find an alternative to the powers of the core as soon as possible. By placing the egg at the age tree, the boy believes that this way the process of releasing demonic energy will go faster. Perhaps it will even satisfy the locust's hunger a little. 2 days later, noticing the egg in a different place, the guy realizes with a smile that it looks like one locust has managed to eat its fill of demonic energy. He can't wait to see the result. The guy wonders how many days they develop, and at that moment a crack appears in the cocoon. Charlie's eyes widen in surprise as if a chick were hatching. What appears before his eyes is a normal-type sky demon beetle. The newly minted one's talent is toughness. His faith level is fanatic, and his faith power is 1 unit per day. It's hard to believe that this type is normal, because it is stronger than locusts. It's a pity that the status window does not say anything about reproduction. Apparently, individuals appear strictly after absorbing the energy of the egg. Charlie is surprised to see that the demon bug has already doubled in size. Apparently, gluttony works on this class as well. At this rate, evolution into elite shouldn't take long. He decides it's time to use the poison mist pearl and throws a purple sphere into the air. The boy's surprise knows no bounds when he realizes that the former heavenly demon bug has just become the elite poisonous demon bug, Ox. The man looks around the area in front of him in bewilderment, not understanding how this happened. The space in front of him is strewn with bare bones, and a demonic black haze swirls everywhere. He doesn't know what to do with these piles of demon corpses now. Sealing them inside the car doesn't give many guarantees. Sooner or later, the demonic power will break out. Teacher Tom calls the principal and asks what the matter is. The teacher greets the authorities a little embarrassedly and voices Charlie's desire to buy the corpses of the defeated demons. The principal himself is puzzled as to why the schoolboy needs the dead. Tom is immediately found, honestly answering that the representatives of the ward are locusts that feed on corpses, and even demonic ones will not be able to harm them. The interlocutor grins, asking if this is the same genius who recently defeated the demigod. He didn't think that locusts could be so useful and regrets that they won't survive in the conditions of the abyss. Otherwise, it would be possible to let the challengers in right here. The director hands the teacher a map, saying that there are 1,000,000 corpses inside and there is no fee. The next day, Tom calls his boss again, awkwardly informing him that they are out of bodies and relaying Charlie's request for the director to be his body sponsor, which leaves him stunned. The class teacher agrees with the boss, saying that he also told the student about his impudence, but the man stops him, thinking. The director agrees to provide a constant supply of corpses to the ward if he is willing to exchange them for 10,000 divinity points in proportion to 100 corpses. 5 minutes later, the teacher calls back, saying that Charlie agrees, but he wants to start with 1,000,000 divine power points. A few days later, dozens of winged demon beetles are circling around the boy. The time has come. Building a sacrificial fire that reaches to the sky, he offers to God the souls of 1,000,000 winged insects. The sacrifice brings variants of 5 elite giant warriors, a Tier 3 skill crystal, poisonous explosion, and a disintegration mechanism that can disintegrate matter and extract energy. With a smile on his face, the guy thinks that for the sacrifice of 12 billion elite beings, this is a very good result. Even the first option does not seem so bad. But the young man does not allow himself to make an impulsive decision. The other options also require study, and poisonous explosion is ideally combined with demon beetles and poisonous mist. But unfortunately, his core can't accommodate this crystal now, so the option is useless. Charlie readily chooses the remaining option, the decay mechanism. If he understood correctly, he would expand the matter and give out energy crystals at the end. This would be a good way to earn money, considering the value of the above. Charlie thinks the mechanism is huge, and the first thing he does is to lay out the iron ore. After 5 hours, the guy receives 3 iron crystals. He is surprised, but remembers that this item is used as food by some races, and each one costs about 5 points of divine power, which is, of course, unexpected, but also profitable. A puzzled look appears on the guy's face. The red orcs are asking for help. They were attacked by some undead, 3 were wounded, and the leader, armed with the gifted hammer, is trying to hold off the enemy. The guy understands that the temple begins to transmit to him the prayers of his creatures, but he is perplexed as to how the undead were able to get into his sphere of gods. A devilish flame of determination flares up in the gaze of God. He sees a skeleton approaching a red orc with a hammer. The blacksmith attacks, but the undead dodges, and Charlie doesn't understand why the intruder has the aura of the monster from the exam. The skeleton stops the warrior's attack with just one bony hand. Charlie realizes that he is strong and is going to gather information about the enemy. The attempt at identification fails. The creature is not a follower of the owner of this place, so he cannot get information about it. The guy is indignant and puzzled. Then the young man sees no better solution than to call upon his faithful sword, who appears immediately after the words of the summoning are finished, armed with his blades. Appearing in front of the skeleton, the man smashes all of its bones. But those same ones, falling to the ground with a consonant crunch, begin to tremble, enveloped in a purple aura. The reddish fire of empty eye sockets does not go out for a moment. He rises seconds later, rising to his full height, extra bones swirling around him, rattling menacingly. Charlie comes to the rescue himself, ordering the enemy to obey him and believe in him. Arguing that only in that case the monster will be able to be reborn, the skeleton turns around. But the monster does this only to strike. Fortunately, the god of this world came only in the form of his illusion. He calls the skeleton naive. As long as the core of his divine realm exists, it will not be possible to injure the owner of the place. Charlie orders his men to pick apart the skeleton until he gives in, and two giants loom over the undead. 3 days later, the skeletons fall to their knees, expressing their desire to submit to the deity. The guy approaches one of them and, praising, strokes his bare skull. Hoping to get information now, he succeeds. The type of undead is a weakened and unfinished sealed lord. A voice comes from the classroom, asking the students if they are ready for the exam. The voice belongs to Tom. Leaning on the table, he says that the upcoming exam will greatly increase the gap between classmates, and the result will determine which academy you can enter. Charlie remembers his grandfather's request before he died. Apparently, the academy in question is one of the best educational institutions in the world. The test will take place in the dimension of the demon abyss. Details will be received after the transfer. An hour is allotted for preparation, which the teacher recommends to spend usefully. The students discuss the abyss. It is dangerous to be there, because creatures can become infected and turn into demons, while Salt rejoices, believing that the right time has come for him. But he is surprised when he sees that an unknown number is calling him. The guy leaves the classroom. The caller is Laramie. He politely greets his former protege, and he asks why the teacher is calling. The man wants the schoolboy to help him get rid of one person, and the guy leaning against the wall says that if we are talking about Charlie, then there is no need to continue. He has exactly the same thoughts on his mind. Laramie grins, noting that it was not for nothing that he considered Salt his best student, and promises that if he succeeds, he will receive a good reward. And for now, he offers a gift that can help on the exam. The schoolboy is amazed to see the card of the demon dragon in front of him, which is an elite type, not inferior in strength to the heroic ones. In the S-793,826 dimension of the demon abyss, the exam begins. Charlie stands in front of the board with the conditions for passing the exam and carefully studies them. It is necessary to choose in which incarnation of his beings the participant wants to appear in the dimension. The guy looks at the options available to him. There is nothing to think about here, because the undead are the only type of creature that will not be affected by the destructive effects of the demonic aura. The guy immediately begins to be enveloped in dark, translucent energy tentacles, enveloping him in a dense cocoon. And the next moment, looking at his body, he realizes that he has turned into an undead. He believes that the demon abyss is a true paradise for the undead and demons. Raising his hand in a commanding gesture, the boy summons 100 locusts. A dark aura immediately envelops the common locust, killing it. Everything is exactly as he thought. She simply won't survive here. But the 3 demonic babies feel quite comfortable in the alien dimension. Charlie tells them that he's counting on them. He notices demon fruits growing on one of the slopes. The schoolboy points at them with his finger and asks his charges to collect them for him, and they immediately rush to fulfill the owner's request. But Charlie's attention is drawn to a strange sound, and he turns towards it. Nearby, several zombie-like creatures emerge, shrouded in demonic energy, and advance forward with an ominous roar. They are aggressive, and Charlie is happy about it. He was just about to test the power of the skeleton lord. 10 minutes later, a mountain of corpses rises behind the schoolboy, emitting a demonic stench. They turned out to be weak by his standards. Meanwhile, the demon babies have collected a lot of the declared fruits, but unfortunately, the system offered very little for them. Charlie decides to take quantity, telling the bugs to focus on collecting. A day later, there is not a single tree with demon fruits left in the area. Charlie has collected them all and smiles slyly, because now without his help, no one will complete one of the tasks. He enters the class chat and offers his services to complete the 49th task. He has a plan. Those who want to immediately appear, but along with them there are also those who are negatively disposed, as well as warnings, and Charlie is happy. It turns out that he has a universal currency for this dimension. On the other side of the screen, another demonic entity is rejoicing. The student who took on its appearance didn't even have to work hard to figure out his opponent. He promises to finish off Charlie. Salt stands proudly surrounded by his demonic wolves. A few hours later, Charlie realizes that his representatives are too weak. But if he doesn't start taking on challenging tasks, he'll fall to the bottom of the list. He hears the sound of rattling bones behind him and turns around. Skeletons approach from behind, led by the leader. They look ahead in amazement, stopping in front of a tree. A conversation begins between the undead that only they can understand. Charlie doesn't know if he can subdue the local undead with the skeleton lord, but he's going to try. The skeletons look at him with dismay. One of them looks at the approaching one more piercingly than the others, his red eyes flashing. The undead line up looking at Charlie, who asks if they recognize him. And they will know, because the very next moment they fall prostrate before their lord, who, taking advantage of the moment, reads the information. The schoolboy is amazed, not believing that the idea worked. He didn't even have time to say anything, and he already has a small squad of devout skeleton warriors. The undead kneel in orderly ranks as their new leader commands them to stand and lead him to their camp. An hour later, more undead are kneeling before Charlie, including a skeleton knight who is an elite type sitting on top of a demonic wolf. Charlie is stunned. He never expected such a result. But at the same time, he is happy that he now has a real army of the undead. The skeleton knight tells his story. He was once a member of the first skeleton legion, but after the battle with the demonic golems, his squad had to separate from the main army. He had no choice but to set up camp here. He sent the skeletons to search for demon fruits, as they are able to strengthen their bodies, and Charlie thinks about this possibility. When looking at the rating the next day, the student understands that there is no point in postponing anymore. Compared to the initial result, he has dropped by about 100 steps. Charlie presents the knight with the fruits, telling him to handle the rest himself, like distributing them among the squad members, and he is clearly flattered, kneeling before his lord with his hand on his heart. 10 minutes later, the skeleton's power can literally be felt in the air and in their fiery gazes. Their target is the demon golem's lair, and they head into battle. The hooded squad sets out on their journey, walking in a neat row past picturesque landscapes. Charlie ponders that there are 8,000 to 10,000 creatures in the demon camp, and only 1,000 skeletons. A head-on collision is unlikely to be successful, so he will have to take the opponents by cunning. He offers one of the skeletons to lure out about a dozen demons, and he obediently fulfills his fate. The plan succeeds, and enraged demons run out to meet the undead. But soon their facial expressions change to surprise. Skeletons come out to meet the demons, taking them by surprise. Taking advantage of the moment of surprise, the undead rush to attack. Charlie uses all his advantages, finding it convenient to turn demon golems into skeleton warriors after their death, which is why the schoolboy loves the undead. An hour later, Charlie's army already consists of 7,000 warriors. According to his calculations, there are about 3,000 creatures left in the lair, so it is time for a large-scale battle. A schoolboy sends his army into battle. 3 hours later, one of the subordinates presents his lord with a reward. He praises the army. Noting that the task was completed, he receives 60 points for it. The guy quickly rises up the rankings, and the demonic wolf looks ahead with a sparkling red gaze. Salt curses, wondering where his opponent is, his wolf demons languishing in inaction. Looking at the changes in the student list, he notes that his classmate has scored 60 points, and guesses that he cleared the demon golem lair. He has exceeded expectations. Someone is approaching Charlie's small squad of skeleton warriors. It's Salt, who is puzzled by the idea that his rival acquired the skeletons in secret, but believes that this clever move will not help Charlie get a higher place in the exam. Without delay, the boy orders his hellhounds to attack, and they rush to carry out their plan with a menacing roar. Charlie turns around in surprise at the rapidly approaching dogs, but his skeleton warriors rush forward even faster, eager and selflessly rushing to protect their master. The dogs attack, but the undead stand stoically, ready to take the full brunt of the attack, not allowing their lord to be harmed, enveloped in purple energy. Salt is amazed. This is the second day in the abyss, and the opponent already has such a large army. It is scary to imagine what will happen after even more time has passed, so he needs to kill him now. A moment later, a huge golden dragon with its mouth wide open appears before a horde of skeletons. One of the dogs sinks its teeth into the knight, biting him in half and knocking a scream out of his bony mouth. Charlie asks Salt, who towers over him in the form of a dragon, why he attacked him and his creatures, since there was never any enmity between them. Words escape from the huge mouth, allowing Charlie to believe that Salt simply doesn't like him, and the dragon rushes to attack. The lord is thrown back by a moving glowing blade, the blow landing on the stomach area. From all the mouths of the skeletons, only one synchronized word comes out. Lord, they are terrified. And the dragon, turning away from them, flies away. Considering it unworthy of him to waste time on such weak creatures, they follow him with the gaze of their dark, empty eye sockets. An inhuman cry of rage erupts from their depths. Charlie, having pulled himself together, tries to finally come to his senses. He is glad that Lord has such a talent as resurrection. He tells his subjects not to stand there like a pillar. They need to gather all the remaining troops and get out of here. Charlie is indignant, being firmly convinced that Salt has dug his own grave with such behavior. The next meeting will be proof of this. And the one in question is thoughtfully studying the list of the dismissed, wondering why the classmate he personally overthrew is still not on it. Then the schoolboy checks another list, and his dragon eye widens in amazement. Confused as to why Charlie is still alive, Salt takes to the air, determined to destroy his classmate, even if it takes all his time. He returns to Charlie's old campsite with his hellhounds, but finds no one there. Then he orders his charges to immediately begin searching, and not to miss a single representative of the undead. They obediently rush in pursuit. Charlie holds up the bone crystal, saying that he will give it to his army, because due to the surprise attack he only has 5,000 skeletons left. They need to be strengthened urgently. The warriors bow their heads in submission, respectfully accepting the gift of their master. Charlie notices that his place in the ranking leaves much to be desired, and understands that with such results he will never be able to enter the Imperial Academy. He finds a task with his eyes, judging by the description of which, if successfully completed, he will be able to significantly expand the army of his undead. And it is also highly valued, which is also good. Charlie stands at the head of his army with an extremely satisfied look. He gives the order to move out. Their goal is the lair of the fallen demons. 2 months later, a meeting is held in the relevant office at the boys' school. The class teachers are discussing the results of their best students. One of the teachers asks Tom what is going on with his student who took first place in the last exam. Instead of Tom, Laramie responds, again beginning to humiliate Charlie, underestimating his results, and Tom skillfully reminds, defending not only Charlie but all the students, that such words are unacceptable. Laramie is impenetrable, asking him what he did wrong, believing that the awards given to others instead of Charlie could have been put to better use, while privately gloating over the guy's potential death. Tom offers to bet his former opponent again, believing that Charlie will take first place again. Laramie asks about the bets and receives in response 10 divinity points. He says that he doesn't have that amount now, but he can bet something equivalent. The man puts his divine healing level 3 on the line, and Tom warns that the man has taken on a high-scoring task that he can complete soon. The man believes that a task with such high numbers can ensure that the student who completes it will be admitted to a prestigious academy, and the place in the ranking will then recede into the background. There is a black aura swirling around the fallen demon's den. Originally, there were about 1 million demons here, but now there are only about 100,000 left. Charlie stands on top of the cliff, thinking that his strategy has worked. He now has about 900,000 skeleton warriors under his command. The time has come. He orders his subordinates to rush into the attack, and they immediately carry out the order, breaking away from their place. The knight mercilessly attacks one of the demons, who, trying to avoid the attack of the ghostly blade, moves back. The handful of remaining demons recoil in horror at the sight of him, and he suggests that they simply surrender to the mercy of their lord. 20 minutes later, Charlie takes full control of the settlement, planting his flag and giving his subjects a rousing speech. They have won. The skeletons channel magical energies into the remaining handful of demons lying before them. One of them begins to be entangled in magic. This skeleton grows long hair, and when opening its status window, Charlie sees new information. This individual is now an elite resurrection skeleton. The schoolboy is amazed. This resurrectionist looks even stronger than his knight. The resurrectionist waves his hand, applying magical energy to the movement, and scattered bones, enveloped in it, rise into the air. The next moment, the parts come together into a single whole, and a complete skeleton appears before the eye. Charlie, standing on a hill in front of his subjects, rejoices that all the warriors of his army are back in action. A knight approaches him from behind, and, kneeling and addressing his master with respect, presents him with the trophy. Charlie picks up the level 1 sacred artifact, the flame staff, and begins to carefully study its description. In addition to it, there is also a quarter of the hero template fragment and the source of the fallen. He understands that the source of the fallen is a real treasure for this dimension, which means that later he will be able to summon locusts. And now with such an army, the guy is not afraid of salt. Charlie looks at the awards and checks his place in the ranking, and also remembers that there was another task on the list to clear the lair of local demons. He needs to hurry. Standing behind his troops, The schoolboy orders his army to move forward, and it moves forward with all readiness. 3 days later, Charlie's results are discussed by the teachers, including Tom, who speaks for the others. The fact that the student was able to rise from the last places to fourth is amazing. Laramie crosses his arms adamantly, saying that no one cares about fourth place when first place exists. The academies, seeing such results, begin to send Charlie invitations to join their ranks. Laramie becomes nervous, emotionally asking why Sawyer reported invitations from the academies concerning only one student, and she replies that there have been no others yet. The man says he doesn't believe the academy sent an invitation to the fourth-placed person while ignoring those above them, and the woman reminds him of the rules for sending an invitation. Soon, Cian also fulfills the necessary conditions, and one of the academies sends her an invitation. But Laramie doesn't really care about this. He's only interested in making sure Charlie doesn't become the first. The man contacts Salt, saying that there are only 3 tasks left that he must complete before Charlie at any cost. He replies that he understood, believing that he will be able to complete the task 90 points ahead of his opponent. Charlie stands in front of a board with uncompleted tasks, the minimum cost for which is at least 9/10 of points. He is 130 points short of first place, which means that in order to win the exam, he needs to complete at least 2 more tasks, but they look difficult. On the other hand, Charlie can hardly be called a weakling now because he has a huge army behind him, and first the guy decides to deal with the demon minotaurs. Salt is told to try harder if he doesn't want to let his opponent win. The minotaur demon raises his weapon over his enemies, looking at them menacingly with eyes blazing with madness. But an hour later, the situation has changed little, despite the fact that the demon is confronted by 2 opponents who have united for a time. Salt believes that they are on the verge of death, and suggests that his comrade leave while they are safe. He agrees, because if the 2 of them could not kill the Minotaur, Charlie certainly cannot do it alone. But the eyes of the demonic lion open wide in horror, as does its wide-open fanged mouth. He is stunned with amazement when he sees countless hordes of skeleton warriors in front of him. It's hard to imagine where the undead came from. The schoolboy asks his temporary ally about the next plan. The giant Minotaur, meanwhile, swings his equally impressive weapon at the skeletons, kicking up dust and bones from the previous attack. Leo suggests that the dragon not be afraid, but break through. These are just ordinary dice. Standing on the rise behind his rivals, Charlie says that he won't let them go so easily now, that running is pointless, and with an omniscient finger he sends the bone collector forward. The knight also offers his services as protection and support to the said one. It towers behind the bone collector so that he can go about his business unhindered. The knight, meanwhile, also acts as an obstacle remover, his furious red eyes blazing. The bone collector begins to cast his spell, his gaze glowing a demonic green. At that very moment, shrouded in a shade to match, a new undead rises from the fallen body, adding its candidacy to the ranks of Charlie's warriors. The lion and the dragon look at each other in fear, not expecting that the skeletons would be able to turn their dead creatures into their warriors. Towering over those wishing to save their lives by running, the giant knight orders them to freeze in place. They, fearing for their own skins, obediently stop, asking what the giant intends to do with them. Charlie appears on the knight's shoulder, calmly greeting his dear classmates. The dragon is shocked, not expecting to see his sworn enemy as the ruler of this undead, and asks how he managed to get skeletons into his leadership, since his main representative is a locust. He doesn't even let his classmate finish speaking, mercifully saying that he won't bully him out of politeness and will quickly relieve him of unnecessary suffering. Salt doesn't dare to utter an extra word, since he understands perfectly well the situation he's found himself in, but his temporary comrade has slipped away somewhere in the confusion. A huge foot is reflected in the dragon's eye sockets as he screams furiously, asking his opponent to stop. Another classmate watches the terrible spectacle from the side in horror. He speaks puzzled, sweating. There were never any disagreements between him and Charlie. He can apologize to his classmate, but his death will not bring him any benefit. Charlie actually stops for a moment, thinking and agreeing, but also notices that he can no longer just let Lev go. With tears in his eyes and a pitiful roar, he offers to give his classmate all the treasures he has accumulated in this dimension in exchange for his life. Charlie smiles slyly, saying that they have a deal, and tells his former rival to leave. The lion immediately runs away, afraid that his opponent might change his mind, periodically looking back at the undead. 5 hours later, events take a turn in Charlie's favor. The remaining Minotaurs fall to their knees before the victor, begging for mercy and ready to surrender and submit. The schoolboy looks contentedly at the system window, notifying him of his successful completion of the task and receipt of the specified reward. He also checks his total points and remaining tasks, glad that no one has yet managed to complete the remaining task for 90 points. But at that very moment, fate hits him on the head with a blow. The task is completed. Charlie wonders who could have done this. The answer comes almost immediately. It is Cian, who, thanks to her performance, managed to rise to second place. But the guy is not surprised. He understands that now first place is only for him in one case. The test participant will have to kill the dark frog, the demigod. Charlie thinks about this seriously. The complexity of the task is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary student. But if he wants to attract the attention of the Imperial Academy, he must complete it. He commands his army to move forward, their goal now being the lair of the dark frog. The rest of the students had already left the Abyss Dimension, leaving only Tom's wards there. The latter looks at his students' scores and wonders what they are doing there. Laramie interferes where she shouldn't, saying that they are fooling around. The last task is very difficult, which means that no one will dare to challenge the demigod. No one has yet completed this task. Tom approaches his opponent from behind and says that this is exactly what his students did. They went to the Toad's lair right now, and very soon everyone will find out what will come of it. Cian commands his representatives to rush into attack, and the sparrows readily fulfill their mistress's will. They illuminate the space with their lightning, trying to destroy as many frog-shaped opponents as possible. They dive from fire and lightning with a furious and hopeless cry, throwing up their paws. But one of the individuals raises its limbs upward, folding them into a simple groove, and the space around it is illuminated by a flash of a spell. She considers Cian reckless and surrounds the space with a protective barrier. The Toad threatens to kill the girl and all her followers, for it is improper to attack the tribe of the demigod. Cian's eyes widen. There's no need to go to a fortune teller. Everything is clear without it. Things are bad. The space is illuminated by a pink-violet flash, dangerously approaching the schoolgirl representative. The bird is seriously injured and its feathers turn red with blood. But Cian is not discouraged. She uses the divine tree of purification, and the representative is swirled in a healing golden glow. She heals, recharged and ready to fight again. The space around is illuminated by lightning when their strike occurs. The ball lightning heads straight towards the protective barrier created by Frog. Seeing that the method is effective, Cian orders all the thunder sparrows to use this technique, and the little birds obey God. The sphere, enveloped by multiple blows, stands firm, but it is already clearly visible that it is cracking at the seams. The girl puts in a little more effort, and it is not in vain. The protective sphere is destroyed with a crash, flying apart into small fragments. The tactic worked. The demigod sends his demonic mountain-eating toad to attack. The eyes of Cian, whose form she had taken, widened in surprise. Blood flows from the mouth of the giant toad, and its red-rimmed eyes stare angrily ahead. She tracks down the remaining bird in front of her, which is desperately flapping its wings, trying to avoid a collision. But such a small distance is no obstacle for this toad, for it sticks out its long tongue from its gigantic mouth, wriggling deftly towards the little bird. Cian can do nothing, allowing his opponent to wrap around his small body. With a nasty swallowing sound, she returns her limb to her mouth, contentedly swallowing her prey. The Cian inside the creature emits lightning, but the toad is too big. The lightning does not cause much harm to it. If this continues, it will be the end of it. The ringing sound is heard. Charlie is calling the girl. She looks at the system window with displeasure. Considering the time inappropriate, they are actually trying to digest her. But still, the bird girl accepts the call with her wing hand. Charlie compliments the girl's appearance and asks where she is. She irritably replies that it shouldn't bother him. The schoolboy suggests that Cian join forces for a while, believing that otherwise there really will be nothing left of her and her sparrows. The girl answers in her usual manner, wanting to ask why she should agree at all, but she fails to finish the sentence. What is happening makes the little bird come to its senses, and she accepts her classmate's offer, asking only for the body of the demigod for their joint work. He agrees, asking Cian to order her charges to pick him up and his elite creatures. It just so happens that he is now so far away that he will not be able to reach the battlefield in time. The girl gives the representatives the corresponding order. A puzzled Charlie is amazed at the speed of the birds. As soon as he sees them, he waves his hand at them, drawing attention to himself. The bird allows the guy to sit on its back, and now they are flying through the sky. Charlie asks the Cian representatives not to forget about his army as well, and moments later, they too are flying on the backs of the birds. As they approach Toad's lair, the storm sparrows begin to charge with static. Having absorbed Cayenne, the frog viciously opens its fanged mouth and jumps, wanting to grab its next victim. Flying up to the battle site, Charlie is puzzled. The skeleton warriors are too weak individually, crumbling at every touch of these frogs. But he is glad that the bones do not disappear anywhere. Flying even closer, the schoolboy says that it is time for the bone collector to appear. He immediately finds himself on a huge pile of bones, his bloody eyes sparkling. He begins to chant, clasping his bony hands together in glowing green. Piles of bones rise into the air at the command of their powerful caster, shimmering in color. As a result, a huge skeleton knight rises from the ashes nearby, ready to follow the instructions of his Lord God. The frogs sit in a circle in the lotus position, pointing their front paws and eyes upward. A purple circle appears around them. They perform the spell, Swamp Path, Land of Frogs. The Bone Knight steps forward, his gigantic movement shaking the air and causing anything on the ground to fly. Charlie happily orders the Skeleton Resurrectionist and Minotaur Shaman to attack. They obediently rush forward with their improvised means at the ready. Their attacks have a powerful effect on the frog hordes. The Summoner orders new soldiers to rise up, who will soon join Charlie's already large army. Skeletons obediently rise from the bodies of slain frogs, enveloped in magical light and demonic glow. But a new obstacle arises before them in the form of a new batch of fighting amphibians, bearing their terrible, drooling mouths with the sharpest fangs. But the storm sparrows come to the aid of the undead, or rather fly in, releasing bright bolts of lightning from their bodies. With battle cries, they unleash powerful attacks on the frog bodies, frying them in an instant. The demigod stands on his hind legs, admitting that he underestimated the humans and deciding to become a little more serious. An aura that has never been seen before appears around the frog. He calls on dark magic for help. The sky becomes covered with clouds, and a black and red sphere forms there. Charlie continues to soar on the sparrow provided to him, but now he is all ears. He looks at what happened below, considering the spell terrifying. The demigod instantly killed all the skeleton warriors. The schoolboy is at a loss, not understanding what to do now. He will apply all his strength, but in vain. There is no sign of victory yet, but then it strikes him like a bolt of lightning when a respectful voice appears in his head, expressing a desire to fight, and the next moment several more echo it. Sitting on the bird, legs crossed, the schoolboy immediately understands that this is the Windsword and his Red Orc blacksmiths. He believes that his creatures showed up in time. Since the new ones are not working, he will have to use the power of the old ones. The huge stone gates open, illuminating the space with their blue and lightning-like light. From the resulting passage, Sword appears, armed with his favorite blades, his bright mystical tattoo already glowing, announcing his combat readiness. Following the man, orcs appear no less ready for battle, passionately wanting to destroy the enemies of their master. They follow behind the swordsman, and the latter, in fact running first, seems to lead his comrades into attack. The sky lights up red and other voices appear in Charlie's head. The locusts ask God to sacrifice them for his victory, and it is as if a bucket of ice water is poured on him. A huge purple pillar, burning with the appropriate flame, rises into the air, performing the sacrifice of life. Charlie is surprised when he sees the reward. He didn't think it would be so timely. It seems like heaven is really looking out for him. Before the student's eyes appears a card showing the sacred flame of hope, which is a special item that dispels darkness and negative effects from creatures, as well as strengthening them, thanks to the sacrifice. Charlie holds the torch high, intending to dispel the darkness in his path. The frog's eyes become stunned. The schoolboy grins, his gaze becoming stern and at the same time anticipating victory when he says that finally their turn has come. The toad demigod is furious. Not understanding how such a weak artifact could dispel her dark spell, he does not want to believe it. And Charlie, illuminating his path and the paths of his comrades with the sacred flame of hope, proudly flies forward on Thunder Sparrow. The toads below grin viciously, wanting but unable to reach their enemy. A schoolboy flies up to a giant toad with a bloody mouth, remembering that it seems like it was the one that swallowed his classmate. He signals his comrades to deal with the mountain-eating toad as quickly as possible, and they agree, immediately rushing into battle with predatory smiles. Windsword also does not want to stand aside, rushing along with all the attackers. With coordinated teamwork, Charlie's creatures attack the giant. Finally, Cyan bursts out of the Cutguts, helping with his lightning. She turns sharply, forming a ball lightning under her paws. The giant toad stands frozen in stupor for a moment, unable to figure out what to do. And at the same moment, a hail of blows rained down on her from all sides. Cyan leads the way, leading and directing his birds into battle, the space illuminated by lightning. And across the Earth's surface, red orcs are running towards the giant. Several explosions fill the area around, sending a nuclear column into the air. A giant skeleton knight joins the attackers. He throws small enemies around with his feet like tennis balls, causing them to run away in fear. The roasted toad spews curses, but it is clear that its end is near. It is exhausted. And then Charlie flies up to her on his thunder sparrow with a flaming torch, and the frog gets lost. Cyan doesn't want to lag behind and give all the laurels to her classmate. She also flies up to the enemy, emitting discharges. They roast the frog's body, illuminating the space with their power, and a wild cry bursts out from the amphibian's guts. After the attack is over, the frog falls to the ground, exhausted. Smoke rises from it into the sky, and a corresponding smell spreads throughout the area. Cyan turns to Charlie, saying that the deal is still in effect. As she said earlier, she only needs the frog's body. The classmate can take the rest for himself. The schoolboy, together with the sword, for safety, approaches the frog lying on the ground and angrily looking at the aliens. Her words are at odds with her condition. She asks to let her go, giving her anything in return. But Charlie mercilessly says that after her death, everything she owns will pass into his hands. The man raises his sword over the spread-eagled carcass. The sharp blade of the sword mercilessly and lightning fast rushes down, depriving the amphibian of its last moments. Half an hour later, Charlie and Kian stand in front of a huge pile of jewels. The girl in the form of a bird calms her classmate, asking him not to worry. She is not going to covet this prey. Charlie asks if she's sure. He doesn't mind if the girl takes a few artifacts, but she persistently refuses. She knows how to keep her word. A schoolboy places a crown on the bird girl's head, telling her to consider it interest on her debt. She, embarrassed, but pretending that this is not so, turns away and with an arrogant look says that, so be it, she will accept the given percentage. Tom praises Charlie. The school administration and representatives of some academies want to meet with the student upon his return. The man promises to collect the bones of his ward's skeletons himself. Upon returning, Cyan and Charlie follow Tom, who warns his charges to be extremely polite and courteous, as everyone gathered is a true god and it is better not to joke with them. The students enter the required room and, looking at those gathered, one of them wonders if they will notice the unique talent and ability of life sacrifice. The committee members start with the girl, asking about the family and body of the taken demigod, which Cyan is rumored to want to use to create a lord-type being, and asking about the amount of divinity. His neighbor is amazed to himself that Cyan, not being a demigod, wants to create such a powerful being. It is stunning, this man, like his colleagues at school, demigods, but could not do it. The girl confirms the speaker's words and names the amount of her divinity points. The man is again surprised by the answer. Her family had to spend millions of divine power. The man says that Cyan fully meets the requirements of all three academies, and once she creates a lord, she can safely apply to any of the academies. The girl thanks the committee member. Now the man, narrowing his eyes, moves on to her classmate. He says that the members of the commission have already had time to familiarize themselves with the students' results, and asks about his main representatives, and he agrees with what was said. The man immediately puts a dash in the column of representative of the sphere of gods. The man then asks about the number of divinity points. Charlie also agrees. Another cross appears in the questionnaire. The last question is about obtaining the skeleton lord and the heroic-type creature, Windsword. The guy is secretly glad that the commission doesn't know about his unique ability. It's to his advantage. Because he would like to keep this information secret, he says out loud that he doesn't want to answer. The man doesn't mind this. But in that case, Charlie definitely doesn't fit their criteria even though he took first place in the last 2 exams. But that can be fixed. To do this, he needs to maintain his leadership during the next exams. And Sawyer looks at the guy with disappointment when he says in an apologetic tone that it seems the committee members did not appreciate him as he deserved. But the guy is not discouraged, resolutely promising that he will still show what he is capable of at the entrance exams. The man who is interviewing him does not at all reveal from his appearance the emotions he must be experiencing when he says the following words, when he says that he wishes him luck. Tom touches his ward's shoulder in an encouraging gesture, saying that the higher academies have high demands, but there are also lower-level academies that should be more lenient. but the guy refuses. When Charlie leaves the office, he is greeted by Kian, who boasts about how she was invited by top academies and asks about her classmates' expectations for admission. He says that everything is so. One day he will enter the Imperial Academy, he is sure. The guy remembers the promise he made to his grandfather. He is obliged to find his parents. Cian, embarrassed, says that she also wanted to enter this academy, and for a very long time, and then awkwardly encourages her, saying that while she is busy creating the Lord, Charlie has a chance. But the guy rightly notes that he is doing well without his classmate. She herself should understand, because she saw the results. Becoming her slave makes no sense. The girl looks after him with rosy cheeks, telling the guy to think about it. Cian thinks he's an idiot in her mind, but she really liked the cute little skeleton form he was in. Charlie stands in his god realm with the card in his hands, his appearance expressing joy as he speaks the words of divine card absorption. He looks at the system windows with his own description and the descriptions of his creatures, both main and secondary, and says that of course he could buy better equipment, but the priority is different. First of all, he is interested in the development of his main representative, and to begin with, the guy is going to use the source of the fallen. A red flame flares up in his hand. In the clouds of dark haze, the main representatives of the schoolboy appear, beginning to circle around him in an intricate dance. But these are not ordinary individuals. Charlie looks at them and understands that these representatives are more resilient and strong, have enormous resistance to negative effects and a complete disregard for demonic aura. He calls them fallen locusts, and the guy is going to strengthen the second batch with the dark magic of the heart of the previously defeated demigod frog. One of the individuals flies very close to the owner. Others like it can fly stealthily and impose various negative effects on their opponents. Charlie calls it the cursed locust. The guy hears a repentant voice asking for forgiveness, and knowing that while working with ore, someone dropped a sacred relic into the decay mechanism. The guy is amazed by the unexpected news. Immediately, the master of the world jumps up and goes to the scene of the incident, intending to see with his own eyes what exactly happened and check everything. The hammer of God and his younger brother fall at Charlie's feet, begging for forgiveness. The elder one, with tears in his eyes, asks the master to spare their lives for not keeping an eye on the artifact. The younger one joins the older one, and Charlie looks at the orcs with a puzzled expression, saying that for the first time he will forgive them, but let what happened be a lesson for them. There's a loud noise behind Charlie, and he turns around. Pillars of flame erupting from the disintegration engine, almost spitting lava. A system window appears in front of God, displaying 2 flame crystals, a gold crystal, and a sacred artifact source that can be used for upgrading and repairing. The guy is surprised to read the word fix. It seemed to him that gluttony was broken, and he wonders if it can really be fixed. Charlie looks at gluttony and the source of the sacred artifact, which are already located on the system window. The system notifies that normal creatures can evolve into elite creatures after restoring their energy almost 1,000 times. The guy is surprised again. He thought that the indicator was exactly at 1,000, and now it has decreased by 1. That is, if you continue to improve gluttony, you can fix it and use it to its full potential. But this would require 1,000 sacred artifacts, which is too much, so he goes online to see what other users have to say about it. The results of the search are inconsolable. Someone is advised to abandon the idea. Nothing sensible will come of it. Charlie comes to the conclusion independently and slowly fills in the necessary scale. But he still decides to respond to the request left, saying that he might be able to help, and asks that if you are interested, you write him a private message. The guy is surprised by the speed of the response. Almost immediately, the person who left the request calls him, asking if Charlie can really help fix his divine weapon. He replies that the guarantees are not 100%, but it is worth a try. There are no other options, considering that during all this time no one has responded, offering to send unnecessary things for verification. The stranger warns that he has anti-fraud, so it won't be possible to deceive, and asks what kind of things are needed. If not higher than the 4th level, he can send them now. Charlie is amazed. Judging by the level of artifacts, this man is rich, but he does not need such high things. The guy replies that the 1st level will be enough. The guy falls to the ground from the size of the package, surprised that his interlocutor managed to deliver so many artifacts so quickly. With the number of items exceeding 100, a wild thought appears in the boy's head to disconnect from the connection and run away, but it disappears as quickly as it arose. Assuming that anti-fraud representatives might actually show up to see him, Charlie becomes more convinced that it is not worth the risk. He pours the fragments of sacred relics into his miracle machine. The bright flames of the stove shoot up into the air, greedy and fiery, as Charlie watches everything in anticipation, eager to see the result. 2 hours later, mountains of gold lay before him. Thanks to the source of sacred artifacts, 109 items were obtained. With an extremely satisfied look, the guy sends 100 of them, believing that help must be paid for and the sender will not notice the loss of 9 sources. A man named Davy Eugene is in awe, and he reverently asks Charlie to help him in the divine realm as well, speaking of its importance and calling him master. The guy, embarrassed, talks about the volume of the words and how it was a mere trifle for him. A man sits in the dark, surrounded only by the light coming from a small sphere levitating between his palms. The man's eyes are closed, clearly focused. Someone at Charlie's school gives his interlocutor a sacred artifact of the 3rd level. The time on the building's clock shows 3 days. The voice belongs to Laramie, who, having given the item to his rival, tells him not to rush to sell it because most likely it will soon have to be returned to its previous owner. Tom receives a call from his ward, and he is surprised by its suddenness. The man tells the student so and asks what happened, and the student politely greets the teacher and asks if he knows a way to get resources that will help increase the level of the sphere core. Tom says that you won't find anything like this on the internet. Such rare resources are bought up almost instantly by large corporations. Nothing reaches mortals, but there is an offer. The teacher offers to help defeat the opponent. Then he can share his supplies. Charlie agrees. Tom says that there is another way, but it is not for everyone, and tells about the bloody arena. As a reward, they give fragments of the core, but the arena gathers completely different personalities, even representatives of other civilizations, and this can reduce your progress, so you need to think carefully. The guy thinks that he just wanted to test the strength of his new representatives. Considering the arena a great opportunity for this, he tells the teacher that it is not a problem. The next day, Charlie comes to the bloody arena. Going inside, he is amazed by the scale of the place, and an employee hands the newcomer a mask that hides personal information from the gods. The guy and his assistant approach the receptionist's desk, who, looking at the new guy, hands him a form and asks him to fill it out. While the student is filling it out, the guide tells about the division of the local gods. There are only 3 of them: divine beings, demigods, and true gods. The level of the opponent is chosen by the participant himself. There is no limit on the number of creatures used. Defeat can only be recognized when 50% of them are lost. But it happens that participants are imprisoned until the complete loss of creatures. A system window appears in front of Charlie, notifying him that a suitable opponent has already been selected for him. The guy is surprised at the speed of the search. He barely had time to fill out the questionnaire. But the guy doesn't even have time to really be surprised, as the emotion is replaced by a deeper one, and he begins to be transported to an unknown place. He finds himself on a solid surface, landing surprisingly well, still surrounded by the remnants of the displacement currents, and groups himself, preparing for anything. His opponent calls Charlie not the most flattering names and says, although he cannot read the information, he is sure that he is dealing with a newbie. A grin appears on the unsightly face with front teeth like a rodent, the owner of which is called the Rat, and promises to take care of the schoolboy as a newbie so that he loses quickly. The audience also understands that Charlie is a newbie, and they guess that this is his first fight. They feel sorry for him, because the Rats of the Rat are merciless, but there are also those who do not agree with the experiences. Charlie's gaze becomes intense and focused, and from the words of the audience, he understands that the opponent he has been given is not so simple. The system urgently asks the participant to summon their creatures. The battle will begin in 3 minutes. The schoolboy's opponent raises his hand, laughing and assuming that he has not yet seen so many creatures from his opponent. He, supposedly understanding the confusion, offers to surrender without resistance, and he promises to let his opponent go immediately after he destroys all of his creatures. And a group of red-eyed rats with dark skin appears in front of the speaker, their gazes embittered. Charlie raises both hands at once, asking if he is trying to scare him with numbers, and a horde of his representatives soars into the air. The opponent laughs. He thinks that locusts are no match for his rats. He again suggests that the schoolboy surrender, promising that in this case he will definitely take care of him. The system notifies about the beginning of the battle, and the opponents look at each other with determined and self-confident looks in their own victory. Neither of them wants to give in to the other. Chris gives the order to his ratmen to the gun, and they, readying their crossbows, take aim at the enemy. The next command sends dozens of nimble rat crossbow bolts into the air. Charlie's gaze becomes stern as he asks his fallen locust-type representatives to provide protection. They obediently and just as quickly line up in a row, forming even rows and putting a magic shield in front of them. Chris orders his creatures not to stop and continue shooting, and they again raise dozens of crossbows to the ready. Charlie looks forward with determination, challenging the cursed locust to make its next move and disorient the enemy. One of the winged individuals flies unnoticed behind the backs of the enemies standing in rows. A pink, translucent sphere forms around her, and an unpleasant sound is heard in the area. It hits hundreds of rat receptors, causing them to become disoriented. Charlie, meanwhile, gives orders to his other representatives, namely the heavenly demon bug, to kill all enemies in a state of defocus. The insects line up in a line, point their stings at their enemies, and, having taken aim, immediately separate them from the body, bringing them down on the enemy, who is unable to properly defend himself. The razor-sharp stings quickly approach the rats who want to protect themselves, but all they can do is cover themselves with their little paws. The scoreboard shows the results of the battle. Rat is losing badly, with about 20% of his creatures surviving, while Charlie has lost almost none of his own. Rat, stretching out his hand in a surrendering gesture, asks his opponent to stop. He admits his defeat. Fear is clearly visible on his face. Two opponents stand in the arena with their troops facing each other. The hall freezes in anticipation of the verdict. A large, translucent crystal appears above the mountain of Charlie's fallen enemies, refracting the light from the spotlight, and a weak stream of dark energy, similar to demonic, swirls around it. The schoolboy approaches the crystal closer, realizing that it is a fragment of the divine core. Having approached to a sufficient distance, the guy touches the stone, believing that it is similar to his ability. Life sacrifice, the fight ends, and Charlie becomes the unconditional winner. An assistant approaches the guy, congratulating him on his confident victory despite the fact that the fight was the first, and asks if he is happy to receive the long-awaited award. The assistant suggests that since the guy hasn't lost even 1% of his creatures, he's probably eager to meet the next opponent, promising a reward 10% higher. He smiles, agreeing and saying that he needs many such fragments. On the 32nd day, Charlie wins again, losing about 100 million of his elite and even super elite locusts. But for 89 victories, he received many fragments. Now you can upgrade the core to the 7th level, but each time the requirements become more and more. For the next level, you need as much as was asked for all the previous ones together. The assistant notes that with Charlie's current level of strength, he could even try to compete with a demigod. He asks if he will receive even more fragments in this case, to which he receives the answer that he will receive a reward 10 times greater than what he received previously. Since victory was won in all previous battles, all of this will be multiplied, producing a shard 90 times larger than a normal core shard. Charlie pauses and thinks hard about these words. After some time, the schoolboy sees an application to participate in an inter-rank battle. The administrator asks if the participant is really sure of his choice, because it is very risky. But he, without thinking for a moment, confirms what was said earlier. The audience discusses Charlie, thinking that he has become arrogant after being in the arena for a month, thinking that it must have gone to his head since he dared to challenge the demigods. One of the spectators notices that demigods have a completely different level of core, so they can use high-level sacred artifacts and have many divine spells. Tom, slightly puzzled, tells Charlie that people don't really believe in him. The odds are 1 to 100, but he, since he himself can't place bets, asks him to bet 10 million divine power points on himself. The teacher smiles, agreeing to bet another 5 million to make it more interesting to watch, and promises, in case of victory, to buy his ward a divine weapon, who thanks him. But frankly, these words did not add any motivation to the puzzled guy. He was already in anticipation of the upcoming battle. In the golden light, Charlie moves down and thinks about how he hasn't added any artifacts yet after upgrading the core, not knowing where to start. Standing on one of the high points of his sphere's peak, he ponders, thinking that gluttony or poison will not be able to help him in the upcoming battle. He gets a call, the interlocutor asks in a polite tone, addressing Charlie as a master, whether he got today's portion of the sources of sacred artifacts. And he remembers that he said that he would be able to get artifacts up to the 4th level at once, and asks about it. Davi confirms these words, saying that he has a lot of them and offering help if needed. The guy smirks, saying that he won't refuse. He needs powerful 2nd-level artifacts, preferably with attributes of poison, earth, darkness, and fire. A huge box, even bigger than the original one, falls in front of Charlie, causing him to jump back in dismay, either from the wave or from surprise. It seems that Davy is incredibly rich. The sacred artifact, Magma Sphere, carries the power of the fire and earth attributes and increases the defense and resistance of creatures, as well as speeds up their recovery. The Shadow Nail carries the power of darkness. After being absorbed by the core, creatures can gain this skill, which locks the target's shadow in one place, preventing it from moving. Charlie smiles. This could work for both the Fallen Locust and the Cursed Locust. They should definitely be used. The Master of the World admires two seemingly opposing forces, enjoying in absentia the potential results of their use. The guy calls his representatives to him and stretches out his hands, preparing to perform the necessary actions. He takes a closer look at one of the individuals and is pleased to realize that it has evolved. And now the upcoming battle no longer seems as hopeless as before. The system politely asks the participants to return to the arena to begin the upcoming fight. Charlie makes the move with alacrity, feeling more confident than when he left the scene. Even the look in his eyes is blazing with determination. The fans' hands go up in the air. More than before, spectators shout words of encouragement to the schoolboy's opponent, wanting him to deal with him. But someone also shouts words of encouragement to Charlie. The demigod's pose expresses self-confidence. He's happy to show the arrogant newcomer where his true place is, and at the same time make some good money. He turns to the opponent, asking about his loss. Although the boy looks at his opponent with a little awkwardness, he says out loud about his talkativeness, while the latter says that he is amazed by the boy's courage. The man springs into action, ordering his glorious legion of mammoths to show themselves. He raises his hand in a commanding gesture, and the representatives of the demigod appear behind him. The spectators begin to shout words of encouragement to the Mammoth Lord again, wanting him to crush his opponent, some of them at the sight of these creatures. The Overlord stands on one of his pets, the giant thunder mammoth, with his arms crossed over his chest, asking the opponent in front of him to at least try to cheer him up. He summons his pets, sending his numerous swarm forward with just a flick of his left hand. Among the creatures sent into battle is a poisonous sky demon bug, raised from demon eggs in the nest using poison mist and gluttony. The second contender is the Magma Fallen Locust, which was bred in the nest using the aforementioned gluttony, but not with mist, but with a magma orb. And rounding out the trio is the Shadow Cursed Locust, raised in the nest using gluttony, dark curses, and Shadow Nail. The enemy, seeing the opponents of his creatures, smiles. Considering the game not bad for a beginner, he can't wait to enter the battle. And on that note, the man sends his legion into battle, to which small, especially compared to their opponents, winged insects burst forth. Charlie sends the shadow-cursed locust into battle with a mischievous smile. They take up a position in a row, and with their stingers at the ready, send them towards the vulnerable spots of their opponents. Small stings fly towards the mammoth's leg, but it manages to successfully dodge them, and an enthusiastic cry is heard from the stands. The creature, which had been confidently striding forward until now, suddenly freezes, and the audience wonders what kind of ability they are dealing with, since the weapon used hit the shadow and the mammoth froze. Charlie, meanwhile, does not hesitate, sending poisonous sky demon beetles at the enemy creatures. The named ones act with readiness. The needles stick into the animal's face in a neat row, but its owner is not impressed. He says that everything is useless and asks the enemy to accept it. Yes, Charlie was able to stop Mammoth Thunder, but it is of little use. The Locust, even if it is elite, cannot do much harm. But a malicious grin appears on Charlie's face. He doesn't think so, asking if the enemy is really so confident in his words. Before the next group of mammoths advance, sudden and rather large explosions occur. The man angrily throws his hand up, realizing that the element of surprise had worked, thanks to which the enemy decided to take out the strongest creature at the expense of his Death Eaters. The Lord sends his representatives to the Thunder Mammoth, but a swarm of locusts appears on the way of those hurrying, blocking the road to the goal. They are surrounded by numerous explosions, which, if not the cause of death of the opponent's creatures, are a serious obstacle. The Mammoth Lord puts his hands together in a spell gesture, calling upon Beast Magic, Thick Hide, Beast Magic, Blood Aura, and Beast Magic, Healing. And then a healing light descends upon all the mammoths, which is a sign of the impact of positive effects that soon bring the male candidates to their senses. And their eyes flashing furiously, the mighty creatures rush forward with renewed vigor, ignoring and, in some places, even anticipating the explosions. The man smiles contentedly, starting to get into the swing of things, He says that the fact that Charlie forced him to use magic already says a lot, so he suggests giving up. In this case, he promises to leave half of the enemy's creatures, but the guy does not agree, asking why the Overlord even thought that he lost. Charlie says that giving up is not in his nature and raises his hand, wanting to call for more helpers. Behind the guy, the gates immediately open, and from them, one after another, majestic and enraged demon minotaurs emerge. They approach the clearly stunned mammoths, who involuntarily make loud trumpeting sounds. Even their owner is in a state of shock, wondering where the enemy could have gotten them from. One of the demon minotaurs rushes forward with a strange weapon in his hands and, swinging it furiously, brings it down, resembling a huge flask with contents of unknown origin. The blow lands squarely on the head of one of the mammoth lord's red-eyed and blue mammoths. And Charlie doesn't allow the enemy to catch his breath, releasing squads of skeletons from the gate, led by the Lord and his assistants. The skeleton lord sits majestically on his throne, with the collector at his right and the resurrector at his left. A sight that alone makes his enemies shudder inwardly. Charlie climbs onto the armrest of the Lord's throne and addresses the resurrectionist, saying that he is counting on him. The Lord looks at his god in bewilderment, either by his behavior or by his words. The next moment, the Lord frowned with displeasure, making an unambiguous sound that only reinforced his displeasure. And the resurrector, having exploded, rushes forward towards the defeated creatures. With genuine satisfaction on his bony face, he raises his magic staff and casts a spell. The skeleton, exposed to its influence, breaks out of the body of the dead mammoth, appearing before the new god. The demigod looks at the spectacle with bewilderment and even a bit of fear, fully aware that his dead creatures are being resurrected, but warns his opponent that people like him are not easy to break. The man speaks the magic words, asking the giant war mammoth to activate its ability, War Stomp. The massive creature charges forward, smashing several of the newly undead bones and tusks as the spectators cheer, asking the mammoth lord to teach his opponent a lesson. Charlie orders the demon minotaurs to retreat, sending the bone collector in their place, who flawlessly takes off, rushing to the battlefield. Having taken a comfortable place for himself, he uses magic and a spell to lift unattended bones from all corners of the arena into the air. The hard parts fuse into a huge skeleton knight, rising almost to the limit. His leg alone is many times larger than the Lord's mammoths, and his stomping sends solid splashes flying in all directions. With his head raised high, the demigod stares at the gigantic undead with wide eyes, unable to believe how someone like Charlie could have a heroic-type creature, and one that strong at that. But the man does not think of despairing. He resolutely puts his hand forward, holding it with the other, and resorts to gigantism. The already large mammoth nearby begins to rapidly increase in size, as if almost catching up with the huge skeleton knight. He rushes towards him at full speed, sparks flying from under his massive legs, his red eyes burning with anger. The knight manages to grab the mammoth by its tusks, thereby preventing it from causing serious damage to himself. The huge, bony mouth opens wide and a furious cry escapes from it. The knight changes his grip, getting a better grip on one of the large tusks with his hands, and, crouching, throws the creature over himself. He easily puts the representative of the Lord of Mammoths on his shoulder blades and comes as close to him as possible. But suddenly a huge animal carcass jumps up from its place. The knight does not lose his head, putting his fist forward to strike, and from such tension lightning begins to fly in all directions. But the mammoth heroically intercepts the bony hand with its powerful trunk, and because of this clash of forces, waves begin to spread in all directions. Now the mammoth puts his opponent on his shoulder blades, roughly throwing him aside. The knight falls flat, inertia throwing his long legs into the air. The mammoth runs up to the skeleton and rears up next to it, wanting to crush all its bones. It freezes, awaiting its fate. But the knight feels a surge of strength and, just like the creature a little earlier, soars upward, pushing off the surface with his feet with force. He strikes the mammoth in the head, and from the force of it, it squints unpleasantly, leaning to the side. Charlie leans forward, trying to inspire his charge with words, and tells him to deal the final blow to the Overlord's creature. And the skeleton knight, leaning forward, listens to him. Desperately swinging his arm, he brings his fist down on the head of his enemy. Then he makes the previously used interception movement and grabs the huge tusk with his hands. However, the knight climbs onto the mammoth from above and with a strong movement furiously breaks this protruding and pointed bone. A loud growl erupts from the mouth of the one below. The face of the mammoth lord shows genuine fear. He asks the representative not to give up and to stand up. The skeleton knight, meanwhile, lowers himself a little and reaches his hands towards the other tusk. He tears it off just as mercilessly, with exactly the same crunch as before, and tears appear in the eyes of the large animal. The skull of the bony one expresses malice and superiority. Charlie looks at his pet with admiration, believing that it was not in vain that he instructed the collector to improve his skills. He knew that the skeleton could cope, but he did not think that he would exceed expectations so much. And the giant skeleton knight doesn't even think about stopping. He approaches the seemingly defeated enemy again and kicks him, sending him flying. The massive giant carcass doesn't just fly far away, it slides across the arena, rolling right up to the feet of its master, who recoils in horror, afraid that he might be hit. The man's face breaks out in sweat, which turns into pouring sweat as he fearfully orders his giant mammoths to attack all at once. The colossal knight looks at the approaching creatures as if they were bugs. Their size really means nothing compared to him. He only needs to step on it with his foot for the host's enemy representatives to be thrown back by the shockwave. The skeleton knight easily deals with each of his subsequent opponents without even putting in much effort, and they fly off in literally all directions. The mammoths continue to advance in a new batch, and the giant crouches, changing tactics and beginning to crush them with his hands. This, to some extent, plays into the creature's hands. Frowning angrily, they begin to attack the knight's legs, surrounding him from all sides. One of the mammoths strikes with commendable ferocity, and this has a significant effect in the overlord's favor, the colossus's bone breaking with a characteristic crunch. The giant falls to the ground, and the mammoths begin to press even more furiously. Their owner orders them to press until the collector himself appears, and not even to think of letting him escape. Charlie orders the Minotaur demons to cover the collector so that he can escape unhindered, and the massive man-beasts rush forward at the behest of their god. They approach the mammoths from behind, starting to shower their powerful backs with their weapons. The resurrectionist joins the fray, uttering the words of his main spell and crossing his bone arms in a not very intricate pass. From the fallen bodies rise mammoth skeletons, rushing towards the battlefield and raising arena dust with their stomping. There is a clash between two initially identical races, only now one of them is undead. This confrontation heats up the interest of the audience no less than any other. But it is difficult for them to discern the events of what is happening in the rising pile of dust, which forces them to rise from their seats. The audience, and especially the fans, are in shock. The demigod has barely a tenth of all his creatures left. It is hard for anyone present to believe this. The locust invasion is truly deadly. Taking a deep breath, the man drops to his knees and announces for everyone to hear that he surrenders. Not far from him, a schoolboy stands, stubbornly crossing his arms over his chest. From the defeated bodies of the opponent, ghostly threads rise up, which continue to stretch higher and higher. They form a translucent fragment of the core of the sphere of the gods. Charlie takes it in his hands and smiles. He thinks that this piece is bigger than those he received before, making the assumption that it is connected with the opponent's demi-divinity. Someone addresses the boy respectfully, saying that the management of the bloody arena is inviting him to a meeting. The schoolboy is surprised. He begins to be enveloped in bluish and glowing threads from all sides, and an expression of anticipation appears on the young man's face. A little later, Charlie finds himself on a hard surface, indicating this with a characteristic sound. The invisible interlocutor continues to speak, promising that the management will not harm him. He asks why he was called and receives the answer that his performance was monitored and several tricks were noticed. But this does not detract from the fact of victory over a higher rank. There is a proposal. Charlie is offered to become the heir to the arena because it was originally conceived for this very purpose, so that the one who challenged the one standing above could become that very heir. The guy is asked if he is ready to take on this role, and he is seriously puzzled, asking again. Charlie thinks about how many participants there are here, and not only the human race. There must be crazy money circulating here, and he is being offered to become the heir. Something is wrong. He says that before making a decision, he wants to know how many heirs there are in total, as well as understand all the benefits and responsibilities of this status. The unusual interlocutor says that Charlie surprised them, because not everyone can immediately renounce the idea of huge money. Since the guy asked this out of good intentions, they will tell him. Currently, the Blood Arena has 349 heirs. 221 of whom are divine beings. 118 of the Blood Arena's heirs have the status of demigods behind them. There are only 9 true gods out of the total number, and the remaining one heir is the supreme god. Having become the heir, the named one receives the eternal coordinates of the bloody arena and can also teleport to any of the worlds connected to it without any artifact. But naturally, not for free. This privilege costs 1 million divine power points, and along with this, permission will be given to build your own arena inside your sphere for training creatures. The duties couldn't be simpler. As soon as there are 500 heirs, the obligatory fight for the title of True will begin. Everything will take place in the bloody arena itself. The winner will become its owner. Charlie begins to think that given the diversity of the current arena's participants, the fight will be quite a challenge, forcing the contenders to fight for the title to the last drop of their being's blood. But now there are 349 applicants, and perhaps by the time the required number has gathered, Charlie will be able to become a true god, and the leadership is rushing to answer. But the guy has already decided everything for himself. He accepts the offer, and the system notifies him of congratulations on receiving the title of the 349th contender for the heir of the bloody arena. Suddenly, a powerful red flash, similar to a thick laser, hits the guy in the shoulder. His eyes widen in bewilderment. There is a quick shift to the waiting room, and Charlie realizes that he is not alone there. Teacher Tom leans forward to his student, radiating joy and happiness. He says that the student is a real treasure. Now they are both rich, but he does not understand what he is talking about. The man approaches Charlie with a sympathetic look and places something into the confused student's hand. Seeing the amount on the smartphone screen, the schoolboy's eyes widened. He never expected this. The man warns his ward that spending this amount is not as difficult as it seems at first glance. But first, it is still worth buying powerful artifacts. The schoolboy spreads his arms out to the sides as he clarifies what the man means. He is only a divine being for now, so he will hardly be able to use any of them. Tom tells him not to worry. The teacher will take care of everything himself. He knows one store where the ward can also find a good and suitable artifact. Charlie just has time to think that this is an interesting coincidence, because he himself wanted to do this, when he hears behind him a rapidly approaching heavy run and a strange address. He hides behind his teacher's back, asking for help. When he realizes that the Lord of the Mammoths himself is addressing him, the man turns questioningly to his student. But Tom quickly understands what's going on and heroically shields his charge's body, saying that while he's around, no one will dare harm his student. Charlie looks at him puzzled, but the Lord of the Mammoths stops a few meters away from the supposed victim and his hero, and says that he was misunderstood. He did not intend to take revenge. The man straightens up and extends his hand for a handshake, saying that, on the contrary, he wanted to establish friendly relations with his former rival. Since he considers him capable, he introduces himself. Charlie shakes Martin's hand, saying that he now understands why he is so strong, because he is a first-year student at the Imperial Academy, and Martin smiles contentedly. Martin assumes that his potential friend is still a schoolboy and asks him which academy he wants to attend and whether he has passed the entrance exam. Charlie, feeling awkward, replies that, in fact, he is an ordinary school student who has not yet entered any course, and his interlocutor stares at him in bewilderment. The man, approaching, pokes the guy in the chest with his finger, asking if he is making fun of him and considering what he heard to be impossible. The schoolboy says that he is not lying and suggests asking the teacher standing nearby, who immediately confirms the veracity of his words and says that many people invited him, but Charlie refused. He doesn't keep silent about the reason either. Charlie wants to enroll in the Imperial Academy, but the representative wasn't interested in the student's candidacy. Martin listens attentively to his interlocutors. At the end of the conversation, he expresses understanding and says that the guy has a keen eye because the Imperial Academy is the most powerful among the 3 higher academies. The man puts his hand on Charlie's shoulder and, saying that he himself was convinced of his abilities, hopes that he will still become his junior. He also promises to put in a good word for the guy, hoping that this will help. Martin instructs Charlie, recommending that he immediately start developing himself when he returns, and he asks if the man can really help. Martin laughs, but confirms his words. In addition, the Academy will give him a bonus if the proposed candidate passes the test, and he believes that this is something he cannot refuse. Charlie respectfully thanks his departing newfound friend, and perhaps, in the future, his senior comrade at the Academy. The same one, leaving, says that now everything depends only on him, and advises to focus specifically on bringing out the hero from his main representatives. This can make the task easier. Charlie and Tom are standing outside a store that sells artifacts, and the younger one is thinking about how trivial its name is. The teacher stands silently, his hands behind his back. The man pushes the door forward with determination, intending to get inside as quickly as possible, and Charlie's eyes widen. Potential buyers are confronted by a woman in a short dress, greeting them politely in the manner of most salespeople. With a sweet, flirtatious smile, she asks, propping up her side with her hand, what kind of artifacts they are interested in, or whether they want to meet the forging master right away. She asks someone to contact the master and inform him of Tom's arrival, who follows the woman, smiling sweetly, bringing up the rear of Charlie's small procession, thinking about the master's abilities. They approach a portal crackling with static, and the girl stops and politely invites the guests forward. The class teacher and his student exchange silent glances. It is difficult to tell from their facial expressions what each is thinking. However, one of them still takes a decisive step forward. A bare-chested man with a wooden sledgehammer is busily forging something. Behind and slightly to the side of him is the other side of the portal. Charlie comes out of the portal and, seeing the big guy, looks at him in surprise. And he, sensing Tom, expresses his hope that the man did not come here empty-handed. Without moving far from the portal, the schoolboy looks at the blacksmith with concern, with an awkward smile, thinking about getting out of here before it's too late. The class teacher clears his throat, introducing his protege to Master Tony. Charlie continues to look just as worried, although he allows himself a nervous smile. The blacksmith's gaze also becomes puzzled. He's going to, for starters, explain the rules of his shop. Everyone is welcome here, but there are no discounts for apprentices and students. Charlie is indignant to himself, believing that any store has at least a minimal discount for students. Because it is not so easy for them to earn money, the guy saved up a large sum with blood and sweat. Tom says that Tony has a sharp tongue, but his heart is kind, and he also creates beautiful artifacts. The blacksmith smiles, joking that in all the long years of knowing him, he did not know that the teacher could be so kind. The master reacts to his interlocutor's words with displeasure. He is not pleased that Tom said this in front of the student, even though he himself is sharp-tongued. Tony turns and leads Charlie behind him, pulling back the curtain, inviting the boy to come in to see the artifacts that will be displayed. Upon entering, the schoolboy sees a room filled with a variety of artifacts that shine with their grandeur even in the dim light. Tony, gesturing vaguely at the pile of artifacts, says that each of them has its own mark, which indicates that each item is handmade, and Charlie is surprised by it. Walking around the hall, Teacher Tom asks his protege what he liked from all this variety, and the guy continues to look around silently and thoughtfully. He thinks that first of all, he needs to prepare for the Imperial Academy's trials, and for that he will need the poison jar, but it costs 4 divinity points. With a confident look in his eyes, the guy states that he needs the poison jug, which is a 2-star artifact. Its first function is poison cleansing. It allows you to place 100,000 insects inside for a purification ceremony. The insects will fight each other, and the last one to survive will evolve, possibly into a hero. Tom notes to himself that artifacts with 2 stars are not very strong, but this jug is ideal for his ward, because the second function of the artifact is attracting insects. Tony says that this jug will cost the student 4 divinity points, or 580 million divine power, and asks if he can afford that price. Tom approaches his old friend and grabs his hand, asking for a discount or to add some extra artifact, because if he doesn't do it, the man will still find a way to get even. The blacksmith agrees, saying that for 600 million he will add another very useful artifact, the Eye of Identification, and immediately demonstrates it. Charlie and Tom happily turn around to go home now that they've finished shopping. The boy is holding bags in his hands, and the blacksmith stands behind them, looking dumbfounded, asking them to stop. He catches up with the buyers and says that he recently received fragments of technology from an ancient civilization, thanks to which the blacksmith was able to create an artifact that would suit the guy perfectly. The class teacher, getting ahead of his student, snatches the above-mentioned artifact from the hands of the blacksmith and carefully examines it. A small gilded sphere with intricate patterns playfully glitters in the sun, and a man with a squinted eye is interested in something. He pounces on Tony, accusing him of wanting to deceive him. There is not even a trace of magical energy in this ball, and it seems like there are no functions at all. The blacksmith asks his friend to listen to him. If he understood correctly, the ancients called this sphere the Hungry Wolf, because this artifact is capable of improving itself by absorbing others. At the same time, it inherits the functions and effects of those that it absorbed. Dozens of civilizations declared a hunt for these artifacts in order to eradicate such a powerful object. Tony noticed that Charlie knows a lot about artifacts, so he decided to offer him the Hungry Wolf, The man is ready to give up this powerful item for just 1,000,000,000 points of divine power. The guy becomes wary for an artifact, for the right to own which entire civilizations were destroyed. The price sounds very meager. It looks very much like the blacksmith is trying to deceive him. But the master warns that this wolf has its shortcomings. Only part of the necessary material was used in its creation. Then the man explains in detail the differences between the artifact and the originals. Tom, hearing this, repeats the words about worthlessness, and the blacksmith, pointing a finger at his friend, says that he will still allow himself to be insulted. But insulting the things he created is something completely different. Charlie says that he is ready to buy the artifact for 400 million, but the teacher tries to dissuade him, believing that this amount is too large. Money does not grow on trees. But the schoolboy believes that even with its shortcomings, the hungry wolf is a very useful artifact, because it can absorb the abilities of others, albeit with limitations. He continues by saying that he admires Tony and wants to support him, because the blacksmith, having only fragments in his hands, was able to recreate one of the most powerful artifacts of civilizations. However, 400 million is all that the schoolboy has at the moment, and he is not sure that Tony will agree to part with his brainchild for this pittance, he clarifies. Is this really so? Or is this the student's way of getting a discount? And the guy confirms, and the flattered blacksmith agrees, smilingly saying that trust cannot be bought with money. They make an exchange, and the schoolboy sincerely thanks the master of his new artifact. Charlie sits in his house in the center of a glowing pentagram drawn on the floor in the lotus position, with a jug and other acquired artifacts in front of him, and his eyes closed. He performs some kind of magical ritual, cutting his finger and sprinkling a few drops on his new objects. Blood flows from all sides, forming a dense clot. The result satisfies the young man. A satisfied smile appears on his lips. The poisonous jug has recognized him as its owner. A golden insect rises from one of the artifacts. From the jug itself, a frog jumps out, enveloped in magical energy, the threads of which still connect them, making them one whole. The translucent amphibian opens its mouth wide, continuing to exude magic, and Charlie points a finger at it, cheerfully noting that it's time to begin. But the expression on his face soon turns to bewilderment. The boy doesn't understand why the hungry wolf didn't react in any way. The schoolboy assumes that he wants more blood. A bright glow appears around, vaguely reminiscent of the northern lights. It envelops the entire space within the schoolboy's reach. He is surprised. The wolf is glowing golden. Voluminous threads rise upward, resembling blue, sharp, and greedy tongues of flame, and soon a puppy appears above them. He slowly descends, and soon his paws touch the floor with a corresponding sound, emitting a small mist around himself. Charlie leans towards the creature, noting to himself that this hungry wolf looks more like a puppy, and the puppy looks at its new owner with the curiosity inherent in dogs. But then the muzzle takes on a concentrated expression, and the wolf barks several times, which in translation means that he wants to be refreshed by artifacts. The guy thinks he just summoned the puppy, and the effect of gluttony has already affected him, and he wonders where he could get food for the little one because he is broke. The schoolboy gets an idea. He throws a small purple shard to the side, and Volchok sharply turns his head in the direction of the thrown object. The next moment, the creature hurries to the fragment and, jumping into the air, deftly grabs it with its teeth, while the owner watches the actions of his ward. The puppy, wagging his tail contentedly, holds the acquired object in his paws, and Charlie thinks about his creatures, wanting to see what they are doing. The first thing the divine being does is to monitor the occupation of its main representatives. Charlie's second most important task is to check the red orc blacksmiths who are working diligently in their beloved mines. Then comes the turn of the demon minotaurs, who are enthusiastically studying something. An ancient book with some drawings is spread out in front of them. The satisfied owner notes that they have no shortage of motivation. Windsword, one of the most powerful beings, Charlie learns the science of meditation, surrounded by streams of magical energy, probably in order to improve his concentration and skill in battle. Skeletons absorb fragments of crystals that strengthen them, most likely in order to become stronger in the future and not disappoint their master. Charlie reflects that thanks to the Davi sacred artifact sources, he was able to repair the law of gluttony, raising the artifact to the 3rd level, but he didn't think about such power. The guy beams at the mere thought that if he continues to improve the artifact, very soon absolutely all locusts will be able to evolve to elite with enough food. A week later, the guy is levitating in the air, surrounded by a giant swarm of his core representatives, and it's time for a new sacrifice. He raises his hand into the air, preparing to sacrifice 13 billion beings. There is literally a hurricane going on all around, swirling into a great blue funnel. After finishing, the guy stands in front of the awards window and understands that, despite the fact that he could have donated no less before, today's result is truly impressive. Reading through all the possible options, the student's choice falls on the last one. He's amused by the words about the humanoid form. In his opinion, it even sounds funny. He can't wait to try it out. Seconds later, the sphere of enlightenment appears in Charlie's hands. It hovers above his outstretched palm, shimmering with a sparkling blue light. The guy is intrigued. He grabs the ball with his hand and, holding on tightly, mercilessly smashes it to pieces. A tall column with a tone to match rises into the air, piercing the sky with lightning speed and just as mercilessly. It doesn't take much intelligence to understand that creatures exposed to his magical light are subject to certain effects. The main representatives of Charlie immediately begin to experience changes that are noticeable even to the eye. Their limbs rapidly stretch out, taking on a slightly different shape. Looking at the altered locusts, delight appears in Charlie's eyes. He cannot contain it inside, admiringly declaring that it is incredible. The creatures are truly becoming humanized and are no longer ordinary insects, but super elite locust people. In addition to the humanoid body, they now have the beginnings of intelligence. But that's not all. The happy owner rejoices with such a great power of faith, he cannot look at his official brainchildren without delight. But he can't rejoice for long. The phone rings and the guy is called by his class teacher. The man says that they received a call from the Imperial Academy, expressing their willingness to conduct a second interview. This will happen tomorrow, so they can't afford to lose face. Charlie is happy. The next day, Charlie is approached by a classmate asking about his sphere's affairs and offering help with resources from his family's demigods. The boy turns to his classmate with a smile, asking about the fragments of the divine cores. He needs them right now to move from the 7th level up to the 10th. He replies that it can be obtained, but even taking into account their good relations, it will cost a decent amount. The minimum order amount starts from 400 million. Charlie expresses his understanding out loud, but silently remarks that if he had that amount of money now, he wouldn't have to bother with the core any longer. The boy smiles brightly, saying that there is another option. This amount can be replaced with 1,000 super elite undead. The interlocutor listens to the proposal to the end and only speaks then. He returns the smile to his classmate, accepting the voiced offer. For him, it is not something out of the ordinary. The guy is puzzled, realizing to himself that he sold too cheaply. He should have asked not for 1,000 skeleton knights, but for an exchange for the bone collector. Tom enters the office, informing Charlie that a representative of the Imperial Academy is already waiting for him in the teacher's room and that he needs to hurry. The schoolboy obeys and follows the indicated route. And when the door to the teacher's room opens, the representative sitting in front of him has a look of surprise on his face. He did not expect to see Charlie again. The man is perplexed as to how someone he had recently rejected managed to obtain an internal recommendation in such a short period of time. But he is not too upset. The test will be difficult. The mustachioed man with an unpleasant look, according to etiquette, says that today he will test the student on behalf of his academy and asks if he has any questions. The young man denies. The mission is to invade a border town of one of the few civilizations that has a well-thought-out system of hierarchy and career, which will be reflected in Charlie. Once the system recognizes the intruder as a demon destroyer, the most powerful masters of the city will declare a hunt for him and will not rest until they find and eliminate the source of the danger. From the above follows the goal that the person undergoing the test must achieve, namely, the killing of at least one master who guards the aforementioned city. The guy politely asks if he can find out how many troops and defenders there are in the city. Usopp answers, despite the fact that the city is small and located almost on the outskirts, it is home to about 10 million people, of which more than 10% are masters, and there are only 5 defenders. With only an hour to prepare, Charlie approaches Tom and asks to exchange his class points for 3 first-level sacred artifacts. The man agrees, offering to choose for himself. Sometime later, the schoolboy stands next to his divine core, blown by its magical streams of energy threads. He takes a shard from his inventory and, bringing it close to a similar but greater object, inserts it inside like a puzzle, upgrading the divine core to level 10. He still continues to stand in front of the huge crystal, absorbing its light, happy that he will now be able to load 3 more sacred artifacts into the core. The first-level sacred artifact, Poison Glands, allows some of the major representatives to have a chance to gain the attribute, Poison and/or Poison Glands. The first-tier sacred artifact, Earth Core, allows some of the core representatives to have a certain probability of gaining the Earth attribute and additional protection. A Level 1 sacred artifact. The Goblin Shortbow is both a sacred artifact and a divine weapon, allowing representatives to summon it, and the owner can do the same. The system notifies you about the completion of the download, which is successful. In Charlie's sphere, beams of light flare up and rise into the air in several places at once, dividing into multiple rays, and his main representatives enthusiastically echo and get lost in them. Most demon bug creatures gain Poison Glands. Half of the fallen locusts gain stronger defenses, and almost all locust humans can now use the Goblin Bow. An hour later, the schoolboy stands in front of the man from the academy, who is waving his sausage-like fingers around a red sphere. As soon as Charlie touches it, a teleportation will occur. The guy doesn't even hesitate, decisively approaching the teleporting object and covering the smooth, cool surface with his warm palm. The sphere immediately flares up with a brighter light. The same waves begin to emanate from it, passing through the young man's body, but enveloping him. His eyes widen from the unexpectedness of the sensations he experiences. As promised, he and the main representatives are teleported to the outskirts of the required city. The guy deftly lands, touching the ground with his hand and knee. The locust is nearby. The system warns that Charlie is a violator. If he does not leave this world now, he will be recognized as a demon destroyer and destroyed. But there is no time to think about everything. It happens almost immediately. Since Charlie supposedly refused to leave this world, he is recognized as the Demon King of Locusts, and his level is assessed. The system opens his status window, and the guy is amazed at what he sees. The student is also curious if he can view information about the two newly appeared heroes among the Locust Man species, and he selects the appropriate option. The creature's system status window raises questions for him. The level indicated is 60, and the guy is interested in what this means, because it is difficult to judge levels without comparison and explanation. One of his humanoid representatives flies up to the schoolboy and informs the owner that they are being attacked by local creatures. The guy summons one of his largest specimens, wanting to go to the scene as soon as possible to assess the enemy's strength. One of the local adventurers, sword in hand, looks at the horde of locusts swarming above him, wondering where such a huge number of demons could come from. His comrade swings at the locusts, saying that Thorn should be happy that they were in the right place at the right time. The more demons, the higher the reward, and they need the money now. A ghost-like entity floats through the air, holding a crystal in its hand-like appendages that appears to be a fragment of the divine core. She swims up to the girl in light robes, who is the Sage of Water, and hands over the shard, who smiles brightly, thanking her little assistant. There is another girl standing nearby. Only her clothes are red-orange tones, and flames are flying out of her scepter. She's cursing at the locusts, threatening to destroy them. She's a fire mage. One of the adventurers, looking back slightly, asks his colleagues not to lose their vigilance and to watch their surroundings. 4 young men stoically endure the onslaught of locusts, 2 of whom are now destroying demons, allowing their friends to rest. Charlie flies up to the scene from behind on his giant body, becoming an unwitting witness to this scene. He turns to the Eye of Identification for help. A small individual sits almost under his ear, ready to faithfully carry out the master's orders. Through the skill, Charlie gains information about a guy in golden armor with a sword in his hand. His name is Thorn. He's a dragon blood warrior in his second incarnation and uses a divine weapon. The guy notices that all 4 have the same emblems. The only difference is that Thorn's is silver, and everyone else's are bronze. This leads to a very primitive conclusion. This man named Thorn may be none other than the leader of the quartet. The said one curses, noticing that there are too many demons. He gives the order to his fellow adventurers to prepare for retreat. Still sitting on the locust, Charlie suggests that his charges first test the abilities of potential opponents. The humanized locusts rush towards them and fall to the ground. The adventurers recoil in horror. Considering the specimen to be at least of the 3rd rank, they need to retreat. The locusts stand firm in front of the fearful humans, and Thorn tells his comrades to leave, declaring that he will try to buy them at least a little time. He swings his sword at the enemy using Giant Slash. On the chitinous body, this blow only leaves a scratch without causing serious damage. The guy looks at the confused locust and realizes that it is too strong. It seems that he doesn't have a single chance. The humanoid quickly comes to his senses, kicking the shoulder and thereby knocking the sword out of the human hand. The guy is thrown to the side, and he squints in pain. Meanwhile, another individual pursues the rest of the team, promising that they will not leave, and the people look around in fear and confusion at the one they believe to be a demon. As a result, all the adventurers end up tied up. The guys' faces are angry, and the girls are rather upset and surprised. In the schoolboy standing in front of them, they see none other than a real demon, laughing maliciously right in their faces. One of the guys growls cruelly, but not without a bit of fear and confusion, at Charlie to stay put and not dare approach the team. He is touched by unflattering words, and unable to restrain himself, he speaks out, feeling dissatisfied. He says that if the adventurers want to live, they will have to answer all the questions, and first asks what the locust looks like in their eyes, standing nearby and a little behind. The same guy stubbornly and fearlessly says that he is not going to answer the dirty demon's questions. The locust acts on its own, striking at anyone who dares to insult its master, and a red flash passes through them, causing them to bend over. Charlie turns angrily to his subordinate, asking why he killed the man, when all he wanted was to scare the adventurers. The tied-up girls scream in fear and press even closer to each other, recoiling further from the corpse of their former comrade, among other things. Charlie tells them to be quiet and decides to use the curse locust, which obediently appears nearby. Thorn glares at his opponent, asking what he wants from them. Charlie leans towards the prisoner and repeats his question again about how he looks in their eyes, and he becomes scared. The leader of the adventurer team gives in and begins to describe Charlie to them as looking like a locust, with huge eyes and very long antennae on his head. The schoolboy himself now understands that he looks like a locust man to the inhabitants of this world, and assumes that this world deliberately disfigures the invaders. The guy smiles sweetly at his captive, praising him and telling him to continue answering questions just as well in the future, but he becomes more puzzled than before. 3 hours later, Charlie unties a puzzled Thorn, saying that all questions are exhausted because he learned everything he wanted from the adventurers. The boy, constantly looking back, runs away from the schoolboy in horror, silently planning to quickly inform his guild about the appearance of the army of demons. Thorn runs down the road towards the city, and Charlie climbs onto his locust to be able to track the route. This is his main goal, he apologizes, saying that he cannot allow him to enter the city yet. He needs to lie here until the schoolboy completes his task. Locust strikes Thorn in the back, and his eyes widen in surprise. If we are to believe his words, then there are millions of adventurers living in the city. It would be stupid to attack them head-on and go at them with only 3 of them, even though the locusts are, as they say here, 3rd rank. Hearing a strange sound, the boy looks down. The green goblins are smiling at him, and Charlie thinks that this is better than nothing. The creatures kneel before him, and the schoolboy realizes that most of them are ordinary low-level creatures, but the leader has managed to reach level 62. He also rose to the 3rd rank, and Charlie wonders how he was able to acquire a profession, and the goblin answers this question by saying that he ate many profession fragments left by adventurers. The young man's eyes reflect happiness when he has a hunch that it means that here you can get professions by eating shards, which means that his locusts can do the same. The boy raises his hand, attracting the attention of the swarm, and tells it to keep a close eye on any adventurers it spots and bring back any shards it can get its hands on. 3 days later, dozens of shards of glass, shining in the light, lie before the schoolboy. He looks at them with a critical eye and is about to begin implementing his plan. All the found artifacts are thrown into the air at the wave of Charlie's hands, shrouded in pink ribbons of smoke. A system window appears in front of him with several options for choosing professions such as mage, warrior, fighter, and archer, and without thinking, the guy chooses the last one. This option is ideal for the divine creature special locust, and the magma demon locust will instantly gain the above-mentioned profession. Charlie feels joy. His idea worked. He tells his new archer to continue to develop his skills. Now he is not just a 3rd-rank demon, but a demon with the archer profession. A locust flies up to the guy and informs him that they have found a cave nearby, but the pressure coming from inside it has stopped the reconnaissance advance. The guy asks to take him there, and after some time, they are already standing in front of that very cave. After feeling the aura, Charlie realizes that it is filled with particles of divine power. This interests him, and he is going to find out who is hiding in this cave. Charlie walks inside with a pair of human-type locusts and walks up to the edge of the cliff. They stand on either side of their god-like bodyguards. An interesting sight appears before the eyes of the 3 pairs of eyes. In front of them, in the lowland, lies a dragon, chained, its eyes closed. The guy remembers that during lessons, teachers mentioned that in some worlds, its inhabitants often sealed opponents who were beyond their strength. Apparently, this is just the case. God commands his representatives to activate the Eye of Initiation. They do so. This black dragon's name is Elphus. His level is 103, but his state is sealed. Originally, he was 149. The dragon's profession is rebel, and his talent is blood. The creature's skill is Breath of Darkness, and at this stage, nothing else is available, and the dragon, as if sensing that its description has been fully studied, opens its amber eyes. The locust makes an inarticulate sound and, as if enchanted, looks into the bottomless abyss of huge and bright eyes, and then performs a completely strange action. She moves closer to the cliff towards the giant, and Charlie tries to stop his subordinates with his voice. They turn around, puzzled and enveloped in a red aura. It becomes clear that it is not easy for them to control themselves. They are literally torn apart, unable to choose. A voice comes out of the dragon's mouth, asking how dare a man interrupt his meal, and threatening to devour not only his flesh, but his soul as well. The boy manages to regain control of his representatives and tells them to run as the dragon opens its huge mouth. The powerful attack not only causes flames to appear in the cave, but explosions to erupt, filling the space with suffocating smoke. Charlie didn't run far, because as soon as the smoke cleared, he appeared from behind the stone wall and cheerfully asked the monster if he had finished. The dragon opens its mouth again, wanting to hit the enemy with its powerful clot of energy, asking how dare the man tease him, and promising that it will never forgive this. Charlie runs away again, confused, realizing that he will have to run even further this time because the clot looks more destructive. Indeed, it takes twice as long, but after it has passed, the guy approaches the now puzzled dragon and says that he came here not to insult, but to help. The giant says that he immediately recognized the trick in the man who came to him, so he had better leave here immediately, otherwise he will truly be eaten. But Charlie does not even think of moving. He raises his bow to the ready, asking if the monster really thinks he can do this, and offers, if so, to test what he is capable of. The schoolboy places an arrow on the bowstring and, taking aim, releases it, calling out the full name of the black dragon and his profession, a smile playing on the boy's lips. But the arrow flies off the mighty scaly skin, as if from a ricochet. Elphus echoes this action. His armor is invincible. Such attacks cannot even scratch him. But the schoolboy does not despair, getting ready to try again, this time fishing out a sword from his inventory, and already rushing with it at full speed towards his formidable opponent, his face no less formidable. He delivers a wide horizontal strike along the monster's belly, leaving behind an equally wide, bright flash. But even this does not cause much harm to the mighty skin. It is difficult to even consider the blow as a scratch. After it, only dust remains. Charlie doesn't give up and attacks from above, pouring magic into the weapon. He considers the dragon stubborn. Apparently, they really won't be able to talk normally until a wound is inflicted. Releasing 10,000 points of divine power, the boy makes several cross strikes in the air. The dragon opens its huge mouth. Finally, Charlie's actions are crowned with success because he manages to inflict at least one wound, the most striking proof of which is the splashes of blood. The dragon again showers himself with his titles, calling out his full name and begins to ask how some human dared to hurt him, but he fails to finish. Charlie points the tip of his blade at his opponent, saying that he has a lot of other weapons in reserve, and if he continues to talk about nothing, he may lose his life. The dragon doesn't need to be told many times, and with a noticeable dampening of ardor, he asks what Charlie wants. He replies that he has a dream. He wants to kill one of the heroes who defend the city, but he is not strong enough yet, so he wants to ask his interlocutor for help. The dragon says that he can hardly help, because for hundreds of years he has been wearing shackles, which are a divine artifact created specifically for Elphus. Neither the dragon's magic nor Charlie can destroy them, and the guy asks if the chain is really an artifact. The dragon replies that it is, because he never lies. The guy has a great idea, and with a sly smile, he takes out the Hungry Wolf artifact from his inventory. Charlie holds a golden orb with carvings that begins to glow as he speaks, and he calls his puppy, letting him know that dinner is served. One of the links of the chain takes on the color of hot metal, and then it seems to flare up, covered in fire. The dragon is puzzled by what he saw. He would never have thought that something like this could happen so easily, because before he himself had made efforts day and night. Meanwhile, the red-hot and burning link of the chain that binds the mighty dragon melts completely, splitting the shackles into two parts. The dragon cries out impatiently, unable to believe that the man's plan worked, and he literally commands him to destroy all the other chains. Charlie's gaze becomes extremely serious as he asks his interlocutor to repeat what he said. The monster says that now is not the time for questions, and without a second thought, he repeats his order. Charlie remains impartial, saying that he showed all sincerity and destroyed one of the chains that had kept the dragon free for hundreds of years. He asks what he decided to respond with then. The dragon, who is eager to fully restore his former power, asks what the guy wants, and, remembering, makes a promise to kill the hero for him. He longs for freedom. Charlie smiles slyly, pretending to look thoughtful. He says that he has changed his mind, respectfully addressing the monster. Now he wants him to serve him for 100 years after saving him. The dragon is outraged by this condition, and in a rage, he says that he will never bow down to anyone. Frowning, the guy reminds that he can either save the monster or kill it. If it doesn't obey him right now, it will become another step on the path to perfection. He has heard that dragons are walking treasures and wonders how good a weapon his bones would make. The dragon is puzzled. He is not pleased with this thought. It may come true. After thinking a little more, Elphys decides to submit and, taking an official oath to her future liberator, asks to remove the remaining shackles from him. He doesn't want to feel the weight of those terrible chains on himself for another second, especially when light appears in the pitch darkness. But Charlie is no slouch. He offers to sign the contract. The dragon is outraged when he sees the contract. He believes that Charlie wants to make a slave out of him in this way, but his relatives have never been and never will be. He continues to insist, but something appears that interests the giant. Charlie offers to supply him with a crystal of the attribute of darkness as a snack after his release, because the dragon is very weak. Elphys' stomach rumbles in confirmation of his own desire. The black dragon is embarrassed by his own feeling of hunger. In the end, he gives in. The temptation is too great. The prerogative seems better than rotting here until the end of his days. Charlie fishes out the artifact from his inventory again, summoning the hungry wolf, who is already eager to continue his meal with the chain-shaped artifact. Here the last part of the shackles heats up and with a crash breaks into two parts. Everyone is satisfied and full of anticipation. A furious firestorm rises to the ceiling of the cave. A thunderous dragon voice engulfs the stone interior. Elphys announces to the space around her the long-awaited acquisition of freedom. In the guild building of the city where Charlie is to carry out the task, a council of the greats is gathered for this occasion. A mustachioed man with slicked-back hair talks about releasing Elphys. He assumes that the monster should be weakened now, so he suggests uniting and finishing it off. The girl, who is a holy hero with pink hair tied in a ponytail, guesses that if the dragon wants to find a secluded place to recover, it will take many people. They don't know the exact location. Their colleague in white says that the dark energy emitted by the dragon affects the monsters that are nearby. This will add to their troubles. This man is the swordsman of ice and fire, the hero, and he, smiling wryly, believes that they should strike first before the demons, intoxicated by power, attack the city. Windrunner, also a hero, joins the conversation, asking about the cause of the unrest, since they are only dealing with a weakened dragon who is able to escape from his shackles. Windrunner asks Dragonslayer's opinion, and he replies that it's just an ordinary dragon. There's no need to panic over nothing. He once killed a similar one single-handedly. The mustachioed man gives arguments against one should not underestimate the Black Dragon. He is completely different, because he is a rebel, namely a traitor of the dragon race. The Dragon Slayer looks at his comrade, smiling reservedly, and then his face takes on a completely opposite expression, believing that there is no doubt about him, because he was chosen by the heavens themselves. The man looks away, not wanting to take these words at face value, but also unable to refute them. He has his own opinion, but now he is afraid to defend it. The assassin says that he will deal with this dragon himself and let the rest protect the city, but the archer raises his hand, intending to, in a way, lend a helping hand to his colleague. The man leaves with a gloomy look, and the shooter, following him, promises not to interfere. The dragon sits on a rock. Charlie stands at its foot, and before them bow in deep, respectful obeisance a multitude of frightened, diverse creatures. Throwing his arms out in all directions, he begins his fiery speech, supposedly on behalf of Elphys, calling on the demons to unite into an alliance and fight back against the Adventurers Guild. He calls on them to become hunters themselves, and they open their mouths wide in bewilderment and ask questions about some of the words, and also worry about whether they will be able to cope with this task. Charlie says that everyone who takes a risk will be rewarded accordingly, but adds to himself that since he himself is limited in the choice of creatures, he will have to take advantage of and strengthen those that come his way. A few days later, Elphys performs a ritual with her new master, saying that his dragon blood will help him break through the third transformation, but not without consequences. Losing that much blood would take a toll on him, and it would take at least 500 dark crystals to replenish his strength. Charlie sat in the cauldron, slightly puzzled. Plugging his nose to get rid of the unpleasant smell, Charlie asks the dragon not to play poor. Crystals do not grow on trees. It is impossible to get them in such a short time. The system notifies about the passage of the second-rank profession through the third appeal. The guy, smiling, rises in the cauldron. He can't wait to use the black dragon transformation. A black wing flies into the air, clearly belonging to a black dragon warrior with the talent, Black Dragon Blood, the effects being a 50% increase in stats and more. Charlie appears before the world in his new guise. His code name is the Demon King of Locusts, and the level, 125, the level of creatures under his control also increases. Charlie thinking that now, in this form, he will be able to deal with the heroes of the border town alone. His eyes also take on a demonic look. The dragon raises his head in concern. He clearly sensed something. Charlie the demon dragon also raises his head questioningly, not understanding what is happening. Two flashes are rapidly approaching them, one of them blue, the other orange-pink. Soon, two men with a determined look appear nearby. One of them is extremely serious, and the other has a smile on his face. The dragon slayer stands up to his full height and smirks at the dragon. The man eager to kill a creature with such a pure bloodline, as this will allow him to level up. He asks the archer to take charge of the rest, and he assures his colleague that everything will be fine. He is capable of dealing with small opponents. The guy in green straightens up to his full height and stretches his hand toward the sky, smiling as he summons the storm barrier. The space for an impressive distance around is illuminated by nimble green flashes, from which a barrier is soon formed as if by the wave of a hand. The opponents stand face to face. The adventurers note Charlie's level and even admire him to some extent. They did not think that such a powerful being was nearby. But the archer has another opinion. He promises that he will not let Charlie get in the way of his colleague. But the Locust Lord's pose is self-confident and unyielding. The schoolboy notes to himself that he wanted to practice on ordinary adventurers first, and then on the hero. But fate decreed otherwise. He uses the Eye of Initiation. This guy with red hair is named Carl Smith. His level is 131. His profession is a windrunner in his fourth transformation, and right now he is changing the form of his weapon. But Charlie doesn't intend to lag behind either. He suggests starting as quickly as possible, throwing blades in front of him. But Carl dodges the blades and they crash into the rock behind him, shattering in an explosion and leaving behind smoke. The archer uses the moment of surprise and takes advantage of his fast speed, appearing behind Charlie and raising his blade over him, but he manages to notice. But this doesn't help much, because the next moment the adventurer finds himself on the other side, wounding his side, and at the same moment the blow comes from the other side, as if there were two of him. Sensing something was wrong and turning back, the schoolboy orders his main representatives to destroy the green barrier. And at this moment, several souls of dragons of different colors seem to come out of the Dragon Slayer's body. He uses the hero's nobility, Dragon Slayer Field. They rush straight at their black brother in the flesh, clearly not with friendly intentions, and he spreads his wings wide and screams terrifyingly at the top of his voice. A battle ensues between the dragons. Black flies higher into the air to avoid being hit by the flames released from the ghostly blue one's mouth, while Blue is already preparing a ball of energy in his mouth. And at that moment, when it seems that the dragon manages to avoid all attacks, he notices a strange presence behind him, and squinting, sees the approaching Dragon Slayer with his sword raised. He delivers a powerful blow to the wing, and the dragon announces this to the surrounding area with its roar of pain. He finds support in the rock, clinging to it with his strong claws. The adventurer angered him because it was too easy. But the man doesn't give his victim a chance to catch his breath, soon finding himself on the scaly body, his foot finding firm support. Standing on the fallen, powerful body with a huge sword at the ready, the Slayer orders the dragon spirits to take the soul of the black dragon to the city and asks Carl if he needs help. The redhead refuses with a smile, saying that he can handle it himself, and when he finishes, which will happen soon, he will catch up with his colleague. The soul's huge ghostly paws dig into the black dragon's flesh and rush to fulfill the master's order, and he slowly follows them. Charlie orders his locust to destroy Carl's barrier at all costs, and they circle above him in the air. She flies up to the green ghostly wall, making various attempts to destroy it. Finally, one of the individuals manages to leave a few scratches on the surface, and, inspired by success, it continues its efforts. Soon, the barrier actually breaks down and begins to crumble onto the stunned creator. Hordes of locusts, pleased with themselves, swarm from above. The moment of surprise allows Charlie to catch his breath a little. He puts his hand to his wildly pounding heart, his charges standing behind him like a wall. Carl, smiling but not as joyfully as before, cuts up the small bodies, amazed by their endless number. But the kids are no pushovers either. Having successfully completed the task of eliminating the barrier, they can now attack their master's enemy with all their strength, leaving multiple blows on the body. Carl begins to feel doubtful. He is no longer so confident in himself, believing that at this rate he will run out of steam if he continues in the same spirit, and intending to end it as soon as possible. But events are clearly not in his favor. Genuine fear appears on the young man's face as the locusts surround him, spreading their nets. They cover the body completely, crushing with the force of their many paws, forcing the dagger with which Carl had previously killed their comrades to drop from his hand. A few moments later, only a gnawed skull and bones fall to the ground. A system notification appears in front of Charlie with the face of Mustache from the Imperial Academy, who congratulates the guy and says that a portal leading back will now open. But the guy refuses, saying that he can't go back right now, he still has unfinished business here. The man asks with a nasty smile if the guy really wants to free the captured black dragon, and he confirms these words, since an agreement was made between them. Usopp asks him to think carefully about this. If he goes to save the dragon, he will have to face the entire power of the city, and this is dangerous even for a demigod, let alone a divine being. The young man says that he understands this, so he asks for permission to use all of his creatures, in exchange for which he offers to increase the difficulty of the exam to the point of capturing the entire city. The mustachioed man is puzzled by such a request, but accepts it. But the change in conditions also means that Charlie will appear to this world in his true form, so he has no right to fail. A pink sphere appears in front of the guy from which creatures emerge. The first thing Charlie notices is one of the strongest. The Windsword Emperor is level 140 in this world. The man's eyes are glowing with a ghostly light and determination. Red Orc, Divine Hammer, which is the heroic form of the creature, has a level of 113 here. The Demon Minotaur Shaman also has a heroic form and is level 135. And the trio Skeleton Lord Bone Collector Resurrectionist have levels respectively 132, 75, 86. They are also heroes. Charlie thinks, there really are a lot of adventurers in the city. Even though its creatures are strong, there are few of them. Apparently the Demon Alliance will have to contribute to what is happening. Charlie tells his locust to carry his word to all the demons. It flies away, and the guy invites Sword and Shaman of the Minotaurs to follow him. The demons have a small council. Wolf notices that the black dragon for whom the alliance was convened was killed. He now sees no point in going to certain death. He finds it ridiculous to follow Charlie's orders, also finding it easier to simply kill him and take away all the promised crystals he has. The wolf continues to say something, but before he can finish, his head flies off his shoulders with one sure blow. The eyes of the other demons standing nearby widen in shock. They see Charlie, who mockingly recounts their cunning plan. But the next moment, the guy's gaze becomes extremely serious when he suggests that these demons who decided to rebel are tired of living. One of the goblins points a finger at the guy, saying that they served the great rebel before he appeared, and that he is a nobody, so he has no right to ask for such a thing. Charlie doesn't intend to listen to these words any longer. He stretches out his hand, from which streams of energy spread out in purple waves, like ripples on water. The green goblin covers himself with his hands in an attempt to protect himself from the punishment that may befall him. The next moment he falls, and Charlie says that he is not asking, but ordering. The relatives of the fallen look at him with apprehension, fearing the same fate. And as if to confirm these thoughts, Charlie decisively declares that death will await those who do not obey him immediately. Fearing such an outcome, the demons fall to the ground, repeating in one voice that they are awaiting the order of their new master, who proudly rises above them. Charlie walks ahead, and behind him are hordes of demons. Their goal is the border town. The black dragon, on display for all to see, is once again in chains and will soon face an unenviable fate. The Dragon Slayer sits on the throne and sips wine. A young boy approaches him and says that preparations for the execution are complete, and also conveys Lady Rose's concerns about Carl. The man says that perhaps he was delayed and promises to go and look for him himself later, but notes to himself that this is indeed strange. Suddenly, a strong aura and a loud sound hit the man, causing the space around him to literally shake and the wine to spill out of the glass, stunning the killer. A bugle sounds, followed by an alarm message. A horde of demons is approaching the city. All adventurers must prepare for battle. There are too many demons, so women and children must take refuge in underground shelters, and men who can fight must stand on equal terms with the adventurers. This is the first time people have seen such a motley group of creatures working together. And to top it all off, there are locusts that have recently joined them circling in the sky. An order is given to prioritize the elimination of enemies in the sky, but some don't even have time to begin to carry it out, as they are struck by a hail of arrows. The archers who release them are humanoid locusts, with bows gleaming in their paw-like hands, playfully and warningly sparkling in the rays. The elemental mages are trying to attack the enemies, shooting their magical streams of elements into the sky. People's faces are tense. They are putting in maximum strength. Fire mages come to the rescue, wanting to set the humanoid locusts on fire, but they quickly avoid the flames of the explosions, rising upward. A huge demon with a sledgehammer at the ready approaches the city gates. He's going to clear the way for his comrades. Swinging the massive weapon for the first time, he strikes with all the fury he can muster, the smaller demons standing nearby eagerly awaiting the outcome. Standing behind his army, Charlie gives the command to his higher skeletons. In his opinion, the time has come for the Resurrectionist and the Collector. The mentioned Sarana is distinguished, carrying its riders to cherished goals. The fallen warriors turn into undead and rush towards their former comrades, who freeze in horror, not knowing what to do. The giant with the sledgehammer finally manages to open the gate in his usual way. The demonic army is ready to tumble inside for the assault. But the evil spirit's path is blocked by that same purple-haired holy hero girl. She stands alone in front of a 1,000-strong army with a casual look and a carefree pose. But her gaze becomes serious and filled with determination as she crosses her arms over her chest to cast the spell, Hero's Nobility. Giant Vine. Giant green plants, similar to carnivores, emerge from the ground and stretch out their terrifying tentacles towards the enemies, who, by the way, do not have an ounce of fear. But everything changes when the plants slam their bloodthirsty mouths right in front of the demons' noses, demonstrating the seriousness of their intentions. Another hero, the Dragon Slayer, comes to the aid of his comrade, appearing along with the hot fire of the Flame Slash. Flames envelop the area directly in front of the entrance to the city, making it impossible for monsters to enter. Meanwhile, the mustachioed hero also joins the team, standing up to defend his hometown, and a whole squad goes into battle with him. The magicians who arrived in time are given the order to hit with full force in order to prevent the monsters from breaking through. Magical energy is splashed into the air from dozens of hands. The space around is illuminated by the brightness of the fire. It becomes unbearable to breathe because of the heat, and the eyes are trying to close themselves to avoid damage. Explosions thunder around the perimeter. Green goblins scatter in different directions, unable to stand on their feet in front of such a powerful force. All that the monsters, scattering in all directions, can do is scream in helplessness and accept their fate submissively, as if punishment from heaven had descended upon them. And the Dragon Slayer, as if mad, takes advantage of the noise to drag Black under the guillotine, promising his head as a reward for the adventurer's victory, spreading his arms wide. But Charlie can't let that happen, sending the Collector forward. Descending from the heavens, the higher undead cast a spell to raise the bones of the fallen into the air, intending to create a ward out of them as usual. Bone by bone, a new body of the future protector of their god is formed. Having completed his transformation, the massive skeleton knight, streaked with lightning, approaches the blocked entrance, wanting to provide support to his smaller brothers. His skull contorts with the fury of anticipation as he fearlessly swings his foot over what he considers to be a less than sturdy structure. This giant skeleton, not afraid of fire and the thorns of carnivorous vines, grabs one of the last ones more firmly. Fire does not frighten him. He pulls the plant towards himself, raising a pile of dust and smoke. Once the path is clear, Charlie stands at the head of his demonic army and rushes forward, announcing in his dragon's booming tone that he has come for him. Hearing the cherished words that deep down he simply dreamed of hearing, the black dragon widens his huge eyes and becomes inspired. Charlie looks at the black dragon with a firm and unusually confident smile, literally appearing out of thin air in front of him, fog swirling around the dragon man. The creature looks up at its savior, full of a variety of emotions, from the excess of which even its voice begins to tremble and stutter, asking what he is doing here. Several adventurer heroes are watching this scene, one of whom remarks that Charlie has a lot of courage to come here in person. A swift jerk and the characteristic sound that accompanies it indicate that someone has made a jump full of force, after which even a column of dust rises into the air. The mustachioed hero rushes forward, leaving his colleagues behind and announcing that he intends to deal with the demon who dared to act willfully in their city. The man approaches Charlie, who has managed to sense his presence from behind, announcing his presence with words about wishing him death and extending his fist to strike. But the adventurer is pushed back from the side, having struck first, and the one who did it is the Minotaur, who says that anyone who dares to insult their god will rot into oblivion. Nearby, the holy hero lands on the ground, punching the surface in front of him, causing his carnivorous vines to begin to stretch out towards Charlie. A red orc appears on top of the locust, wielding his energy-drenched hammer, announcing his presence with proud words about the weapon's divine origin. Using a sword of sparks and lightning, he attacks one of the plant's tentacles that has gotten too close to Charlie. The holy hero looks towards the opponents standing nearby, which are the aforementioned and the dragon slayer, puzzled and bewildered, her vines dying in the fire. With undisguised hostility, the hero tells Charlie not to dare interfere with his plans, calling him pathetic, and the dragon guy stands silently, listening to his interlocutor's speech. The dragon slayer crouched down, preparing to make a powerful leap, promising to destroy him too if he did not, and the essences of dragons appeared behind the adventurer. With their fanged mouths wide open, one of them rushes at Charlie, who at that moment remains remarkably calm, and for good reason. The ghostly creature is prevented from closing its powerful jaws on the body of the dragon man by the giant skeleton knight, who delivers a slashing blow to his head that matches his own. Because of its strength, the dragon squints, not even having time to close its open mouth, from which an involuntary roar escapes. The dragon turns around in the other direction, growling angrily at the new enemy, who growls back at him, making an angry expression. A fight ensues between them, which is observed by someone in a cloak with a hood pulled down over his head, shrouded in a fog created by the air of the battle between these two. The mysterious observer turns out to be the skeleton lord. Scratching his skull and looking somewhat confused, he notes with puzzlement that he is hungry. The next moment, he takes off into the air in one powerful leap, leaving behind only smoke and a crater. The jump is so powerful that it alone is enough to propel the lord into the air far enough to mount the dragon. The skeleton takes a comfortable position and sinks its teeth into the ghostly flesh in order to satisfy its hunger. A powerful roar from the wounded giant creature bursts out of its mouth and envelops the space around for many meters, and the undead do not even think of letting go. The dragon slayer appears above them, raising his sword over the bone one. He asks the latter how he dares to bite into his dragon and threatens to kill him. The lord turns around to look at the approaching one. The adventurer makes a sweeping movement in front of the skeleton lord, who recoils, covering himself with his hand. The swordsman still manages to hook the lord, and due to the force of the blow, the bones of his hands are torn off. The undead falls to the ground, and the adventurer continues to advance. But the lord is not as simple as he may seem at first glance. His limbs are put back into place, guided by magical power, and now he is whole again, as before. Leaping forward with a sly smile, the skeleton lord leaps, leaving his dumbfounded opponent behind and empty-handed. The undead do not run away or make a strategic retreat. Instead, they sink their teeth into the dragon spirit again, while the owner standing below stares up in shock, wondering what kind of monster is in front of him. Charlie at that time sends his wolf cub forward, who looks ahead with happy eyes at the abundance of dishes, and the boy rushes again to the chained dragon. Elphys makes a solemn vow to her savior standing before him to remember his gesture of goodwill forever. Charlie, throwing several dark crystals into the dragon's mouth to help it recover from its wounds, says that if the dragon wants to thank him, it would be better if he added a few more centuries to his contract. Charlie turns around at the strange sound, his face expressing mild surprise. The holy hero's plants thrust their vines into one of the red orcs. Blood spurts from his wounds. He closes his eyes and winces in intense pain. Charlie sends his main representatives to help the wounded man, ordering them to provide support to the Divine Hammer. The guy notes to himself with annoyance that the situation is slowly becoming critical. If they don't leave this city soon, the Divine Being will soon lose his army. Elphys leans over his shoulder, respectfully saying that she wants to show him her favor in return, so she decided to bestow her name on him. Today, Charlie will become the Great Rebel. The Black Dragon casts some kind of spell, and purple rays burst out from its eye sockets, enveloping the schoolboy in their light. The creature begins to read aloud the spell necessary for its plan, and pink tongues burst out in Charlie's direction, and the guy himself begins to feel certain metamorphoses. Thus, he gains a new talent, Rebel, the effects of which, for some reason, are currently unknown. The pink haze gradually releases, and the Divine Being moves. From somewhere, a sword filled with energy appears in his hands, and its owner rushes at the Dragon Slayer standing nearby, who has turned his entire body towards him. The adventurer is overwhelmed by the onslaught that occurs when the two blades cross, and Charlie's strength reaches a new level. Blood spurts out of the man's mouth. His eyes take on an angry, but at the same time stunned expression. The Dragon Slayer does not understand where the demon got so much power from. And while he is trying to withstand this powerful onslaught, someone is sneaking up behind the adventurer hero. With a malicious laugh, the skeleton lord plunges his bony hand into the man's body, piercing him through, while his face reflects fear mixed with surprise. From the fallen body, the undead lord summons a skeleton knight. The summoned creature gains the hero type and is a mutant, as well as a blood skeleton. Charlie, meanwhile, is fighting the holy hero and is currently pushing him away with a strong kick. The woman winces and flies away. The impact is so strong that it continues to roll even after landing on a hard surface. Finally stopping, the woman assumes a half-sitting position and, stuttering, says that he killed him. The dragon schoolboy approaches his rival along with the red orc, saying that she is next. Charlie allows the Divine Hammer to pay the woman back twice for what she did to him, and he thanks his respected god for allowing him to do so. He steps forward, starting to advance on the holy hero, and she falls to the floor again, recoiling in fear and covering herself with her hands. And the next moment a powerful blow occurs, knocking a fountain out of its victim. Charlie, sword in hand, watches the battle unfolding below him from the air, the yellow-green sparks that are the result of the collision reaching even to him. Below, there is a fight between his sword and one of the heroic adventurers in white robes, who delivers a sweeping blow with his weapon, and the opponent skillfully repels it, blocking. But Charlie doesn't want to wait any longer. He needs the fastest possible victory, and he dives on the adventurer, who has managed to sense someone else's presence, whose face expresses bewilderment. The guy in white clothes barely manages to deflect a fairly strong blow as the enemy appears behind him, describing a beautiful arc in the air. The guy curses. The sword twists, delivering several quick blows that cut through the air, one of which is decisive. It reaches its target. The adventurer cries out, leaning back. Defeated, the hero adventurer falls to the ground, hitting his head and hanging out his tongue. It's Usadi's turn, who turns around sharply, casting a frightened glance at what's happening right next to him. 3 minotaurs are rapidly approaching him, and the man screams, fleeing. It's over. They can't be defeated. He needs to run. But something he sees ahead makes him change his plans and brake sharply. The path of the mustache hero is blocked by a skeleton knight in armor similar to the one that one of his comrades always wears. The sword thrown over his shoulder also seems suspiciously familiar. And while the adventurer is surprised and trying to understand what's going on, a shaman minotaur appears behind him, raising a huge log over the enemy's head. Just one blow is enough to send splashes into the air. A flag is raised into the air, confirming Charlie's victory. The commander speaks to his loyal subjects, announcing the victory won in this difficult battle. All that remains is to clear the rest of the city in exchange for the promised crystals. The green goblins joyfully throw their hands up in the air, supporting the speaker with their own shouts. Charlie squats on the roof of the house, holding out a bag to Elphys, expressing hope that his new friend will soon regain his former strength, with the Minotaur and the Divine Hammer standing behind him. When the Black Dragon smiles, tears appear in his eyes. He promises that now, without any doubt, he will follow his savior, also calling him a friend. A system window appears next to Charlie with a representative of the academy displayed on it, who congratulates the guy on successfully passing the exam and notes that he did the impossible. The portal home is already prepared, and the schoolboy has 3 hours to sort the loot. He thanks and asks if it is possible to open a permanent portal here from his sphere. He is even ready to give away all the loot he has acquired here. The man expresses understanding and asks about Charlie's knowledge of the risks. Creating a portal is not a problem. It is a matter of a possible invasion. But the schoolboy says that he understands everything perfectly well and assures that he has thought everything through well. The interlocutor says that everything will be done within 10 days, and an alarm system for intruders will also be installed. The designated time later, Charlie stands in the recaptured city and gives orders to his skeleton lord that Lunar is now under his control. All skeletons and minotaurs will also be here. However, the risk of an attempt to recapture the city by adventurers does not disappear, so you need to be careful, but you should not be a hero. If the riot is not in favor, it is better to retreat to the portal without losses. The skeleton listens attentively to the speech of his god, and then answers that he understood his words. Charlie gives the order to open a portal, in front of which are himself, Elphys, the Minotaur, and the Divine Hammer. Sometime later, the schoolboy is walking down the corridor of his educational institution, and the teacher is looking at him, his mouth slightly open as if trying to say something. And indeed, the question escapes his lips the very next moment. The man asks what is wrong with his ward's eyes, for they have become amber with black sclera. Charlie looks at his smartphone screen and assumes that this phenomenon is related to the acquisition of talent. Rebel. He asks the system to open his status window and studies it carefully. A schoolboy tries to look at the description of the talent he is interested in, but access to the information requires the rank of demigod, which is very surprising. The representative of the Imperial Academy says that the applicant has done an excellent job in the test and offers admission to the preparatory courses of the educational institution, but with conditions. The guy asks about their character, and the interlocutor replies that to be admitted you need to meet at least 2 of the 4 conditions, and begins to list them. The main representatives must be born immediately as elite. You need to raise a hero, have 4 points of divinity, and have a creature of the saint type. One of the conditions is already fulfilled. There is at least one thing left to do, but Charlie says that it even sounds difficult. The man, leaving, says that it all comes down to diligence, and the doors of the academy are always open for him. The boy asks his class teacher if he knows where to get a divinity point. Tom expresses regret. He recently had one, but alas, it was already spent. And now there is still an exam. He will pass in a month, and the young man, having taken first place, can receive this very point. He looks unkindly at the elder and receives a remark about this. The teacher says that he is not lying. Charlie is in his divine sphere, since there is no other way out now. He thinks that he will have to take a risk. The guy puts his hand on the ground, from which the wind begins to spread. He uses the good old method again, namely life sacrifice. But divinity increases by 0 points. Looking at his palms, the guy notices that no one said that everything would be so easy, and is going to try again tomorrow. The next day, the student expects exactly the same result, but he does not despair, intending to continue trying. A week later, the situation has not changed, and Charlie, with tears in his eyes, remembers the time when he exchanged a divinity point for 150 million. He turns to the heavens with a prayer. A discreet sound is heard, and turning around, the guy sits in a system window with one message. Davy writes to him, he found the perfect place to stock up on sacred artifacts. Charlie types a reply asking if the other person could lend him a divinity point, thinking to himself that since Davy is already a true god, he really could have a point lying around somewhere. The guy on the other side of the screen wonders if the master is testing him, because according to his calculations, Charlie should have at least the rank of elder god, but it doesn't matter. Davy doesn't want to upset him. He says he agrees and sends a reply. Charlie is happy as a puppy, not believing that Davy sent a point so quickly, and concluding from this that the true gods do not fuss over trifles. He looks at the screen and is puzzled. The ruins of the Divine Gorge are spread out before him. Charlie goes online to look for information about the place. It interests him. The Divine Gorge ruins are an unfinished project of an ancient civilization. Due to the excessive depletion of the Earth's mineral composition, harmful radiation occurs. More than 90% of creatures underwent mutations because of this and turned into monsters, and then adapted to the conditions and began to absorb harmful energy to strengthen themselves. With high consumption, condensates can appear that grant the ability to control mutation. Later they were called gene stones and are now used to develop creatures. Charlie smiles in confusion, beginning to understand how highly Davy thinks of him, since he decided to share the hunting grounds of the demigods and true gods. The guy is curious about the price of the invitation. A schoolboy reads breaking news about a certain famous elder god who decided to start breeding gene stones and went broke. He remembers that he has the decay mechanism, believing that he can make the most worthless ore into a perfect crystal, thus having a chance to obtain high-quality gene stones. In the city behind the ruins of the Divine Gorge, in a certain building, there is Charlie in a mask and cloak. He does not want to show his face to everyone, believing that privacy is above all else. A man approaches him, assuming that the schoolboy is here for the first time, and offers his services as a guide. Charlie clears his throat, turning only halfway towards his interlocutor, and asks him to name at least one reason for this. His gaze instantly becomes serious. He says that he knows at least 18 places where mutants gather, and also lists his other merits. The information is impressive, but Charlie is not interested in the mutants themselves, which is what the above actually concerns. He says that he came here for radioactive ore. The boy grins with some kind of malicious smile, repeats the master's words, and, conspiratorially covering his face with his hand, recounts in detail the news about the man who went bankrupt in this matter. He says that the mutants of that man's herd were unable to complete the formation of the gene stones and died due to excessive radiation. The business in which many points were invested failed. The outcome of the monologue makes you think, because it is the words that the deal did not take place because that person did not use the services of that very guy. A bald man approaches the group from behind Charlie, smiling, and asks the schoolboy's interlocutor who is with him. The boy, returning his smile, tells Hay that Charlie is his esteemed guest, interested in purchasing the radioactive ore, and Hay, in turn, is the owner of its mines. The man proudly states that most of the ore in this world passes through his hands, and all his goods are carefully checked, so the ore is only of the highest grade. Charlie approaches the mine owner and says that he would like to purchase several samples to test on his creatures. He asks for as much goods as would be enough for 10,000 BS points. The owner agrees, and soon the boy stands in front of the Divine Gorge ruins. Holding a red bag in his hand, Charlie notes that he ended up spending 4 times more, which came to 21 crystals. Now the price-quality ratio is known, but there is one but. The effectiveness is still unknown, but it is necessary to check it, then to carry objects into your world, and the guy creates a beast of the first level of mutation. A black wolf appears in front of him. It must be a wolf, a normal-type creature that has undergone a primary mutation. Their life cycle is 20 days, and to prolong life, they need constant radiation. The guy is going to check on the creature that turned up so opportunely and throws a crystal to the satisfied wolf. The creature catches up with the mineral and, smiling contentedly, swallows it by licking it. A moment later, the wolf grows a magical horn in the middle of his forehead, and his gaze becomes more focused. But these are not all the changes that the wolf undergoes. It becomes larger in size, its fangs lengthen, and its body becomes more powerful. The creature is enveloped in a magical blue light. Charlie is impressed by this result, because the beast evolved to the second level of mutation just by licking the crystal. The guy throws another crystal to the creature, and it absorbs it, opening its mouth wide as it flies. More impressive metamorphoses begin to occur with the wolf, and a red crystal appears on his forehead. Charlie is surprised, but more calmly, right now the creature has moved from the first level to the third in a couple of minutes. Thoughts are already starting to arise in his head about what will happen to his creatures, but a small explosion shakes the air, announcing the death of the wolf. Looking at this sight, the guy smiles sheepishly. The risks should not be forgotten either. Radiation is a dangerous thing. The wolf's body was literally torn to pieces due to the excess power that he absorbed, but the divine being achieved the main result. The mutant left behind the gene stone. Now there is no need to doubt the effectiveness of the crystals. Charlie examines the red stone in the sun. He turns around to hear an unfriendly voice behind him demanding that he give him the stone and the bag of crystals, while the still unknown interlocutor insists that there is no choice. Turning around completely, Charlie sees before him the demigod and his classmate's father riding the wolf he once fought. The guy wonders what the man is doing here, and from the reaction, or rather lack thereof, he assumes that he was not recognized because of the mask. He smiles, asking the rider what will happen if he refuses. The man raises his hand, twisting the portal of the abyss above it, from which 3 wolves are already appearing, and advises not to ask obvious questions. Several wolves run towards the guy, raising clouds of dust with their run. The guy bites the skin of his right finger until it bleeds. With this action, the schoolboy initiates the black dragon transformation. The youthful body begins to change before our eyes, shrouded in a pinkish color. The wolves stop, frozen, horrified by the monster that appears before them. And Charlie doesn't give them a head start, cutting and scattering the creatures' bodies with multicolored flashes. The demigod thrusts his hand forward, commanding his wolf cavalry to attack, activating the blessing of Wolf's fury. A new batch of creatures rushes straight at Charlie, who stands meekly. But at the very last moment, the Dragon Man jumps up, leaving the enemy creatures with nothing. The animals' eyes widen in surprise at what is happening in front of them. Charlie hovers in the air, asking his opponent about his intentions and saying that if he is trying to wear him down, his tactics are as old as time. A smile of superiority appears on the boy's lips when he looks at the demigod and his minions. He calls his classmate's father a fool and informs him that this strategy will not work on him. The man says he never even thought that some weakling, instead of begging for mercy, would start insulting him. The demigod raises his hand and commands Charlie to descend from the heavens to the earth using the divine magic heaven's shackles. The divine being feels the power of the demigod. A certain pressure affects his entire being, disorienting him. Under its influence, Charlie involuntarily falls to the ground, wondering where the demigods got so many trump cards from, and wolves run up to him, surrounding him. The man orders his creatures to pounce on the boy and tear him to shreds, and they attack, forcing the boy to retreat. Something catches Charlie's eye. He notices a sign that says no entry, and a plan begins to form in his head. The divine being runs straight in that direction, leading the creatures carried away by the chase behind him. The demigod is also carried away by the premonition of an imminent victory and urges his representatives on, ordering them to speed up even more and catch up. A strange creature, similar to a cross between a dog and a human, lands on a tree branch, and there are others around it. Charlie freezes at the sight of these unusual animals, feeling the hostility emanating from them, noticeable even to the naked eye. The creature the boy noticed first suddenly jumps off its branch, followed by another, winged one, taking him by surprise. Charlie curses, turning sharply and preparing to run, because these creatures that hunted him do not look weak either. In this situation, running away is the best solution, especially when you are limited in strength. Meanwhile, wolves appear in the clearing, having picked up the scent. The creatures, having abandoned the idea of catching a man, turn to them. They approach the strangers closer, and the humanized dog strikes first, its eyes flashing furiously. But before her blow can reach its target, the demigod appears in the clearing, attacking first and telling the alien creatures to get lost. Stepping on the body of the defeated monster, Harry Bond rushes forward, trying to pick up the trail of his opponent again. Suddenly, the man senses something strange and clearly disconcerting behind him, and he turns around warily, preparing for anything. The aura that reigns around him seems strange to him, and, giving in, the demigod decides and gives his subordinates the command to leave. Charlie stops when he approaches the pond. He stops feeling someone else's presence and breathes out in relief. It seems he has broken away. He cups his hands and, scooping up the liquid, drinks it. A fish with human legs swims underneath the liquid. The guy sees this only when she jumps out of the water. His eyes widen in horror. It looks like the water is also radioactive. He needs to leave. He looks at the map, trying to figure out where he is, but realizes that this river is not marked, or there is a version that he is simply lost. Suddenly, several more creatures appear in front of Charlie, raising dust. They are clearly not in a friendly mood. Their eyes are burning with fire. The guy takes a deep breath. Now is not the time to panic. Since he wandered here, he needs to start collecting gene stones. There are enough mutants. He takes the necessary pieces out of his inventory and runs forward with a determined look, throwing them right into the faces of the evil monsters. There are a few explosions and Charlie smiles contentedly. Getting the gene stones wasn't that hard after all. It's getting dark quickly, and the schoolboy is going to find a secluded place to spend the night. It's not very comfortable to spend the night among mutants. It seems to him that there are some ruins ahead, suggesting that perhaps it is an abandoned city of an extinct civilization of this world. It's better than nothing, and the guy, having transformed into a black dragon, makes an auxiliary jump and flies where he needs to. After a few minutes of flight, it becomes clear that the mysterious place turns out to be some old abandoned castle. Having assumed his normal form, the young man carefully wanders through the streets. It is unlikely that anyone has already taken a fancy to this place, but one must be on guard with mutants. The guy's gaze is drawn to a pile of something white to the side, and he turns his head to see some papers. He turns sharply in the other direction, his gaze becoming focused, his attention drawn to some kind of excitement of strange energy. He follows her call and, feeling that she is very close, stops under the shadow of the nearest arch. The energy becomes almost tangible. There are people standing a little further away who have caught Charlie's attention, and he wonders what they are doing. Someone says that their master lost a lot of divine power points, but gave them the opportunity to perform this ritual. They have no right to make a mistake. There are only two choices, success or death. A man takes out a glowing stone. The time has almost come. It is time to begin. The full moon shines in the night sky, becoming as silent an observer of this mysterious ritual as Harvey. People stand in a circle around a large glowing pentagram with glowing stones lying in some places. Suddenly, a bright flash flares up, lifting you up to the very heavens and getting lost in their darkness, and giving birth to a stable column of light. The pentagram seems to cover this area of the city with its ghostly green light, and joyful voices are heard all around. One of the cultists is more joyful than the others, announcing that they have finally loosened the seal left by the previous civilization. Charlie remembers that this was not done for no reason, but in order to avoid some risk. Apparently the master of these people was a dark horse. He makes his way closer, trying to be unnoticed, and is glad that not everyone can get into the world of the Divine Gorge ruins. The system notifies about the beginning of the unlocking of the source of the mutation of the ruins of the Divine Gorge. Nearby mutants react. It is discovered that the initiator of the unlock is not one of the high warriors of the Gorge civilization. The process is suspended. The security system is activated, releasing Gamora, a 6th-level mutant monster, and the other creatures are alarmed. The integrity of the seal is compromised. The source of the mutation becomes unstable, and the source begins to be suppressed. The incompetent cultists cover their ears with their hands in horror and scream piercingly, just to get rid of the piercing sound. Charlie sits behind them, stunned, wondering what's going on, and suddenly a mysterious voice appears somewhere. He greets the messengers of the divine worlds, introducing himself as the source of mutations, and giving thanks for deliverance from slavery. In gratitude, the source wishes to provide the opportunity to become its carrier, and offers to organize a selection in the form of a game. People don't understand what's happening and what kind of voice it is, but suddenly something glowing and acidic appears on the horizon in front of them. Attentive glances turn to the epicenter, where some creature appears. The source begins to explain the rules. It is necessary to raise a mutant capable of defeating Gamora. For this, everyone will receive 10,000 radiation crystals. One of the cultists speaks out against it. He is sickened by the thought of becoming the bearer of such a monster. He threatens the source. The guy tells the source to release everyone, otherwise he will summon creatures from his divine sphere and they will defeat him. But something is wrong. As soon as he tries to connect with his own world, something blocks the signal. The young hands begin to shake. The source calls this man the first loser, and Gamora appears, grabbing the former cultist with its powerful jaws. He bites the guy just for fun, because his mouth is so huge that the mutant can easily swallow his victim whole. The rest freeze below, afraid to move. The monster that appeared out of nowhere is almost 10 times larger than them. A familiar hand rises into the air, and Charlie's voice cuts through it, trying to get attention. He says that he too cannot contact his sphere, and asks how then to create a being that should become a mutant. The cultists notice the stranger and turn to him in fear, asking who he is and how he got here. The source, smiling creepily, asks the young man not to worry and says that there will be no problems with this. Meanwhile, Charlie is looking closely at the portal as he thought, he won't be able to escape. It's one way. The cultists discuss their troubles. The creatures cannot withstand the radiation, and they simply die. Charlie is delighted with his disintegration mechanism because he fed it 10 unrefined crystals and received 6,000 pure crystals. He looks at the 3rd-level mutation locust and encourages her, saying that he believes in her. Her accelerated regeneration must be good. With a satisfied smile, the guy feeds his main representative a few more radiation crystals. The unwitting comrades look at what Charlie has achieved and rush in horror, considering the mutant a real monster. Meanwhile, the guy has a 6th-level mutation creature, and he stands contentedly next to his brainchild. The source, with a malicious grin, tells Gamora to test them. The 6th-level monster turns its gaze to the people below, and they too become uneasy. The monster, as if also smiling, swallows the representative of one of the cultists, a large orangutan. The source's smile becomes even more dimensional when he says that losers don't deserve to live. Hearing these words, Gamora grabs several people at once with his teeth and devours them, filled with their dying cries. Finally, only Charlie remains. and the source says it's his turn, the boy standing firmly on his feet, looking forward fearlessly. The guy admits that in order to strengthen his locust, he had to feed it all the gene stones he had. Evolution was successfully completed, but there is a downside. The creature's lifespan was reduced to 1 day. Charlie tells his protege to attack, forcing his opponents to realize the true value of life. The source transforms, saying that he liked this fiery speech, which caused the monster itself to flare up. He says that the creature Charlie created is worthy of taking to the battlefield and sends Gamora into battle. With a deep growl, Gamora moves towards the locusts with a heavy gait, which is still inactive. But when the distance, in her opinion, remains sufficient, she attacks, red blades rushing from her body. An even louder roar comes out of Gamora's mouth. He doesn't want to give in to the newly created mutant. When approaching a locust, it deals a powerful blow, causing significant damage to the opponent. But it is not fatal. Even though a limb of a mutant insect remains in Gamora's teeth, this only angers the locusts. But it regenerates with the help of magic, and a new paw appears in place of the one that was taken away. Gamora screams ominously, shaking the surrounding space with its sound wave. The source, watching the duel, smirks. He's amused that Gamora managed to anger someone and finds the spectacle wonderful. The battle lasts for many hours, and finally the locusts bite Gamora, dealing the decisive blow. He falls to the ground from exhaustion, and the insect remains at a respectful distance. With his arms outstretched, the source calls the battle magnificent and Charlie a deer-bearer, asking for his opinion. The guy, smiling innocently and putting his hands to his chest, asks what the source is going to do with his body. He replies that from now on they will share common flesh, Charlie's body, and the latter is amazed. Acidic, translucent tentacles grab the young man, knocking a scream of horror out of him. He stands in the middle of a white space, arms outstretched, and discontentedly assumes that he has died. A moment later, it turns blue, and the guy habitually calls up his system status window to check the description. Looking at the name, he can't understand who he is now, Charlie or the source. The guy is puzzled. A green clod appears nearby, and the source's voice can be heard from it. Charlie is not happy with it and openly expresses his displeasure. The entity does not understand the discontent of the carrier, because with its strength and help, he will soon be able to surpass all the deities of the world. The source continues to praise himself, but Charlie interrupts the tirade with a hand gesture, asking for him to finish and how to get out of here. The entity says that there is no problem with this now. Since Gamora is dead, nothing can keep them here anymore. The guy snaps his fingers and finds himself in another already familiar place. The source says that by removing the seal, they made a lot of noise, and true gods and demigods from all around are already flocking here. The guy starts to get really nervous, thinking that the gods won't believe him if he starts making excuses and saying that he didn't steal anything. He is almost in complete despair when he remembers the coordinates of the bloody arena. The gods who have almost found them feel that the aura of the seals has disappeared and find it necessary to speed up. They run up to the place where energy was last felt and burst in with a war cry declaring ownership. But nothing awaits them. After Charlie, there is no trace left. While the others look ahead in confusion, Harry finds something with his eyes and, crouching down, picks up the dead locust, guessing everything. A man standing in the middle of the room bursts into tears, angry that someone dared to take his property from under his nose. The man orders to involve all creatures and search without rest, day and night, but only so that in the end they find it. Charlie is in the blood arena, disappointed that he spent 1,000,000 divine power for one teleportation. He had barely arrived when he was immediately challenged. But the guy didn't mind. His fists were itching. The schoolboy habitually enters the portal leading to the bloody arena, mentally preparing himself for the upcoming fight. The system asks opponents to prepare their creatures for battle, and incitement is already heard from the stands. Someone suggests that Charlie call the Bone Collector right away so that he can reveal the opponent right away, and someone else counters. The dragon is encouraged by the large sum of money that has been placed on him, and Charlie smiles as he thinks about such a large bet. The opponent smiles, saying that he knows about the students' main representatives, as well as that he prefers the undead to them. The guy suggests that his opponent finish quickly. He wants to go home, and releases a horde of locusts in the first attack. The opponent accepts the words to end the match quickly and, releasing his half-dragons, promises to quickly deal with Charlie. A humanoid locust attacks one of the dragons and they engage in combat. The red-haired man is unhappy with fighting insects and orders his opponent to summon the undead. Charlie sits down and says that he will definitely do it as soon as the opponent deals with the locusts. Half-dragons, at the command of their master, begin to use their skills, spewing fire from their mouths. Charlie addresses his primary representatives, telling them to listen to his commands. The fallen locusts are on defense, and the heavenly demon beetles are on attack. The dark magic locusts are ordered to wait for a convenient moment to make a sneak attack. The locusts follow their leader's instructions to the letter, and this tips the scales of victory in their favor. The master of the half-dragons orders his subordinates to gather and burn their opponents, flames bursting out of their large mouths again. A half-dragon hero appears on the field and is given the command to begin firing from a bow. Charlie's opponent smiles as he repeats the words about the latter summoning the undead, or else all the locusts will be destroyed. The guy realizes that he is right in believing that he will probably have to call the divine hammer and the minotaur shaman. The next moment, the guy raises his hand up, illuminating the space with purple and calling out to the divine sphere. The source makes itself known by saying that it is beginning to doubt the choice of its carrier, because it suffers insults directed at it. The entity suggests defeating the half-dragon lord with the locust's powers, but Charlie is at a loss as to how to do this, since the forces are unequal. The source reminds us who killed Gamora, because in the hands of the source of mutation itself, a priori, there cannot be weak races. Charlie realizes that this is a good way to test out a new power, and, if necessary, he can summon stronger creatures. He summons a locust, which lands on the man's finger, and a bright light begins to emanate from the insect in all directions. The source asks if the owner has decided what mutation vector to give the locust, and he begins to reason. Fallen are good at being a shield, so I'd like to increase their damage resistance so they can cover others. The guy has 3 choices, and he chooses the last one because half-dragons attack with both fire and physical force. The mutation causes changes in all areas of the locust, enhancing all aspects of it, at the cost of reducing its lifespan to a day. The mutated fallen locust rushes forward, attacking the stunned half-dragons with its giant body. They scatter under its influence like flies. Charlie can't get enough of the fact that he succeeded and was able to give the locusts the necessary mutation vector. The locust continues to attack all other opponents. Charlie is going to take on all of his other representatives by giving them mutations. The dark magic locust attacks enemy creatures with shadow needles, and the inertia tries to protect themselves from the blow, bursting into a roar. Another subspecies of locust uses the talent, Savage Murder, to leave opponents writhing in agony. The half-dragon lord is stunned, wondering how the locusts could become so much stronger in an instant. He calls for the judge, and Charlie smiles, admiring his finest creation, a humanoid locust in mutation mode. Pleased with himself, the guy says that the lord of the half-dragons will have to sweat a lot against them. The humanoid locust's strikes become more accurate and powerful, and it can kill half-dragons outright. Charlie notices the half-dragon hero in the crowd of enemies and makes him the first target for his representatives. The half-dragon lord falls to his knees and surrenders with tears in his eyes, begging not to kill his heroic-type representative. A spectator who placed a large bet on a fighter becomes angry, ordering the former favorite to fight to the end to win it back. Charlie laughs, noting that betting on him to lose never leads to anything good. As a reward for his victory, the schoolboy receives a divine core fragment and the blood arena seal, and he is pleased. In his god realm, the guy sets up his own blood arena, allowing beings to train up to hero level. At Charlie's divine core, a dragon sleeps in a mountain of gold. The master of the world is wary of the suspicion of today's joys. The source wonders why the owner is so inspired by these little things, because they are only the tip of the iceberg, but he can give more. Charlie asks if the entity has said everything it wanted since he is going to take up development, and it answers in the affirmative. Secretly, the guy is going to get rid of the parasite, but out loud he says the words necessary to activate life sacrifice. The familiar funnel-shaped column rises upward, taking with it thousands of insect lives. The divine being is offered the storm armor, which when combined with the core, grants creatures the ability to summon armor during combat. The observatory, when placed in the sphere, allows for precise monitoring of the situation at a distance of up to 10,000 kilometers. The Golem Creation Book allows you to create a creature that takes on the powers and abilities of those from which it was created. Charlie is impressed by this option. He is already thinking about the result that he will get from the unification of his former mutant and Gamora. His gaze becomes determined and anticipatory. It seems to the guy that he will soon become much stronger. The divine being is pleased, feeling that he has not wasted millions of divine power points on high-level materials. He looks at his golems and can't stop being happy, finding them adorable and stronger than some heroes. Charlie looks at the golem's status window and realizes that their regeneration is not inferior even to Wolverine. He called them baby Chucks. He believes that it is time to throw time at fate, as he will soon be able to enter the Imperial Academy. 3 days later, the boy stands in front of the Imperial Academy and admires how even on the outskirts of the city, the aura of the demigods emanates from the people here. Charlie hears a voice addressing him, asking if he is a preparatory course student at the Imperial Academy. The guy turns around, saying that he still sees the man the Academy sent out greeting him. A helicopter was specially prepared for the future student, and the escort reassures him, saying that he will help him get settled. Charlie gets out of the helicopter and the man asks him to follow him as he is going to show the guy his future room. Entering inside, the divine being asks where his neighbors are and is told that the place is intended only for him. The guy is completely shocked, and the man leaves, saying that today he can rest, but tomorrow being late for classes is not encouraged. Charlie wants to get started on absorbing divinity as soon as possible because he believes that there are a lot of geniuses in this place. He walks down the corridor surrounded by voices who believe that the guy got here thanks to family influence. They do not recognize him. Some even threaten to give him a beating, and Charlie assumes that he will not have a quiet life here. Suddenly, a voice is heard behind him, asking if he is a new student, and the guy gets scared. In front of him stands a young woman who introduces herself as a preparatory course teacher. Her name is Lena. She says that classes are starting soon and takes the guy to the necessary room, and, upon entering, asks the class to calm down. Seeing a familiar face, Kian jumps up from her seat, shouting the name of her former classmate, and others look at her. They begin to talk among themselves, realizing that their local goddess knows the newcomer. The teacher introduces the new student to the students with a sweet smile and says that he previously studied at the same school as Cian. One of Charlie's future classmates jumps up from his seat and, in a displeased tone, expresses a desire to know how Charlie did. Lena's expression suddenly changes to serious. She says that in her class you have to raise your hand before you answer. The student begins to tremble with fear, apologizing and promising that this will never happen again. The woman's face regains its sweet expression, and she says that Charlie himself should ask the question she voiced earlier. Tart says that he doesn't really care. He wants to personally test the new guy's abilities and challenges him. Charlie thinks he's nuts and says he refuses with a distasteful expression on his face. The offended student jumps up from his seat and calls his classmate a coward, believing that he is not worthy of studying here since he cannot even accept a challenge. A woman's hand lands on the surface of the desk with a loud sound, and its owner says that she has had enough. Sheehan angrily asks why Tart is picking on Charlie when he has done nothing wrong, and he tries to object. Charlie notes to himself that this is typical girl behavior. Even here she has acquired nasty henchmen. After the lesson, the guy is awaited by a raging Tart and his two friends, the leader of whom grits his name with displeasure. Suddenly, Cian appears in front of Charlie, blocking him with her body, and says that, first of all, they need to deal with her. Tart tells Cian that it's none of her business, but to his rival so that he stops hiding behind the girl, Charlie frowns. The guy noisily gets up from his seat and comes closer to the group, pushing the girl back. He says that he was too lazy to figure it out, but he also has limits to his patience and asks what exactly his classmate wants. He also shortens the distance, saying that Charlie got here by accident, and he will do everything to get the guy expelled from here. One of his buddies points his finger and says that they will get rid of him until he drops out. Charlie, looking back at Cian, suggests that it was not easy for her to study in a class with such idiots, and she says that everything was fine before. The guy assumes that the girl hasn't had time to get close to them yet and won't mind if they get beaten up. Cian says that Tart should not be underestimated. His representatives are the Steel Knights, the elite. He is very strong. Even her sparrows are weaker, and Charlie jokes with a smile that the girl is afraid for Tart's health, but she denies it, allowing him to do whatever he wants. Tart, hearing this, gets angry, saying that Charlie won't be able to touch him with even a finger because one knight is capable of killing all the locusts. Frowning in displeasure, Tart offers his classmate to fight in the arena, who smiles. Cian looks at the back of the guy leaving and worries about him in his thoughts, considering him stubborn and regretting that he can't help here in any way. The system offers to choose a battle mode, and the newbie, smiling cheekily, is amazed by their variety and chooses 10 on 10. The opponents stand in the battle coliseum and prepare themselves mentally for the upcoming fight. Tart can't stand it. With a malicious smile, he speaks unpleasantly about his opponent, recalling Kyan's words and saying that he will not survive in the chosen mode. He is silent, but in the blink of an eye, 10 creatures relatively recently bred, Chucky's babies appear around him. Tart's face takes on an expression of confusion. He does not understand who is in front of him. Although the type of creatures is obvious, they are heroes. But the Lord of the Knights does not lose his head. Calling on his representatives, his gaze changes to a confident one, he warns. As his classmates watch the battle, Cian is surprised to see Charlie's creatures and wonders when he managed to acquire them. The one standing nearby scans the creatures, saying that they are called golems and are comparable to heroes, but believes that knights are stronger. Someone is convinced that Charlie is someone's rich son because he managed to get the hero's golem, which are very expensive. Cyan, who knows that Charlie has no one left, has a different opinion, but she is also interested. She wants to ask about the acquisition after the battle. With an extremely confident look, Tart sends his knights into the first skirmish, ordering them to crush their opponents. Those having gotten to a sufficient distance begin to attack their opponents. Tart chuckles, describing the sounds as blessed and belonging to the bones of supposedly half-heroic enemies. But his eyes widen in confusion when he hears a voice asking whether he has fallen asleep or has resigned himself to his defeat. The guy watches the battle and is more and more amazed by what he sees, wondering how this is possible. And the opponent says that this is just the beginning and gives the order to his golems to start pressing. They rush into the attack. One of the Chucky babies lunges at a nearby knight with all his might, his muzzle stretched into a predatory grin. Observers are puzzled as to how such monsters manage to push back the steel knights, but it looks more like a beating. Chaeyeon watches her classmate with a puzzled expression, impressed by his strength. With a frown on his face, Charlie bids his opponent to surrender. But he refuses, telling his opponent not to get carried away and saying that he hasn't even shown half of his power. He tells his representatives to unite, and Charlie scoffs, drawing a parallel with the Transformers. But the enemy creatures gather together, huddling together, and their enemy becomes curious about what they are doing. One of the golems stands next to Charlie, and in front of him a pillar of fire rises into the air as if from an explosion. As soon as the cloud disperses, a combined steel knight appears in front of him, and its owner thinks that the enemy is scared. After all the power of Tart's creatures is collected in it. The man's leg takes a step to the side. The steel knight breaks into a run and runs straight towards the wall of enemies, some of whom are preparing to block. The united one swings forward to strike, and enemy creatures are forced to close in to meet resistance. With a grin, Tart says that he will now show the enemy the strength of someone who is truly worthy of studying at the Imperial Academy. Charlie makes a scared expression and says that the combined steel knight is very strong. Tart, with a haughty smile, says that if the enemy surrenders, he promises to spare his creatures, but sets a limit of 10 seconds. He starts the countdown, and Charlie helps finish by saying that time is up and the opponent can continue. Tart remarks in a threatening tone that his opponent has refused and is about to add something else, but falters. His eyes widen in bewilderment. All the golems that had previously been damaged are miraculously healed. Tart cannot believe his eyes and expresses his indignation out loud. One of the Chucky babies takes off, not giving the enemy time to recover, and hurries towards his target. It turns out to be united, and Charlie encourages his creatures. Others are sent to help the first one. Golems mercilessly bite into the body of an enemy creature with their predatory mouths and tear off pieces of its body. They tear the steel knight apart, attacking from all sides and not allowing him to come to his senses and defend himself. As he watches his classmates battle on screen, one student wistfully remarks on the cruelty of Charlie's creatures. Tart also looks thoughtfully and dumbfoundedly at the head of the steel knight that has rolled to his feet. He falls to the ground and says in a doomed voice that this cannot be, and believes that this is the end. Everything is lost. Charlie emerges from the portal looking extremely pleased with himself. He is met by his classmates and Kian, who addresses him by name. All faces directed at the boy look stunned. But also, in addition to all the others, the young man hears another voice from the side, addressed to him, and turns to look at it. A joyful Martin pounces on the boy, embraces him, and says that he had no doubt that the younger one would pass the test. Charlie is surprised by his friend's appearance, asking about it and saying that he feels like he looks 10 years younger. He smirks, saying that he chose the previous image specifically for the arena because he thought that he would not be taken seriously. Classmates change their minds, realizing that Charlie got here on the recommendation of a student, and not because of his rich parents. Martin, meanwhile, says that he is his friend, and if anyone decides to offend Charlie, he will deal with him. The elder takes the younger one away, promising to introduce him to his friends. The latter is a little puzzled. The comrades go up the stairwell, In one of the flights, there is a guy and a girl. Martin introduces Charlie to them. The first guy to introduce himself is Thornton. He's also a first-year student and greets him politely. The girl, whose name is Loriana, asks with a smile about Charlie beating up their friend, who also shows respect and becomes embarrassed. The girl doesn't really like the younger one's words about a random victory. She thinks that everything happened because of luck, and luck is also a kind of power. The elders heard that the younger ones would soon go on a mission and asked to bring something from there. Charlie was surprised by this and asked for clarification. The girl does not consider the younger one a newbie, hinting that Martin shared with them all the details of the fight, and now he is embarrassed. Loriana tells about the upcoming test. Only students from the preparatory class can get there. Martin confirms and boasts of his strength, saying that if he were allowed in there, he would destroy the entire city in a few hours. Loriana continues the explanation, saying that on this mission, one can find a rare item that they are willing to buy for a high price. Charlie, outwardly casual, but inwardly jumping almost to the ceiling with happiness, says that he will take on the job. The girl hands the younger one a seed, saying that it will be useful to him to pass the upcoming test. Lying on his bed in his own home, Charlie reflects that if it weren't for teacher Lena's explanations, he would have wasted his potential. He remembers the woman's words about accumulating divinity points. He wanted to quickly become a demigod, but it is not profitable. Then the teacher explained everything in the most detailed and understandable way. She told about all the nuances at each stage of divinity. Charlie is flattered that Lena has such high hopes for him. He simply has to live up to them, and to do this he needs to accumulate points. A classmate asks Charlie about rumors that he already knows about. Many elders have asked not only him but others for a favor. Tart approaches the interlocutors and offers his former rival to make a bet on the time of the sortie. He clarifies the essence. The bet concerns the highest score. The loser will have to forget about Cian and even stop looking in her direction. Charlie almost implies that Tart is a dull-witted man and says that he should come to terms with the fact that Cian doesn't like him. He ignores the insult and says that it does not concern Charlie. Tart is ready to do everything to protect Cian from him. The aforementioned one approaches the company and clarifies the content of the bet, saying in full that Tart is currently bothering her. He says that he really likes her and wants to ask why she needs Charlie if she has him, but the girl insists on an answer. Tart confirms Cian's words, and she asks Charlie to do her a favor and agree to the bet. Charlie notes that there are many geniuses in the academy and asks Cian not to blame him if he loses, but she says that she believes in him. Lena enters the classroom and tells about the upcoming test. All that will be required of the students is to survive. She snaps her fingers loudly, announcing the beginning. The system informs about all the necessary nuances that will affect the students living in this world. Now everyone becomes mortal and begins to rely on the fact that they cannot use their divinity. Charlie watches. Divine beings have virtually no need for food and can go hungry for a month or more, and now they are forced to survive. He checks the basic abilities and makes sure that they all work as before, so there is nothing to worry about. Cian approaches the guy and he invites her to look around this unfriendly city. The girl, smiling, agrees. Crouching down, she places her hand on the ground, from which threads of magical energy begin to emanate. Cian summons his main representative, inviting his classmate to climb on top of him to look around from above. The guy smiles, gently declining and saying that he has his own wings. A moment later, Charlie uses Black Dragon transformation and flies into the air on his own wings without any help. They patrol the city together, Cian flying on his Storm Sparrow behind his classmate. Finally satisfied, the students land on the stonework of one of the streets. Charlie thought that there was no one in the city except zombies. But there is a lot of things here. The cafes and restaurants alone are worth something. Cian's stomach is protesting. The guy can barely contain his laughter, and the girl, embarrassed, notes that there is nothing to laugh about. He agrees, offering to look into the restaurant. As soon as the students enter the building, they are met by a good-natured old man who treats them politely and offers his services. Charlie says hello, saying with an awkward smile that they came from out of town, so they have money problems. The man's intonation instantly changes. He rudely drives the newcomers away, placing his gun on the counter in front of him. Cian starts to get angry, and Charlie tries to calm her down, reminding her that they now have mortal bodies and could die from a bullet. The boy remembers that the Elder One gave him a seed and suggests that it could play a role. He takes a seed out of his pocket and shows it to the man, who immediately lowers his weapon, surprised. The old man puts a smile back on his face and apologizes, saying that he didn't know the boy had such valuable seeds with him, and he was willing to buy it. Charlie says they are too hungry now to bargain, asking for food first. The old man is very kind. The table is laden with food standing in front of the two young people. Tian even stands up in admiration, expressing his feelings openly. Before putting a piece of chicken in his mouth, Charlie asks the owner to tell him a little about the city. He agrees and replies that there is nothing secret here. But at the same time, the students found themselves in a very amazing place. In the city, people and zombies have learned to live side by side. People hunt them for resources and money, and zombies become stronger by eating brains. Every night, the streets are filled with crowds of the dead, who may even break into people's homes in search of food. The victims are protected not only by swords, shields, and firearms, but also by special magical plants. The seed that the elder gave to Charlie is just the seed of a third-order magical plant. The man will be very happy to buy it. The guy, looking thoughtfully at the seed, draws a parallel where the first-order plant is an ordinary creature, and the third, an elite one. Tian stops eating and looks towards the man and his classmate, asking where he can get more of these seeds. The old man says that there are several ways. You can buy it in the store, but it will be very expensive. Or get it from a zombie when you kill it. The students look at each other. Charlie wants to find a place to spend the night, as he thinks that at night in this city it can be very dangerous. The man seemed to read his thoughts, confirming that it was dangerous here at night, and that it would be better to buy a house or rent a room in a hotel. Charlie leaves the restaurant with the firm intention of buying a house. The old man waving his hand good-naturedly after the distinguished guests. One of Charlie's classmates is running around the city in search of food. His feeling of hunger is too strong. But the owner of the establishment he broke into is hostile. He tells the guy to get out and injures his hand. The system notifies that a preparatory course student, along with his healthy hand, loses 500 points. Cyan thanks Charlie for saving her from the fate of this mortal because the old man actually used the weapon. She confirms her classmates' thoughts about getting a house as soon as possible, and a little later they are already standing in front of the mayor's house. The man states the price he is willing to pay for the seeds provided to him, and states the cost of the cheapest house. Qian is worried that she doesn't have enough, and Charlie asks the girl not to worry, as he is ready to offer help. The mayor suggests buying one house for both of them. He just has one in mind, and announces its price. The young people enthusiastically accept this offer, because the house is not only huge, but also has a swimming pool. The man shows them a photo of the house so that the buyers can appreciate the full scale. The students unanimously say that they agree to buy it, their eyes shining with genuine delight. The man smiles contentedly, confirming that there will be no problems, but only if one of the city's conditions is met. Only married couples can buy shared homes. Young people feel embarrassed, and the mayor asks if they are ready to get married. The man says that otherwise it is impossible to buy a shared home. Their city tries to honor traditions and does not allow promiscuity. Embarrassed, Xian says that they are not even dating and is about to say something else, but she is unable to finish. Charlie turns to her friend, saying that it's just for the house, and she, looking down in embarrassment, frowning, agrees. The young people get into character, hugging each other and smiling, saying that they agree. The mayor hands the couple the necessary documents, saying that they look great, and once filled out, they are practically married. The man hands the newlyweds a tray with a house key and the promised seeds, and also wishes them a happy life. Charlie signs. Qian tells his friend that their marriage is only a forced measure and asks him not to overthink it, and he, smiling, says that he understands. The girl is unhappy in her mind, thinking that the guy agreed with her too quickly, and wonders if he really doesn't have his own opinion. As the friends walk towards their new home, the system notifies them that each person gets 1,000 points for purchasing real estate. Charlie beams at the sight of the grandeur of the house in person, considering it a mansion, while Qian makes a displeased face, convinced that he has seen little in life. The girl says that she's going to take a shower and get some sleep because she is tired, and the guy is just enjoying the surrounding decor. Looking at the bag in his hand, he decides to do some work as he wants to see what the plant seeds he was given are capable of. In the evening, the guy comes to the girl's room and urges her to get busy and not to idle away. Several hours have already passed. He enters Qian's bedroom, saying that he has already managed to plant the plants he bought, but she is still sleeping. But the girl is not sleeping, but changing clothes. Standing with her back to the one who entered, his eyes widen. A blush appears on his cheeks. The space is filled with the sound of an angry girl's voice, who tells the guy to get out of her room, and he tries to justify himself. Charlie leaves the house and goes into the garden to the plants. He notices that they are growing very quickly. After all, Only a few hours have passed. Chien comes up to him and asks what the guy is muttering under his breath, and he, embarrassed, says nothing. The guy shudders, blushing even more, and the girl looks at him with a squint, noticing the redness of his face and making an assumption. Charlie says he hadn't thought about it, but the image he saw recently appears in his head, and his face becomes dreamy. Chien tells the guy not to make that face again and to forget about what he saw, otherwise she won't vouch for herself. He remains silent, smiling innocently. There is a noise coming from behind, and the girl voices out loud the question that has arisen in both of their minds. What is its source? Raising her hand up, the student calls upon a magical source of light, and the space around her becomes brighter. And at that very moment, the young people see a crowd of unknown creatures rapidly approaching them. As they get closer, it becomes clear that the monsters are aggressive, and angry growling sounds cut through the air. A smile appears on Charlie's face. He can't wait to see what the plants he has grown are capable of. Chien stands nearby, but does not share his enthusiasm. The planted plants have toothy mouths from which green pea-like projectiles fly out in a rhythmic volley. They attack the zombies, but they don't do anything. Charlie is amazed, believing that the effect produced is quite weak. An idea comes to his mind to strengthen plants with the dark attribute, and at that very moment, the corresponding object flashes in the young man's hand. The plants are engulfed in a magical flame, and some kind of metamorphosis begins to occur with them. They grow even larger, and their mouths turn into the huge maws of the dark pea shooter. For killing a first-order regular zombie and a first-order standard zombie, they are awarded a point each. The upgrade takes a lot of Charlie's energy. With a mortal body, he won't be able to overcome all the shooters, and they will soon be surrounded. The guy is thinking about what to do in this situation. Cyan tries to cheer up Charlie. Tart has also already got a house. He already has 1,300 points. They can lose at this rate. The guy looks at his plants and realizes that he needs to find a way to kill zombies even faster. If we take into account the fact that they are living beings, they are also capable of mutating. Charlie approaches one of the plants and begins to affect it with his power, performing a directed mutation. The suggested options are all good, so the guy is going to try each of them. Under the influence of the mutagen, plants become even more interesting, sparkling with amber eyes and bearing even more toothy mouths. The system notifies about a new batch of kills with the accrual of points, as well as about receiving items from some bodies. A little further away, a new sound of heavy footsteps is heard, and the wind spreads in all directions from the fleshy leg. The wave of new zombies that arrive looks completely different. The young people understand that it will be more difficult with them than with the previous ones. The flag-carrying orc-like zombie swings his makeshift weapon with a vicious grin as he lunges forward. Breaking sharply, he throws it with all his might at the target in front of him. It lands right in the middle of a cluster of mutated but still motionless plants, sending clouds of dust into the air. But on the ugly face, almost as soon as they dissipate, surprise is reflected. Plants greet their rival with a hail of lightning-fast projectiles from weapons of their own origin. Under their influence, the zombie orc flies back. Charlie approaches the abandoned banner and notices that it is made of multiple tempered steel. The handle even crackles with static. He takes the trophy and goes to his money trees, which he almost forgot about. The student is going to make them mutate as well, examining and carefully studying all the proposed options. He enjoys everything again, and Charlie is going to make the most of every option, which brings in excellent profits. Chien checks the rating table and is happy that his companion has once again managed to overtake Tart in the number of points scored. The same one, watching the results somewhere in another part of the city, is indignant, not believing his eyes, because he is being displaced from first place. Tart's gaze turns angry as he looks at the item in his hand, believing that his classmate won't be able to surpass him. The item was a seed from the blazing dragon flower, and 2 hours later, the boy received a powerful fourth-order plant. The zombies are illuminated by the flames emanating from the mouth of the dragon plant, and then they quickly perish in its merciless fire. Already ugly bodies become even more ugly, dying a painful death. Tartu checks the tournament table again and realizes that he has managed to overtake his competitor again, regaining first place. He smirks arrogantly, saying that he has found out all the ins and outs of Charlie. He wants to make his classmate regret it. Meanwhile, the night is coming to an end, and the first rays of the morning sun coming out from behind the mountains touch the city. The remaining zombies die under the influence of the heat of its rays, which are considered fatal for monsters. Tyan sits in front of a mountain of gold and notes with relief that they survived the first night, and then asks what Charlie strengthened their plants with. The guy shares with the girl that he recently acquired the ability of directed mutation and notes that it came in handy. Cian looks at Charlie with eyes full of happiness, confirming the last words, but unfortunately, they are still behind on points. The guy looks at the rating and smiling says that this is just the beginning, and besides, they now have enough money to buy the best seeds. Night falls over the city again, and Charlie, standing next to the second and third order plants, notes that he feels more confident. Cyan watches the horizon from a height with binoculars. She says that completely different zombies have come to them. The approaching monsters are indeed different. They are dark silhouettes, including those riding horses. As they get closer, the girl notes that the current zombies are third-order knights and the fourth-order dance king. Seeing the latter, Charlie is amazed at where such a powerful monster could come from, and Cyan asks what they should do now. The guy suggests turning off the lights and hoping the zombies don't notice them, as they are sensitive to light and sound. They turn off the lights in the entire area and hide. Kian asks if the zombies have left. Charlie thinks the plan worked. They ignore the house and go to the next one, watching the horde move away. The guy looks around for a certain zombie and, finally finding him, allows himself to breathe a sigh of relief. The most fearsome enemy leaves and it is the student's turn. Charlie asks Cyan to use a light spell. The girl agrees and, having taken a more comfortable position, releases a step of bright light from her hands. For some time, he flies towards the crowd of zombies and finally catches up with them. They turn around only at the last moment. The sound of horses neighing can be heard in the area, and several zombie knights accompanied by foot soldiers are racing towards Cian at full speed. Not allowing them to get any closer, the plants attack the monsters with their share of volleys of balls. The zombies put their hands forward, trying to protect themselves from shots or at least minimize damage. A horseman gallops towards Cian, brandishing a formidable weapon, and now the girl covers herself with her hands. But she is saved by one of the new plants, of a higher order than before, hitting the enemy with a boxing glove. Charlie looks at the tournament table and is surprised. Another opponent appears on it, starting to press him from below. While he is perplexed, laughter and a question from that same Chaz Swift who is supporting him from below are heard from behind. The guy turns around towards the voice. There is a red-haired woman standing next to the student, whom he hugs, and she smiles sweetly at him. Meanwhile, the zombies find a new way to break through by imagining themselves as pole vaulters. Chaz gives the order to his plants, called Oak Snipers, to attack, and they readily obey. The plants are quite effective at attacking zombies, and their owner laughs madly. Smiling widely, Chaz wishes for the monsters to head straight for him, ultimately rewarding him with the much-coveted first place. Charlie expresses annoyance. He didn't think that any of the students would think of sitting on the neck of a local woman. Cian thinks that he is jealous. The guy reminds the girl that if he loses, Tart will continue to pester her, and she sticks her tongue out at her classmate. The zombie dancer enters the game, raising his hand to perform the great summoning, the twisting movements creating a small tornado. Second-tier zombie dancers appear out of nowhere next to the summoner, who stands proudly behind. They slowly walk towards the house that stands closest, the wind driving bright sparks through the air. Charlie notices that the king of dance still managed to break through the defense of their gigolo student. The zombie takes another step forward and belatedly realizes that he made a mistake. One of the enemy creatures appears under his foot, which immediately reacts to the intruder. The dancing king is thrown back with one sure springy movement and flies far away, doing several somersaults in the air. Charlie's eyes are about to pop out of their sockets when he realizes that such a powerful zombie has ended up on his own property. The guy can't recover from the shock, because he couldn't even imagine that this zombie could be so easily deceived. He orders his pea shooters to focus all their power on the king of dances, who open their mouths in anticipation. The shelling doesn't take long to arrive, and soon the aforementioned is shaking, trying to withstand a hail of pea-sized bullets. But suddenly he assumes a confident pose and begins to giggle, baring his bare teeth. Cyan notices that the plants are not coping and suggests taking shelter in the house. But Charlie understands that if they are not stopped here, nothing will help. He transforms into the Black Dragon, promising that he can handle it himself. With firm confidence, the guy flies straight towards the king of dance. First, he hits him in the jaw with his fist. Smoke billows from the skeleton due to the force of the blow, but the superior smile never leaves the skinless face. Charlie doesn't understand why the zombie didn't even move, knowing that he'll have to fight for real. He is going to pay tribute to his idol and kill him with his favorite technique, crossing his arms over his chest in a specific gesture. After properly preparing for the attack, Charlie delivers a machine gun punch, striking the enemy at lightning speed all over the body. The intensity and force of the king's skull will separate from his spine with a corresponding crunch. Charlie still stands in front of him with a serious face, watching as the enemy's body falls, the kill awarding impressive rewards. But the guy doesn't like that he was only awarded 500 points for the Dance King, since he was a level 4 zombie. Someone is watching this brilliant battle through binoculars, saying that Charlie is simply something. The observer is Loriana. She is sorry that she cannot see the rating, and Martin, standing next to her, is enthusiastically waiting for his turn to watch. He says that the guy is no slouch, since he decided to team up with Cian. The question arises whether Charlie will be able to find the thing they need. It all depends on how the younger one perceives the city. If he considers this place to be a battle between zombies and townspeople and plants, it won't work. The girl, smiling, says that she is now interested in what place in the ranking this guy will take, and even had a crazy thought. Lena, who overheard the conversation, appears right behind Loriana, asking again if he is a merciless monster in the girl's eyes. The woman takes a step back and asks the students to admit who they decided to bet on. Smiling puzzledly, Martin and Loriana give an honest answer in unison. The woman smiles softly, satisfied with the answer, and asks the freshmen to follow her, allowing them to watch. She is focused on setting up a screen window through which the students will be able to observe what is happening. Stepping aside a little, Lena says that there is definitely something to see here. Charging forward, Charlie in his black dragon form knocks over the zombie knight, grabbing him by the head, his eyes angry. The next moment, he gives the command to the pea shooters, telling them to concentrate on a specific target. The guy himself takes off so that he won't be accidentally hit by the plant attacks, and the monster is thrown back. Martin notices that the younger archers have the power of second-tier plants, and Loriana understands why he lost to him. But the girl does not understand why the zombies attacking him have such a high level. According to her calculations, it should be lower. Meanwhile, the Spring of the Hour and his women throw another zombie back. Now everything becomes clear. They are simply throwing it at him. Although the guy's strength itself deserves credit, not everyone is capable of developing plants like that. Lena watches the battle from a closer distance and notices that no one supports Chaz. Martin does not believe. Loriana's cheeks turn red with anger when she realizes that the student simply took advantage of the townswoman. The first years are curious about the leader of the trio, Tart, and Lena shows him, whose dragon plant is frying another opponent. The guy laughs heartily, happy that he thinks Charlie won't even be able to try to beat him. The plant seems familiar to Loriana. She thinks that their rival decided to support Tart. Martin is angry. He already overtook him once. Lena confirms that the students have made an agreement. In exchange for financial assistance, Tart owes the elder a large part of his savings. The freshmen condemn their opponent for such a vile condition for the exchange, and he suddenly appears right next to them, asking who they are insulting. Martin turns to look at the new arrival. Shannon, noticing that the assembled group is watching the preparatory course students, suggests making a bet. Martin frowns in displeasure, saying that he is already aware of the dishonest deal made between him and Tart. Shannon insults not only him, but his friends as well, saying that people like them are ashamed to be called students of the Imperial Academy. Martin jumps up, wanting to teach his classmate a lesson, but Loriana holds him back, saying that he is deliberately provoking him in front of the teacher. At the same time, the girl parries Shannon's cruel words, saying that they united to help the youngest of poor families. Emotionally, she accepts the challenge, and Shannon grins predatorily, placing 10 divinity points on the line. The girl accepts the challenge with all determination. Shannon says that their teacher will be their witness, so there will be no way to back out of the bet. Martin doubts his friend's victory. Tart looks strong, but the girl is determined. She believes in her younger brother. Lena intervenes in the argument, saying that Charlie can only win if he gets to the bottom of the zombie city's truth. After the second day of survival, Charlie collapses on the floor, exhausted, too tired to stand up. Chian asks him not to strain himself. She will collect what she has accumulated during the night herself. The girl is grateful to herself that the guy's abilities are with him. He closes his eyes and, smiling blissfully, agrees, calling his classmate his wife. The girl quickly approaches the lying man, her cheeks flushed as she kicks and asks him to repeat what he said. Stoically enduring the blows, Charlie notes that he did not come up with the rules of this world, and in order to survive, he must adhere to them. The girl turns away abruptly and, pretending to be displeased, leaves, saying that she doesn't care and calling Charlie a scoundrel. The guy's attention is drawn to a voice coming from behind, surprised that the couple has enough time for this pathetic flirting. Chaz asks with a disdainful grin how long it has been since Charlie looked at the ranking table, since he is still in third place. Instead of the guy, Xian does it and groans, putting his hand to his mouth. The gap between Charlie and Tart has increased to 200,000. Charlie responds to his peculiar neighbor with a joke. He still has aces up his sleeve, but will Chaz be able to work off the guardianship of a city girl? The overconfident student becomes enraged, pairing the words about aces and threatening to set his springs to bombard the neighbor's yard with zombies. Standing next to a mountain of gold, Charlie replies that it will definitely do him good, but something else catches his attention almost immediately. Among all this multitude, he sees two eye-catching seeds, presumably of the fourth order. One of them is the charming mushroom, and the other is called the corn cannon. Charlie is impressed after reading the descriptions. Kian, noticing his companion's enthusiasm, suggests that he go to the store to sell what he has accumulated and buy high-order seeds. Charlie agrees, almost calling her wifey, but corrects himself in time. The girl pretends not to understand, but is embarrassed. Sometime later, the students leave the store. Charlie was hoping to get a good amount for the skill he dropped, but no one even bought it. Sion, holding a red bag in his hand, tries to calm him down, suggesting other options and playing on the positive sides. Charlie jokingly says that the last word should remain with the owner of his family mansion, but she, blushing, offers her last name. The guy refuses and jokes again, which causes even more embarrassment to the girl, and begins to run away from her feigned anger. The guys come to the mayor's house and he asks a question related to the current topic. Charlie bargains over the man's weapon. The head of the city thinks about whether the embossed banner is actually rare, and the man allows him to choose something. The head of the house takes the young man to the room where all his weapons are kept. The guy looks around carefully. When Charlie sees one of the swords, he feels as if it is calling him, and the boy's eyes light up with delight. Unable to resist, he takes the weapon in his hands and something incredible happens. The blade begins to resonate with dragon blood. Charlie turns to the mayor with a satisfied smile and, holding the sword in his hand, says that this is the weapon he wants. The man smiles back. The latter says that the student has a keen eye, but the banner alone will not be enough for this weapon. Something else will have to be given. The boy hands the man a copy of the tap dance skill and some third-tier plant seeds, since that's all he has left. The man agrees to accept the seeds, but he doesn't need the skill. He suggests offering it to his neighbor as a former dance queen. Charlie takes the sword and invites Sion to visit the golden woman of their academic friend, Chaz. Walking past Tart's house and seeing his yard, Charlie realizes that the student has remained just as pompous. These words are quickly confirmed. The guy approaches his classmates and begins to push his line. Charlie addresses Kian as his wife, asking if Tart is her friend, and she, a little embarrassed, answers in the negative. Tart becomes furious, angry at this treatment, and believing that his classmate has no right to call Sion that. They walk away holding hands, and Charlie suggests that the girl not pay attention to this narrow-minded man. Tart is beside himself with rage. He promises not only to disgrace his classmate, but also to ruin his entire future destiny. The students approach their neighbor's house and knock on the door, asking if she is home. The door is opened not only by the woman, but also by Chaz, who sarcastically notes that their neighbor, Charlie, has come to visit them. The woman also smiles not very kindly. She says that Chaz has already told everything. There is no need to count on compensation. She is not obliged to pay for the weakness of her neighbors. Chaz, with an unpleasant smile, tells his classmate that he shouldn't bother them. Charlie ignores his classmate's unpleasant words and begins to tell the woman about his receipt of the tap dance. She also thinks that the guy is sucking up to her and smiling. She says that this way he won't be able to change her attitude towards him. Charlie decides to go for broke, showing the woman a book that is a copy of the skill with a pleasant smile. Chaz comes forward, clearly irritated, and asks if his classmate is being cheeky if he decided to buy them some book. But the neighbor has a different opinion. She is ready to literally give everything she has for the lost book of the King of Dance. Chaz begins to worry, believing that if Charlie asks to be kicked out instead of payment, the woman will be ready to make this sacrifice. Chaz is about to use hypocrisy, emphasizing that they are classmates, and begins to speak with a sweet smile. But he doesn't even hear him. He gives the book to the woman just like that, saying that they are neighbors and should help each other. She beams as she thanks Charlie and apologizes for her rudeness. She allows herself to be addressed informally and hopes to get along. The neighbors leave, waving goodbye, and neighbor Hannah waves back, clutching her lucky purchase to herself. The system awards points for befriending the neighbor, and Charlie comes up with an idea about the true meaning of the zombie town. Chien asks what her companion just did, since she was awarded a lot of points and the opportunity to trade with her neighbor opened up. The guy smiles slyly, noting that because of the marriage, the girl now also gets some points, which means that it was not in vain that they got married. He jokes again, saying that he does everything for his wife, and she, just as before, is embarrassed, calling him shameless. The guy is going to see what his neighbor's store can offer him and opens the corresponding window. Among the goods is the fruit of wisdom he needs, which his elders asked him to find. But Charlie is in no hurry to buy it. It is expensive. Night comes and he is already standing next to his fourth-tier plants. Improved by directed mutation, the night will be hot. A little later, zombies appear, opening their predatory mouths, heading straight for the townspeople's houses. Charlie gives the command for the first glowing sphere attack while standing behind a neat row of corn-like plants. The charge hits the monsters, throwing them into the air with its explosion and scattering them in different directions. Watching the battle, Charlie couldn't help but wonder where all the high-level zombies had gone. Only the low-ranking ones were visible. Some movement in the background catches his attention and the guy switches focus. The neighbor across the street stands next to one of her plants and kindly waves her hand at her neighbor. There is no hour next to her. Smiling, she shouts to the guy with neighborly hospitality that she has removed all the springs, so that they will no longer cause inconvenience. Charlie even gets depressed. The fun is canceled, and now he needs to find a new thing to do. He decides to take a little walk. He decides to do this by transforming into a black dragon, moments later soaring into the air on black wings. He slowly hovers over the zombie city, checking the situation on other streets and in other people's areas. The monsters walking the streets are not angry zombies to him now, but valuable points. The Dragon Boy rushes down with his new sword in hand, looking to make some extra money. He mercilessly strikes down monsters, making powerful and sweeping movements with his blade. The final blow causes the zombie to drop the desired coins. A little later, the monsters change their targets, switching to Charlie, and he realizes that after the strong zombies, these are useless to him. A few hours later, the guy climbs to the top of one of the tallest buildings. He looks at the ranking table and notes that the gap has narrowed, but it is too early to relax. The third day of survival brings Charlie 3,000 points. He approaches his house, on the threshold of which someone in blue stands. Coming even closer, the student asks who this man is, and he turns around at the voice. Placing his hand on his chest, the armored guy smiles and introduces himself as Rick, the captain of the local guard, and invites Charlie in. The student asks to tell him more about this, and the captain explains, saying that they often encounter 5th-rank zombies. The face of the interlocutor lights up. Zombies from the 5th level are just what he needs. He asks to be accepted into the guard. The captain smiles back and places his hand on his interlocutor's shoulder, saying that this is why he came here, hoping that it will now be easier to defend the city. For this, the system awards even more points than for friendship with Hannah and opens a store with Rick, as well as with the guards. Thus, Charlie bypasses everyone and ends up in first place in the ranking. The guards say goodbye to each other until the evening, smiling and waving. As soon as Kian sees Charlie, he rushes towards him with open arms, asking how he managed to achieve first place. The guy smiles, getting ready to tell the girl an interesting story, but it ends before it really began. There is a loud knock behind them. Someone is knocking on their front door. Charlie becomes alert. Opening the door, he asks with displeasure who brought them to their house so early in the morning. A girl with light hair tied into 2 ponytails stands on the threshold and immediately begins to shower Charlie with compliments. Looking at the stranger, he asks who she is, and she answers with ambiguous words. Smiling slyly, she says that she is the one who wanted to look at the guy who did incredible things at night. Chien appears behind the embarrassed Charlie, asking him what he did that everyone is looking for him today. The stranger turns her admiring gaze to the student with her hands on her hips and asks who she is. She, with short pauses and hesitation, answers that she is the guy's wife and asks in return who is in front of her. The blonde asks Charlie if he thinks it's wasteful to get married so early, and even agrees to play the role of mistress, introducing herself as Jessica. Suddenly, she turns around and leaves, with a charming smile reminding the guy that he is now a member of the city guard. Charlie watches her go, fascinated, and Kian jealously remarks that he doesn't really want to part with Jessica. She angrily grabs her husband by the ear, calling him a scoundrel, and suggests that he has started hanging out with some girls at night. But Charlie refutes everything, giving reasonable arguments, and finally tells the true story of how he got his glasses. These words have a sobering effect on Xian, she justifies herself, recalling Jessica's words about the position of a mistress. Charlie understands that the girl is jealous and tells her about it, as well as about the fact that he is trying for her sake, but she awkwardly denies the first part. The guy says that today he will go to the guard to kill high-level zombies and gives the girl the seeds. The protection of the house is now on her. Clutching the pouch to his chest, Xian asks Charlie to be careful with the high-level zombies. They are very strong. He turns to her, smiling and asking her not to worry. He says that yesterday he already tried out a new sword, which turned out to be very effective. Charlie leaves, and Kian, with cheeks red from embarrassment, asks him not to fall into Jessica's net. Dusk falls on the city just as the guy approaches a group of guards, among whom stands a blonde. Rick greets the newly minted guard, and Jessica clings to him with her cunning speeches. A tall, muscular man looks at this picture with displeasure, reminding the girl that Charlie has a wife. He politely greets Charlie and introduces himself as Johnson, and the last of the guards asks him to tell the newcomer about his strengths. The guy transforms into a black dragon without saying a single word. But after all, smiling, he suggests that most likely, the strongest trump card is precisely the transformation. Jessica's gaze turns loving as she delightedly notes that Charlie is definitely her type, and she asks the captain for a favor. He looks at the girl appraisingly, and then informs the newcomer that today they will work together with the blonde, but he needs to be on guard with the zombies. The girl's expression suddenly changes, and taking a fighting stance and taking out her pistols, she says that the monsters are already approaching. Charlie is surprised to see that they have two fifth-tier plants, Flame Shooter and Frosty. Johnson also takes a more comfortable position and begins to merge with the Tier 5 giant nut that appears nearby. The muscles in the man's arms begin to bulge, increasing not only in size but also in shape. Similar changes affect all other parts of Johnson's body. Soon he appears before his comrades completely changed, with a weapon in his hand and looking even more massive than before. Now it's the blonde's turn. He takes two weapons in his hands at once and fuses Watch Pine and Swordsman Gladiolus. The last male leg takes a step, illuminated by a blue flame. Rick catches up with the blonde. A ghostly fire covers almost his entire body. He voices the thoughts of everyone present. The zombies are advancing. The next moment, the captain of the city guard bursts forward, flying into the air and leaving his comrades on the ground. Jessica points her gun at her enemies with a satisfied smile, playfully offering them to eat her bullets. Three powerful monsters try to break through the blows, but are still far from getting close enough to the girl. Johnson asks for a few to be left for him as well, jumping into the air with his weapon in hand. He swings his large hammer and hits one of the nearby zombies on the head, causing it to writhe in pain. But suddenly something makes Johnson feel embarrassed. His gaze becomes puzzled. Grinning angrily, the zombie releases spiky tentacles from its split head, which quickly rush towards its opponent. A little more and they will be ready to bite into Johnson's body, entangling the big guy with nimble snares. But this does not happen. Rick comes to the aid of his comrade, releasing a volley of his blue flame at the monster. Enemies are closing in on the captain from behind, but the blonde man protects him, voicing his desire to cover his comrade's rear. The blow from his magical spear hits the monster right in the stomach, and it flies back under the onslaught. Charlie watches the battle from the sidelines, recognizing the strength of both the high-level zombies and his comrades, and prepares to join in himself. The guy rushes forward, attacking the nearest zombie. He is going to live up to his status as the divine being of murder. Charlie delivers a devastating blow to the tough-looking monster and smiles contentedly. It turned out to be easier than he thought. A warning to be careful reaches the back of his ears, and the boy quickly turns around, wanting not to miss a single detail. Almost immediately, Jessica rushes at him, rapidly approaching, her face focused. In the end, she still knocks Charlie to the ground, turning half-turn and hitting the enemy with her pistol. Leaning her palm on the guy's body, Jessica does not allow him to get up, continuing to exterminate zombies in this ambiguous pose. The blow hits the healthy monster in the shoulder. A column of flame sets its flesh on fire, causing its face to twist into an even more vile grimace. Jessica finally gets up with Charlie and explains that a level 5 zombie is many times more resilient than a level 4, and the guy seriously injured him but didn't kill him, exposing himself. Smiling, the Dragon Man thanks the girl, who replies that there is no place for heroism here, telling him to focus on support. Breaking forward, the girl shoots two zombies at once from different sides. They grin terribly, wanting to sink their teeth into living flesh. Charlie now strikes with more focus, earning merit points and knocking out the 4th-tier seed, Incinerating Sunflower. 3 hours later, the guy realizes that he is terribly exhausted. Sweat is even running down his face, and his gaze seems exhausted. He is already in his usual form. His comrades continue to beat off another wave, and Charlie, looking at them, wonders where they get so much energy from. Jessica laughs, calling him handsome and saying they're just getting started, asking if he's already exhausted. The guy thinks about her words, even though his body is now mortal. The powers of the deity are with him. So why then did he run out of breath so quickly? Suddenly, a familiar voice reaches Charlie's mind, and by the way it addresses itself as if it were a carrier, the boy understands to whom it belongs. The source says he woke up because someone made an unflattering comment about his owner's physical abilities. He can't stand such an insult to his host and is going to make Jessica take her words back. The source says it's time to open Charlie's gene lock and suggests he get comfortable. The guy is a little confused. He literally feels the chains binding his body and how, a moment later, the lock holding them opens with a click. Charlie spreads his arms out to the sides. A strange feeling overcomes him, as if he is glowing from the inside and is bursting with strength and energy. The source says he unlocked the guy's gene lock, so he can now gain short-term mutations, but it requires someone else's genes. Charlie remembers that he just recently acquired a special seed and suggests that it is similar to the fusion of plant comrades. He understands that he too would not refuse such powers and, without thinking, sends the received seed into his mouth. At that very moment, the guy begins to feel an even more powerful flow of energy within himself. He rises into the air even without using the black dragon transformation wings, emitting rays of light around himself. Since zombies react to light, they freeze and look directly at Charlie, since he is currently the powerful source of it. And it's not a normal weak one, but has qualities similar to the sun, as zombies start to die from burns. The comrades also note the power of Charlie's light, Jessica jokes, and her neighbor joins in. They are forced to cover themselves with their hands to protect their eyes. But the captain is serious. He orders his subordinates not to get distracted, together with Johnson entering into battle with the next wave of zombies. Rick, with a powerful and blinding flash of light, rushes between the monsters, delivering deadly blows. One of the massive monsters tries to either touch Charlie's sphere of light or at least shield itself from it, raising its huge hand from above. And the guy stands stoically in the circle of his light, clearly confident in his own strength and victory. The captain of the guard orders his comrades to deny Charlie support in order to push back the zombies. The huge monster turns around and, anticipating Johnson's attack, strikes him. Fortunately, he manages to block it more or less. Rick thinks things are bad. The level 6 zombie turned out to be tougher than they expected. He asks Charlie to retreat, promising to help. The zombie reaches out his hand towards the light source, and the guy who is its center doesn't even think about giving in. With his eyes glowing even brighter, he resolutely declares that he can handle it. There is no need to worry. The guy gets even closer to the monster and burns it with his heat. The zombie growls and frowns with displeasure. Under the influence of such a powerful light source, the dead man's skin begins to scorch. His scream becomes even louder until it dies down. His comrades look at Charlie and can't help but cheer. He has defeated such a powerful opponent. The next moment, the guy throws several hands into the air, and the system notifies him that he has become friends with all the guards. Now he can trade with them and gets points. The source asks the owner about the feeling after removing the shackles. He expresses joy. The entity is also happy, but also wants to tell its host some bad news. Charlie is stunned by such information. He starts making excuses that he has nothing to pay with and asks what the source is going to do to him, and he talks about side effects. The first reaction is a calm exhalation and words about how it's not scary, but everything changes the next moment. The guy literally starts screaming, asking about side effects and why the entity didn't warn him, and she asks him to calm down. The problem with the shackles is that they cannot be used continuously and take some time to recharge. Charlie breathes a sigh of relief, not understanding why it was necessary to scare him like that, and then asks in more detail about the duration of the negative effect. The source explains everything in detail, including warning about possible even more negative consequences. The guy's comrades approach him. Rick asks if everything is okay with him. Jessica, who is walking next to him, smiles contentedly, and Johnson is serious. Charlie allows himself a reassuring smile and assures his friends that he really is okay. And then Jessica pounces on him, saying that he amazed her and convinced her that he was suitable in all respects, and also proposes. Johnson does his bit, pulling the girl up and suggesting to his friend that if he's tired, he should go home and rest. There are not very strong zombies left. Charlie accepts this offer, admitting that he is indeed a little tired and says goodbye to his comrades until tomorrow. On the way home, he discusses the negative effects of the gene lock and considers it necessary to increase his core combat power. He remembers that he now has personal guard shops and a lot of points to buy and is going to check the available goods. The guy carefully examines the skills that might be useful to him in the future and highlights the plant fusion skill. The source appears next to him and gives a not very pleasant description of his choice, and the guy denies it. Now he has no choice. The entity offers the host a deal that would require Charlie to give up some divinity points, and he refuses. The source calls the owner greedy and, feigning displeasure, reduces the cost to 1 point, saying that it cannot be lower. Outwardly calm, Charlie agrees, but secretly being extremely proud of himself. The source is not going to compete with him in the bargaining. With just 1 click, the entity improves the fusion skill. The guy can't believe it. Now he can merge with 3 plants at once. Looking at all the available slots, Charlie even finds one for a 6th order plant. He is surprised, and the source reminds him of the debt in the form of a point. In the first slot, the guy places the 5th order plant, Dahlia of Doom, due to its affinity with the element of darkness due to its dragon blood. Charlie looks at the leaderboard and is pleased with his rapid rise, and also notes Cyan's fast pace. At this rate, she will soon be able to overtake Chaz. Moving up to 3rd place, the guy returns home. He finds the girl and comes closer to her, asking with a smile what she is doing. Cyan's gaze is stern as she looks at him, noticing his good mood and assuming that Charlie had a good time with Jessica. He begins to feel embarrassed, looking away and denying the obvious. Cyan throws a pile of things towards his companion, calling them his share and telling him to sell them himself. Smiling, Charlie says he doesn't need them anymore and allows him to sell them to the girl himself, joking about their marriage. Cyan, blushing, goes on the offensive, reminding her of the agreement about dividing up the accumulated wealth and saying that she doesn't need what belongs to others, nor does she need pity. Turning around, she leaves. Saying that she intends to take up dancing with a neighbor, Charlie asks her to return before sunset. A few days later, a happy boy comes to his elders and politely greets them, and Jessica reciprocates. Charlie notes his comrades' concerns and asks them about it. The girl says that today is the day of the lunar eclipse, which only happens once a month, which means that the zombies will be more ferocious than usual. During the past, 1 girl died, and Rick says that this will not happen again, no one will die before him. The guys cry. Jessica takes Charlie's hand and asks him to promise to run away if danger comes, as she has a premonition that she might not be able to protect him. He himself understands that he is now the weakest of the guards, but he reassures the girl, saying that there is no need to worry about him. Charlie adds that he will try to protect her himself, and Jessica smiles sweetly, wishing her friend to take care of himself. With a determined look, he opens the system window, believing that now is not the time to save money. He needs to prepare as much as possible. The guy opens the store and looks through the list of goods, and then checks his merit point balance. He makes all the necessary purchases, starting his enhancement with golden dragon grass, believing that he has dragon genes in him. Due to their compatibility, the fusion is even more successful. The effect spreads very quickly throughout the body. The head of the city guard looks up to the sky, puzzled as the lunar eclipse event begins. The zombies actually begin to react to this, becoming more furious and vicious, even changing their appearance. Metamorphoses that are incomprehensible to those who are not aware begin to occur with the bodies, and the head of the guard comes to the rescue with an explanation. He says that the zombies have started to level up and asks his comrades to get ready. The battle will be tough. Jessica is the first to respond, declaring her understanding and readiness by pointing one of her pistols at the enemy. Johnson prepares behind her, performing a fusion with his totem plant. David also raises his staff to the ready, his eyes burning with determination. Charlie also declares his readiness, descending to his comrades from above on his mighty wings. Noticing several living people in front of them, the zombies rush straight at them in anticipation of a meal. Generating a large blue ball of energy with his hands, Rick gives the team the order to stop the enemies. The next moment, he unleashes a blast of energy on a nearby zombie. Another monster, many times larger and physically larger than the average zombie, grins predatorily under Jessica's bullets. The girl understands that she is not bringing her victory much closer, but she does not intend to give up, showering the enemy with a new portion of volleys. The captain of the guard provides support to his subordinate from above, sprinkling the monster's powerful back with a stream of his energy. Johnson also comes to the rescue, suggesting that Jessica and Rick continue to hold the machine at a distance. They will detain him. Charlie also flies to help his friends, believing that the time has come for him to go on stage. Approaching the huge zombie, he strikes with his sword so quickly that the creature only notices the wings flashing below. But the Dragon Man is noticed by other zombies, who move towards him in a whole horde. The first guy sends him flying with one powerful kick. Rick, who is floating nearby in the air, praises him, calling his work good. Charlie silently accepts the praise with a self-satisfied smile. An hour later, another wave of zombies arrives. Rick tells Jessica to go to the mayor for help and ask for reinforcements. The girl accepts the order for execution and, turning sharply, promises the guys to return as soon as possible. Almost immediately after this, the zombie strongman breaks through David's armor. The blow hits the shoulder area and he winces unpleasantly. The blonde sees his comrade rush forward, standing up to protect the wounded man, and tells him to retreat, leaving him. Rick comes to the rescue, asking to detain the monster, and fires a fairly powerful volley from his weapon. Johnson obeys the order without question and holds the zombie in place as best he can. The captain approaches them and unleashes a blast of energy on the monster's head. Just in time, the system notifies that the 10th day of the gene lock recharge has come to an end. Charlie rushes ahead of all his comrades, promising to buy them some time. They look at him in bewilderment. The captain notes with fear that it is too dangerous. Now is not the best time for heroism. Charlie turns to him with a smile, saying that it is his duty to protect the city and he has no intention of dying. Instead, with all his determination, he opens the gene lock option, filling his body with impressive strength. The body responds to the flow of magical energy as usual, but this time, instead of light, something green comes out of the guy's back. Watching their comrades' merciless strength defeat the zombies, Rick and Jones note its incredible power. Sometime later, Charlie hangs in the air, exhausted, with mountains of corpses lying in front of him. He swears there is no end to the zombies in sight, because immediately a new wave greets the Dragon Man. A familiar voice is heard nearby, and a woman's foot in a red shoe pushes off the ground with force. Jessica managed to bring reinforcements to her aid, and they rush as an angry mob straight to the city guard. The mayor rushes forward, offering to finish off the zombies, and a girl runs nearby, a little behind. Rick tells them to stop immediately, as he senses serious danger ahead. The man peers through his binoculars, trying to figure out the source of what has confused the captain of the guard. He can't see anything except trees shrouded in fog, but it's clear that something is wrong with him. Rick flies closer to the mayor and says that everything is covered in fog. They can navigate in the darkness, but it's not possible to get through the fog. On the man's hand, there appears to be a seed of a fourth-order plant, wind-blowing clover. He is immediately and carefully planted in a pot. Very soon, there is a rustling sound in the ground, and the next moment, clover jumps out of the soil. Charlie, watching everything from a bird's-eye view, is amazed at how quickly the plant grows. And then it rises up, like a helicopter propeller, and begins to spin its leaf blades. The zombies, seeing this and the light coming from the clover, distort their ugly faces with fear. Charlie can't calm down and uses his eye of identification. It's all in the pot. This wonderful flower pot increases the growth rate of the plants planted in it by 100 times. Noticing Charlie's delight, the mayor offers to give him a couple for his previous services, and he sincerely thanks the man. The system notifies that the guy has managed to make friends with the mayor of the city, as well as about the accrual of points and the opening of a store. Smiling contentedly, Charlie opens the store, believing that there must definitely be something worthwhile there. The boy's attention is drawn to a mushroom, the Black Death, which spreads spores that accelerate growth when in contact with zombies. Charlie immediately buys it and throws it in front of the clover fan, starting the process. Upon reaching the zombies, the spores instantly implant themselves into their flesh and grow from within, causing pain and screams from the monsters. Meanwhile, Charlie has an idea that he can't wait to try out. He waits until all the zombies are infected with spores and starts. Mushrooms are also living creatures, which means they are also susceptible to Harvey's ability, Life Sacrifice. A mystical fire engulfs a great horde of zombies, sucking bodies into its merciless meat grinder. There are also explosions going off inside, which is something new for Charlie, but either way, the outcome is the same. The ritual, as usual, produces 3 possible variants: the seed of the Tree of Wisdom, the golden flower pot, and the building. The guy chooses the second option, because when combined with mutation and immortality, something incredible can be created. Meanwhile, the next wave is approaching the people, which is noted by the captain of the city guard, hovering in the air above his comrades. Standing with the golden pot in his hand, Charlie considers the mushroom to be his strongest weapon and realizes that there is no time to think. He activates directed mutation on the mushroom and quickly reads the possible options with descriptions. All three are valid, and the guy uses them, throwing the mushroom into the air and directing all his force at it. He grabs the plants and, hugging them, calls on all his strength to help him not fly away. A swarm of spores rushes straight towards the unsuspecting zombies. Rick watches the horizon and notes with delight that the horde has begun to slow down. The townspeople express their joy with loud cries, announcing victory, raising their hands high into the air. And the mayor warns Charlie, who has flown closer, that the eclipse is entering its final phase, making the monsters even more ferocious and ruthless. Indeed, when exposed to moonlight, zombies undergo even more sophisticated modifications. Already huge and terrible, they take on an appearance similar to horned giant demons. The mayor orders everyone to retreat back and focus on defending the main gate. The townspeople gather in a designated place, and their mood is in direct proportion to what happened just recently. Hearing their conversations, Charlie understands that at this rate they will simply lose all their fighting spirit. They need to be encouraged. He rises high in the air before them and tells them not to lose heart, because the rest of the townspeople are counting on his protection. The dragon guy shows how to behave by his own example, without panicking or whining from helplessness and fear. This has the desired effect, and the volunteers become inspired, replacing apathy with a fighting spirit. Pleased, but sweaty from overexertion and excitement, Charlie is already beginning to encourage them, when suddenly he breaks off mid-sentence. Something resembling a nimble green vine rushes in his direction, closing the distance with lightning speed. She grabs the dragon boy's body and pulls him towards the crowd of monsters. Charlie screams. Jessica stretches her whole body towards him, shouting his name and wanting to hold him. Fear can be seen in the girl's eyes. But Rick holds her back, saying that she will only senselessly destroy herself this way. There is no need to be reckless. They will save him. The next moment, the captain confirms his words. Asking his comrade to hold on a little longer, they are already on their way to help. Meanwhile, Charlie somehow manages to tear off the monster's nasty tentacles, and he tells them to take their nasty tongues away from him. He flies into the air, covering his opponents with a powerful stream and forcing them to cover themselves with their hands. He looks towards the city and assumes that he just needs to fly in the direction from which he was dragged away. But something weird is happening. The city is not visible. The guy assumes that he flew in the wrong direction. The source comes to the rescue. He says that the carrier has been caught. The guy is puzzled and asks about the solution. The entity has it, but it costs a point of divinity. Charlie says that it is gone, only life remains, which can be taken. The source, having taken pity, gives the owner a free hint. It is impossible to get out of this fog by waiting. Time has stopped here. Charlie becomes wary. He doesn't like this situation. He decides to fly up if it's useless to fly to the sides. An epiphany comes to him and he understands one thing. In his opinion, this fog simply must have boundaries, and Charlie rushes upward. After a few minutes, he notices the dome and becomes puzzled. The boy begins to growl furiously as he draws his sword, not liking the fact that he is locked up like an insect in a jar. Charlie continually hits the dome with his sword with all his might, but it gives way poorly. It is very strong. But the guy is even interested in seeing how long he can hold out, and he stubbornly continues to strike the surface. Finally, a hole appears, after which the dome begins to crumble, forming a passage large enough to squeeze through. But Charlie's face becomes no less puzzled than before. In front of him are simply gigantic trees with strange bark entwined with vines. Somewhere nearby, a voice is heard. It greets the stranger, wishing him well. A guess comes to mind, and it is connected with the tree. The voice belonged to him, but Charlie does not understand how the plant guessed about the guy's non-involvement in this world. But the tree continues. It says it doesn't mean any harm, and Charlie asks why it dragged him here then, and it's all about the request. The tree wants Charlie to save the world, he specifies. That is, kill all the zombies. The tree's cry becomes furious, and it, on the contrary, wants Charlie to drive all the inhabitants out of the town. The guy sits down, apparently expecting a difficult conversation, and asks to explain everything in more detail. The tree says that it is the tree of wisdom, the guardian of this secret world, fulfilling its duty for 10,000 years. The world was calm and fruitful until a stranger came along and decided to appropriate all its benefits for himself. He brought his creatures with him to collect the seeds of special plants for their own enrichment, and the tree endured. But he could not do this forever, so he began to pray to the god of death for the power to deliver the invaders. And then, when the prayers were heard, the tree gained the power to turn corpses into zombies, and that is how this war began. The tree expanded its army and 30 years ago launched a large-scale attack. At first, everything was fine, but then someone appeared. Somehow he managed to grow the fourth-order plants, the fire dragons, and personally stopped all the zombies. After some time, the tree thought that this man could be a foreigner because he had abilities that the locals did not have. Today, it noticed Charlie. Because his abilities are also different from those of the townspeople, he clarifies the request. The tree repeats and says that it is ready to give 10 fruits of wisdom upon completion. The guy keeps count in his head. Not despairing, the tree also offers 3 corpses of the gods. Although they died long ago, the bodies are still active. Charlie is silent, carefully digesting the information and restraining himself from agreeing. The offer sounds too tempting. He urges himself to calm down, remembering that this world belongs to the Academy, and it is probably guarded by someone strong. This way, Charlie will be able to incur the wrath of the higher gods, and he does not want this. The guy apologizes and politely refuses. The tree doesn't want to back down. It says that in exchange for help, it will introduce and recommend Charlie to the god of death. The guy freezes when he hears these words. In front of him now is the chance to obtain the divine title of the 5th rank. Death, it is worth a lot. The tree impatiently asks if the guy has changed his mind under these conditions. He says that he will do everything in his power, but on the condition that he establishes a connection with his own divine sphere and summons his creatures. Tree thinks about it, but ultimately says that this is only possible if Charlie takes an oath to the god of death. If it is broken, a terrible curse of death will fall upon all its creatures, and it will affect not only those who will be in this world. This doesn't stop the guy. He understands the concerns perfectly and voices the necessary words of the oath. And at that very moment, a glowing purple mark similar to a seal appears on his hand. When he looks at her, the guy's eyes widen in surprise and he asks what kind of seal this is. But that question fades into the background when Charlie is overcome by a familiar sense of presence. The familiar aura of his own divine realm covers him, and he feels like he can even sense the aura of his lord. Rustling its leaves and branches, the tree expresses the hope that the stranger will now fulfill his part of the agreement. It opens a portal from its world and literally spits Charlie out into the zombie town before he even has time to regroup. But fortunately, he manages to land successfully. But the same cannot be said about the place. He is surrounded by zombies looking straight at him. Charlie finds Tree's behavior impolite, suggesting that he is so eager to get rid of the people that he hasn't even offered tea. He tries for a long time to find his way to the necessary place, and finally he succeeds. The first to greet the guy is a joyful Rick, calling his comrade by name and announcing to the others that he has returned. Jessica is distracted from her work and turns sharply towards the guy. Her face is mixed with too many emotions. Charlie lowers himself onto the paving stones, and the girl runs up to him first. She hugs the dragon man tightly and expresses her joy that he is okay. The guy is embarrassed, and in the meantime, 2 more people come up to him. One of them is Johnson, who says that he is great. Next comes the mayor with his awards, awarding Charlie the title of Excellent Citizen in recognition of his services. The lunar eclipse passes. The remaining zombies disappear, and the townspeople rejoice in their victory. Looking at the rating table and such a big gap, Tart understands that with such a continuation, he will never overtake his opponent. Since he can't get around it honestly, the student decides to do it in a roundabout way. Tart collects all the most valuable things and leaves his home with a large bag on his shoulders. 20 minutes later, this same bag falls heavily onto the tabletop, hinting to those present about its weighty contents. Standing before a man called the best mercenary in the city, the young man expresses his desire for help in getting rid of his rival. He offers the townsman 8,000 gold pieces, and he agrees, promising to wait for good news. The student leaves the ill-fated building with a hurried and nervous step and is noticed by one of Charlie's locusts. The owner himself sits in his house, smiling, realizing that his opponent has decided to use dirty methods to win. Charlie intends to pay his classmate back in the same coin and orders his swarm of locusts to indulge in everything they want. The winged babies rush to get their fill of juicy plants, stuffing their bellies to the brim. Chien comes up to Charlie and asks how the guy managed to move his locusts here. She guessed everything. She also asks what the guy is trying to achieve with such methods, and he replies that it is a secret. He adds that if he tells, he will have to kill the girl, and she starts to get angry, saying that if it was a secret, she could have just kept quiet. An unpleasant voice is heard from behind the front door, telling Charlie to come out. Cian lets go of her husband and turns to the source. Tart came for his soul. He breaks in and tells his classmate not to say that he was not involved in what was happening. Charlie greets him politely and asks if he can clarify what exactly he is talking about. Tart says that his classmate has no honor and throws something covered with a rag in front of him, over which several locusts swarm. Tart accuses Charlie of using dirty methods and that the locusts are his, and he refutes this by asking how he could summon the representatives. And on the other hand, why does he need this because he goes around Tart and makes fun of him, and he, unable to bear it, swears. Tart is very angry, secretly allowing his opponent to rejoice, but promising that he will do everything to ensure that he does not see the next dawn. Almost the entire city shows up at the store, their eyes flashing angrily and demanding insect poison from the seller. He, fearing the wrath of the crowd, smiles nervously, saying that, unfortunately, it is over. But tomorrow a new one will be ready. Even the men are almost in tears, afraid that they will not survive the night. The mayor bursts into the store, announcing an immediate evacuation order, and local churches promise to take in anyone in need. Charlie notes that if the townspeople gather in the church, there will be no one to kill his locusts. Thus, they will soon have to leave the town. He approaches the city guard and hears an offer to take a day off. Today shouldn't be too hard because of yesterday. But on the other hand, Jessica would be very happy if Charlie stayed and kept her company. The guy smiles nervously and says that then it would be better to wander around the city and look for weak spots in their defense. One of the individuals flies up to his god and says that Tart and the mercenary have begun to act. He is angry and ready for their assassination. The guy finds a deserted place and sits down on a rock and waits. After some time, the potential killers finally appear. Smiling, Charlie says that you can't keep your target waiting. Tart turns angrily to the mercenary, asking if he gave him away, and he retorts that he is prepared to be insulted for anything but professionalism. The enraged young man doesn't really care as long as Charlie is killed, and he reminds his classmate that the academy records everything. Tart says the academy won't punish him because Charlie's killer will be a mercenary who is about to start work. He points his hands towards the ground, summoning a ghostly vine with his first technique, which immediately emerges from beneath the surface. Charlie sits still as the mercenary lunges forward, performing a phantom flash. He looks at the tip of his dagger in bewilderment, and an involuntary cry of surprise escapes the man's mouth. Charlie's face takes on the features of a dragon, and the guy grins, saying that for 8,000 they could have hired someone stronger. The mercenary nervously turns to his employer and asks if he turned him in, and the latter himself is perplexed. And Charlie is in anticipation of his first attack, saying out loud that it's his turn, as humanoid locusts appear behind him. Tart's eyes grow even larger. He can't believe his eyes, amazed that his classmate was able to summon creatures here. Charlie, meanwhile, gives his loyal representatives the order to finish off the one standing opposite. The locusts, with all their zeal, rush at the man who dared to attack their master. The guy is going to deal with his classmate on his own, rising into the air and ending up very close. Tart recoils in horror, reminding him that his opponent cannot kill him. After all, he is controlled by the academy. He says that he has a more interesting idea. You can just throw zombies into the ring, speaking in words similar to his own. Tart turns sharply and takes off, running away at full speed, telling Charlie not to come near him. But the Dragon Man catches up with his classmate almost instantly, a predatory smile playing on his lips. Charlie grabs Tart and throws him to the ground, who screams the whole time. Bumps are already appearing on the latter's face. He, squinting tightly, asks the frightening opponent to stop. But Charlie doesn't care about all these pleas. He again grabs his classmate more comfortably and swings. And then, when launched, it sends a screaming Tart into a crowd of zombies wandering nearby. After some time, Charlie approaches the body, or rather what is left of it, of the former mercenary, and is met with only bones. He offers his creations a rest while he plans to take care of the remains. In the morning, the howl of grief of all the townspeople shakes the settlement. They have lost all their plants. The mayor calls a council, which includes Charlie, and the townspeople note that at this rate there won't be room for everyone in the churches. A man begins an angry speech, but is interrupted by an idea. The voice belongs to Charlie, and the mayor is ready to listen to him. Smiling slyly, the guy asks whether the townspeople have thought about moving to another world. Some, having heard the proposal, begin to think about it seriously. The idea does not seem bad to them. They are tired of being afraid of zombies. The mayor listens to them thoughtfully, and then says that it is not that they do not want to leave this world. They cannot. The portal was destroyed. With a determined look, the guy says that in that case it's not a problem. He knows one city, Lunny, that could become their new home. The guy is ready to take on the whole process, and the man, happily agreeing, asks if they can help with anything. Heading to the tree, Charlie says that he has prepared everything. As soon as it can fix the portal, the guy will send people to a new home. The tree replies that this is not a problem. It really is able to fix the portal, you just need to bring people. All the townspeople obediently follow Charlie all the way to the forest, and the mayor voices their shared concerns out loud. Everyone's attention is drawn to Jessica's voice, who notices the tree of wisdom in front of her. All eyes turn there, and people agree with their guardian. They are in for an even bigger surprise when the villagers notice a portal opening among the branches. Seeing off the last of the townspeople, Charlie waves his hand to them in farewell, wishing them a quick meeting, and they smile back. The mayor even cries, calling the student their savior. The guy's heart skips a beat when Jessica kisses his cheek, which immediately turns red. He is surprised. Covering her lips with her hand, the girl says goodbye and expresses hope that he will at least sometimes remember her. Finally, the moment comes when Charlie is left alone with the portal and with the tree of wisdom. He notes that it's finally over, considering the ordeal to have dragged on. Lena announces to her esteemed students that the exploration of the secret world, Zombie City, is now closed. All the students immediately appear right in front of their teacher. She gives them a comment, firstly congratulating them on their successful return, and secondly expressing her grief for the two who have left this world. Charlie frowns, noting to himself that the Academy didn't even warn him that dying in the zombie world would mean dying here. But his attention is immediately drawn to a familiar angry silhouette, and the guy is surprised that Tart is not dead. Lena asks the students to take their places. Now she will announce the results. Charlie is in first place, and Kian is in second. Tart jumps up from his seat and says that he wants to report his classmate for cheating. Charlie turns to him and asks if he has any proof of this. His classmates look at him like jackals at carrion. The henchmen immediately snitch, saying that they also saw locusts, which everyone knows are from Who's World. Lena asks why they assumed that summoning them was forbidden, since the lesson's objectives were survival and adaptation. Tart is merciless, accusing the teacher of deliberately protecting Charlie and demanding an audience with the headmaster of the academy. Lena says that no one forbids students to do this. He can talk, but she also has privileges, for example, in punishing students. She declares Tart's punishment to be a year of hard labor in the secret world, the dungeon, and he, plunging into the portal, asks for it to be cancelled. Smiling sweetly, the woman asks if there are any others who would like to join their classmate, but there are none. Even the former henchmen smile awkwardly and express their agreement that the punishment that befell Tart was just. Lena moves on to the awards. Charlie gets the jade flower pot, and the second to be awarded is Cyan. A boy walks down the school corridor and, hearing someone calling him, looks in the direction of the voice. These are his elders, and he was just looking for them to pass on the fruits of wisdom. They ask how many items he managed to get. The student justifies himself by saying that he had to spend money in the last battle, so he was only able to get 9 fruits. In fact, there are more of them, but Charlie decides to keep a few for himself. The older ones are surprised by the result and praise the younger one. The freshman received divinity points for the guy's win, and he is impressed when he hears the amount. And from the side you can hear Shannon's angry voice. He approaches, filled with rage, and now he knows because of whom he lost a whole fortune. Martin stands up for the younger one. He decisively covers him with his body and asks his classmate what he is doing here. Charlie looks at this picture in surprise, asking what is happening, and Loriana, standing behind, says that Shannon cannot admit defeat. The elders introduce the stranger to the boy and share the details of their dispute, saying that he is the one who will allow them to earn some extra money. Charlie is amazed. He asks Shannon who he bet on, and Thornton answers for him with a malicious grin. The debater is embarrassed. Junior realizes that his opponent in this battle was Tart, and his smile also becomes predatory. He expresses regret to his patron. Shannon is about to teach Charlie a lesson when 3 of his elders immediately stand up for him, not allowing him to lay a finger on him. Red runs away in disgrace, threatening at the end that the next big lesson of the prep students will be held with the first-year students. Martin apologizes to the younger one, saying that now because of them Shannon is angry with him, and it might not be possible to help next time. But the boy is not upset, smiling a bright smile and reassuring the elder. A lot has happened in his life in recent months. The elders accept these words, but still offer help in any matter, They are always ready to help in any way they can. Somewhere else, the ruler is informed that a demigod has arrived for an audience with him. The ruler condescendingly allows him to be invited. The demigod is asked what he wanted to talk about, and he greets the ruler, bowing his head, and introduces himself as Harry Bon. The reason for his visit is information about a special find, and the ruler says that if they prove useful, the demigod will be rewarded. Harry says that he found a locust corpse in the place where the king's men performed the ritual, and shows what he found, and also tells about Charlie. The ruler asks what the demigod knows about him, and he begins to share information, starting with the place of training. Harry continues his story, saying that Charlie grew up without parents and is still a divine being. The ruler becomes enraged, wondering how a divine being could kill 6 demigods and take the source. Harry falls on his face, begging the king not to be angry, and says that at first he himself could not believe it, but he checked the facts and questioned the witnesses. The demigod shares them, relaying the words of the divine ore merchant, and that he checked the records from the inn through which the transition occurred. The ruler is angry and asks if Harry understands what awaits him if his words turn out to be a lie. The answer is positive, and he orders the demigod to take the reward and get out of here. The man thanks his king. The latter calls a trusted person and orders him to check Charlie and make sure that he does not have the royal treasure. The man's gaze is sharp, but if he does have it, it is necessary to turn the impudent thief into ashes. Somewhere completely different, a preparatory class student sneezes violently while standing by the window and assumes he has a cold. And also that you need to prepare for the next big lesson properly. Most likely, Shannon will be difficult to compete with. He looks at his reward from the zombie challenge with a smile and says, "It's good." Charlie believes that if plant fusion and ghost vine were combined, the result would be deadly. The corpses of the demigods are perfect catalysts for creating the Lord of Locusts, and after consuming the fruit of wisdom, it will become even stronger. The system window shows a call screen. The student receives a call from teacher Lena. He is surprised. The call is unexpected. And yet he takes the call, and the woman, without even a shadow of a smile, tells him that she has bad news for him. He asks if this is related to the zombie city, and the answer is yes. The city's coordinates have been lost. One of the Academy's nobles is furious and challenges a student to a duel. Lena will be their referee in this fight. The guy breathes a sigh of relief. Believing that at least he won't be killed, Lena confirms that she doesn't let anyone harm her students. Charlie lies on his bed and looks at the ceiling, admitting that what's done can't be undone. All he can do is look forward. On the appointed day, he stands in the arena of the Imperial Academy and hears the voices of his elders from the stands. They are rooting for him. Lena approaches the student and with a smile offers to greet his rival. His name is Teacher Snowden. Charlie says hello, and the older man comes closer and puts forward his conditions, offering to put only creatures on the line for his part. The guy smiles, agreeing and saying that he will try to do everything in his power not to disappoint his opponent. Lena suggests starting and says that the duel will take place on hilly terrain, and also asks the opponents to summon creatures. The conditions are set, and the 3 stand in the middle of the arena, and the woman takes her place between the competitors, as befits a judge. The man notifies his opponent that he is ready to begin, and summons a portal behind him leading to his god sphere. A moment later, the first of the creatures begin to emerge from it. They look like either articulated dolls or mannequins. The beings of the teacher continue to exist until there are as many of them in this world as were stated, namely, 1,000,000. The dolls open their eyes, revealing their eerie gazes to the observers, and Martin immediately finds their aura terrifying. The older Charlies sit on a bench and discuss the teacher's creatures. Thornton knows a lot about them, and this knowledge does not bring relief. Loriana also speaks out. She doesn't think that Snowden wouldn't use heroic-type creatures against a student. Martin suggests that the younger ones surrender, because in this case, it will definitely be possible to save half of the creatures, and there will always be time to take revenge. But something unexpected happens. The fighting teacher himself tells the first-year student to shut up. Standing in front of his army of Homo sapiens, the man asks his opponent if he would like to finally summon his creatures. Charlie also opens a portal to his sphere, like his rival did earlier, and summons locusts, apologizing for keeping him waiting. A swarm of locusts circles above and in front of the orderly ranks of Homo sapiens, but some insects stand out from the rest. Snowden is surprised, asking how the student managed to develop his creatures to the super elite level and in such numbers. And a little later, the eyes behind the rectangular glasses become even more rounded. He can hardly believe what he sees. A lord-type creature appeared right in front of the teacher, smiling ominously and flashing red eyes. Snowden does not understand how the locusts could evolve into a lord-level creature, and he is also surprised by the red orcs led by the second lord. The man is shocked to the core when he sees demonic minotaurs among the enemy creatures and fears that they too have a lord. Sword also emerges from the portal with his imperial bearing, and there is no doubt that he has also evolved into a lord. Following the sword, skeletons emerge from the portal, led by the resurrectionist. The teacher becomes completely uneasy when he sees 5 lords and a being at the peak of heroic-type combat power in front of him. Martin, seeing this from his place, is now finally convinced that Charlie's win is not a simple coincidence. Lorraine looks at her youngest like a caring mother, noticing that he has a great future. All that remains is to enter the academy. All 3 elders jump up from their seats, starting to encourage their friend at the top of their voices. Charlie, meanwhile, orders his demon bugs to attack. Homo sapiens, in anticipation, put their palms together, constructing some kind of spell. It is clothed in a golden shield that absorbs all damage inflicted on it. Charlie is stunned by what he sees and can't even hold back his exclamation of amazement. Meanwhile, Snowden's creatures attack their opponents with golden balls of energy. Charlie doesn't like this turn of events and orders the demon bugs to retreat and the fallen locust to create a barrier. The latter obey the will of their god, creating a strong barrier that also absorbs all enemy attacks. But Snowden doesn't think so, saying out loud that it won't be enough to stop his creatures. He tells them to begin, and Homo sapiens simultaneously raise their arms into the air, setting the stage for the next technique. Charlie looks through his own barrier in amazement at the rapidly growing ball of energy. The teacher holds out his hand, commanding the creatures to release an incinerating wave at the enemy. Charlie is adamant that he needs to break the barrier, because if things continue like this, he will lose. He gives the divine hammer a command, sending it forward. He jumps high into the air and swings his weapon over the enemy's dome. The hammer touches the surface and a bright flash of light fills the space. The divine hammer twists with zeal, wanting to break the barrier. Finally, the efforts pay off, as cracks begin to spread across the surface of the dome from the point of impact. Charlie praises the Red Orc leader and sends the locusts to attack again. Homo sapiens stand calmly in front of the great swarm, waiting for them to approach for closer contact. The elders are delighted that Charlie finally has a chance. But Snowden doesn't think so, saying that they have only just begun the battle. Charlie thinks he has a lot of locusts, of course, but their fighting power leaves much to be desired. It is unlikely that he will be able to win with only them. He decides to try another option and sends the skeleton lord forward. The Homo sapiens attack the locusts from a distance, not allowing them to close the distance, and Charlie is surprised by their amount of skill. Things have moved forward, but the guy is still losing. He's going to strengthen the locusts with the help of the source of mutation. But he says that this time the enemy is stronger, and in order to avoid detection, they must immediately go into hibernation. Charlie doesn't like this arrangement. He tries in every possible way to force the source to manifest, but in vain. Now all we can hope for is the undead. The student turns to them and asks them to give it their all, and the skeletons are quite successful in their task. The resurrectionist uses his ability on slain enemy creatures, causing skeletons to rise from their bodies. Martin jumps up from his seat, recognizing the technique previously used on his own creatures, and is inspired. But something is wrong. An explosion shakes the space, and Charlie turns towards it, bewildered and puzzled. Snowden acknowledges the strengths of the undead, referring to the replenishment of their ranks with the corpses of the enemy, which used to be a big problem. However, he also shares a secret. Over all these years, it has been curbed, and every being above the rank of true God has a blocker. Charlie begins to reason, running through all the possible options in his head, and understands that for now he is at a clear loss. His creatures stoically resist the enemy's creatures, unwilling to surrender despite the losses. The sword furiously cuts through the robotic bodies of Homo sapiens. Defeat is clearly not for it. The demonic minotaur also does his part, throwing enemy creatures away from him like dolls. And Charlie, seeing this picture, is seriously scared, realizing that 2 of his best creatures have penetrated too deep into the enemy camp. They have already begun to be surrounded, and if nothing is done, they will die sooner or later. Charlie orders his dark locust to fire, and it skillfully aims its bow at the target. The arrow hits a sphere above the battlefield, and some creatures look up in confusion as they follow its trajectory. And at the same moment, hundreds of arrows fall on the heads of Homo sapiens, who can hardly be saved even by fleeing. Charlie admires the effect of the fruits of wisdom. The dark locust's abilities have become much stronger. Meanwhile, Sword and Minotaur work together, breaking through. They mercilessly and deadly eliminate all opponents in their path, moving towards their goal. But Homo sapiens are no slouch either, and even Charlie notes their extremely fast recovery. The boy's eyes widen in surprise when the sound of a familiar voice reaches his ears. His indispensable ally, the black dragon Elphys, arrives to his aid, announcing his arrival with a thunderous roar. A squad of half-dragons appears directly below him. The elders, seeing the great creature, admire the younger one even more. Some of them suggest that Elphys has the potential to become a monarch. Martin's whole appearance exudes dejection, and Thornton states that his defeat was predetermined. Even the opponent is impressed, admitting that the student has a great future ahead of him, despite the fact that he is not even a freshman. Half-dragons descend before him, and the man looks at them puzzled, not recognizing the class of creatures. But later he still remembers. This turns out to be a decisive factor, and the teacher suggests that the opponent declare a draw. Charlie looks puzzled, frowning, as Elphys flies over him against the clear sky. The latter opens his fanged mouth wide and announces in a loud voice that he will never agree to this. Martin, shocked, asks again if he heard correctly, and the neighbor confirms, suggesting that the man saw his rival as a threat. Loriana smiles provocatively, saying that if this news gets out, something will happen to Charlie, but she is interrupted. Lena stands up behind them, explaining that Snowden didn't even use half of his capabilities. He just values talent. The man's offer of a draw meant he recognized Charlie's potential, and it looked like his rise would begin today. Snowden approaches his opponent and informs him that he has already cooled his head, so further losses will be simply pointless. As an apology, the man is ready to give him the rest of his army. The dragon is indignant, but Charlie asks him to be silent. Snowden confirms his intentions, but puts forward a condition. Upon official admission, the guy must become his student. Lena arrives, offering to thank the man for such a generous offer. He's one of the strongest mentors at the academy. The woman says that every year for this event, simply gigantic lines of students form, wanting to get to Snowden. The guy frowns as he counts and comes up with at least 1,000 potential students. Lena continues to stir up interest by saying that the academy accepts only 2,500 people at the beginning of the year. Charlie immediately casts aside all doubts, appearing before the teacher and saying that he is ready to become his student right now. The man takes this as an agreement, promising to send the remaining 820,000 beings to the disciples' sphere. But you need to wait with the apprenticeship and first fulfill 2 conditions: officially entering the academy and receiving demi-divinity. In addition, it will be necessary to receive divine knowledge from the god of death himself to saturate the body with divinity. If these conditions are met, Charlie will become an official Snowden student upon admission. After the battle was completely over, his elders ran up to the younger one, congratulating him on the draw, but he wasn't particularly happy. Snowden is surprised that they had an audience and asks not to tell anyone about it. Thornton hesitates, reminiscent of his teacher's disposition. And at the same moment, golden cards appear in the hands of all 3 at the behest of the teacher. He bribes the students. They giggle sweetly, saying that they have already forgotten everything they saw, and Lena is irritated that the first years dared to blackmail the elder god. The next day, an embarrassed Cian approaches Charlie and asks him to do her a favor. They are walking, and the girl shares her troubles. Her family wants to marry her to Tart. The guy is surprised by this. The decision was made by grandfather Qian, and since he is the only true god in the family, his decision is unquestionable. After Tart's defeat, the leaders change their minds, deciding to marry the girl to his older brother. Charlie sees the seriousness of the family's intentions and promises to do everything in his power, but does not understand how he can help. Qian thanks him. He again turns the conversation into a joke, saying that any husband in his place would have done exactly the same thing. The girl gets embarrassed as usual and hits the guy in the face. He smiles, happy that the familiar Qian has returned, and promises to go with her and help cancel this marriage. The girl smiles, flattered but reserved. She's very grateful to her friend for his understanding. A few days later, Charlie arrives with Qian in her family's city and cannot hide his shock, asking the girl if she is a princess. A man appears behind the students and gives the young lady the instructions from her parents, who asked her to meet and accompany her. Qian thanks the man for his concern, calling him Uncle Dorn, and introduces Charlie to him, Dorn politely keeping up the conversation. The man helps the students into the car, saying that they are already long awaited, and they are heading to the old residence. Qian's gaze is dejected. Her eyes are lowered to her hands folded on her knees. The girl is unusually silent. Charlie notices this and calms her down, promising to protect her if anything happens, and the student smiles gratefully. The transport stops and the girl announces her arrival. The cries of the Chien family members can be heard even outside the courtyard gate. Charlie clearly hears the struggle for the girl's freedom. The students come closer to the house, and the arguments correspondingly become louder, with Father Cian ardently defending his daughter's freedom. Charlie looks at the girl with irritation and asks if her family's children are always treated like objects. And she, unable to bear it any longer, bursts into a room full of relatives bickering among themselves, saying that she is against the marriage. She is greeted with less than kind words, literally calling these words nonsense and telling her not to interfere in the conversation of her elders. Father Cian rushes to her aid, not allowing anyone to touch her, threatening that it will end badly for those who dare. The man is reproached for spoiling his daughter too much, which will not do her any good. But Cian's father does not back down, saying that he is doing everything for her good, and his opponent tries to shut him up, jumping up from his seat emotionally. He accuses Cian of being just a divine being and says that the family's true god must be saved by any means necessary. After all, everyone knows what steps the members of other families will take when the Cian family loses its only true god. Charlie asks Dorn how Cian is connected to the safety of the entire family, and he briefly explains the agreement. The guy thinks about all of the above and an idea comes to his mind. The phone rings and a man's hand picks it up from the surface, his eyes scanning the name on the screen. Davy drinks something through a straw and asks his interlocutor if he would like to borrow some divinity again. But this time the request is different. It concerns the release of the true god from captivity. The interlocutor understands everything. Charlie is delighted, asking if Davy will help him. He says only if they agree on a price. The guy thinks about what can be done here and concludes that it would be better if he takes the blow himself. Asks about the artifacts. Davy smirks. He says that the amount he spent on fixing his spear will be enough. Charlie agrees. They try to appeal to Cian's voice of reason again, saying that she cannot give in to her egoism, but her father continues to defend his daughter. But then a voice completely unfamiliar to the family is heard from the outside, asking for permission to intervene, and everyone is surprised. Upon seeing Charlie, one of the main troublemakers asks who he is and orders the guy to be thrown out of the room immediately. Now Cian acts as a protector, covering his classmate with his body and saying that he came here to help. Dorn speaks up, suggesting that the guy is the girl's lover. Now he understands her resistance. The girl retorts, and one of her uncles says that she should find a partner of her own status, and asks Charlie if there is a true god in his family. The guy answers negatively, saying that he is completely on his own and reduces everything to a joke. Cian asks him to stop. The interlocutor says unpleasant things to this, being categorically against their relationship with Cian, and tries to buy them off. The guy reaches out his hands to the offered card with a large sum of money and says that, in this case, he will pay for Davy's services with it. The bald man, looking smart, tries to prove to Cian that she was sold, but suddenly stumbles, considering the words about the help of the true god to be nonsense. The other uncles of Cian mock the guy, saying that no true god would take on the job for such a small amount. The girl's father is flattered that a classmate is trying to stand up for her, but he also considers his words meaningless. The bald man warns that his patience is not eternal, but since Charlie is so confident in himself, he is ready to listen to him. He asks to tell how the student wants to gain the help of the true god for such a small amount, mistakenly believing that he is from the Tarta family. Charlie chuckles, asking who said that he would turn to this particular family for help. There are other true gods. The behavior of the interlocutor changes radically. He drives the guy away with threats. His brother asks him not to get excited. Baldy actually cools down, starting to sense the aura of the true god somewhere nearby. Charlie smiles condescendingly, saying that apparently his friend has already arrived here. Only he is stronger than the true Tart family. Everyone present has no doubt about the arrival of the true god, and Uncle Cian is throwing threats at the student. He says that if they don't believe, they will see for themselves now, but for now, he is going to meet his friend. Charlie goes outside and sees Davy hanging in the air nearby, literally beaming with his divinity. The true god descends down, enveloping us in his aura. The bald man rushes towards the elder at full speed, assuming that he came to his aid selflessly. Davy looks him over carefully and, realizing that he is a demigod, directly says that he is not interested in him. Charlie feels superior. He laughs quietly, seeing how the man is confused and at a loss. Davy asks in a demanding voice where Charlie is. At this time, Father Cian was wondering, looking at what was happening, whether this true god was really invited by this guy. The two men bow their heads together, saying out loud that they have heard Charlie's name from the lips of the true one himself. The owner of the name himself, feeling awkward, admits that it was him. Davi asks again in surprise. He finds it hard to believe that all this time he had been calling the divine being in front of him his master. The guy smiles shyly, showing off the source of the Davi artifact. The true god finally smiles, placing his hand on his friend's shoulder, saying that he never knew he was so young. As he walks inside, Davi assumes that the Cian family is Charlie's family. The same one, smiling, says that they have nothing to do with him. The bald man is puzzled, fearing that the student has harbored a grudge against him. The man changes his mind and suggests to Cian's father, since Charlie is her classmate, to persuade him to help. The other brothers also begin to suck up, insisting that this is, first and foremost, in his own interests. All the men turn their heavy gazes to the only girl in the room, and she becomes embarrassed under them. The father approaches his daughter and, using soft language, tries to get her to convince her classmate to help. The girl, embarrassed, says that she and Charlie are not in the kind of relationship he thought they were. The man says that he has long since figured out his daughter's character and knows for sure that she likes him, and besides, he himself is not against this candidate. Cian, looking at Charlie talking with True God, became even more embarrassed. The girl decides to approach her classmate, and he says that Davi agreed to help, but he is in a hurry, so everything needs to be resolved quickly. Cian starts talking about the reward, but Charlie covers her mouth, saying that he will handle everything himself. She is embarrassed, realizing that the true god would never agree to such a small amount, and Charlie paid for her sake. Davy reminds Charlie of the payment he promised, and he promises he won't forget. The bald man smiles ingratiatingly. The true god soars into the air, and Charlie wishes for him to return as soon as possible. The three uncles of Cian now look hypocritically at their niece's classmate, inviting him to dinner or on an excursion. The guy pulls the girl towards him and says that if it weren't for her, he would never have agreed to help this family and he needs to thank her. The proud father smiles contentedly, agreeing with the young man's words, while the embarrassed Cian remains silent. 2 days later, at the Imperial Academy, Tart asks his henchmen if they have found Charlie and Cyan, and they answer no. The student is angry, assuming that they have gone to her family and vowing not to let his family's plans be interfered with. He returns to his family's city and snitch on his classmates to his grandfather. He becomes furious at what he hears, fearing the blow that might be dealt to the family due to the stupidity of his daughter-in-law. The old man tells his grandchildren to follow him, and Tart promises this time to finish off Charlie once and for all. The latter sits next to the meditating girl and discusses how to most logically manage the funds received. He will be the winner. Charlie giggles evilly, and Cian wonders what he's thinking about that he's even drooling. The teenagers hear a worried voice approaching. Dorn is calling his young mistress. The young men are struck by electricity, and Cian asks the man what happened. Dorn says that the true god of the Tarta family came to them. He and his older brother, Father Cian, asked to convey this to his daughter and hide her. According to the alarm, the Scott family should arrive at Shirley's within 10 minutes. It must be related to the marriage. The head of Scott didn't warn. There is a discussion of this issue. Father Cian says that there is no point in marriage now, but he has retorted that the head of Scott might be offended. The girl's father says that in that case, we need to lie until the very end and wait for the return of the head of Shirley. But there is also a discrepancy here. One of the men, under the influence of fear, says that they must agree to the marriage, otherwise the family will be severely punished. But Father Cian is against it. He does not want to betray his future son-in-law, the benefactor of the family, but he is again surrounded from all sides. A serious quarrel occurs between the men, where the question of initiating marriage is raised. But there is a person with an objective opinion. The bald brother says that he now sees only one way out, for Charlie and the family's son, Scott, to decide everything in a duel. Father Cian is unhappy that his daughter is being treated like a thing, while the others continue to press from all sides. And then a loud voice reaches everyone's ears, asking why no one has come out to meet the true God. Everyone jumps up and rushes to the head of the Scott family, ingratiatingly greeting him and expressing joy at his presence. But the man knows about the flattery and orders it to stop, instead demanding that Cian be brought, wanting to arrange the wedding immediately. Bald Uncle Cian rushes forward, saying that the girl's classmate has already asked the true God for help. He asks for mercy, but the head of the Scott family does not care. He is disgusted by the very thought that someone dared to go against the true one. His anger takes on materialization, transforming into peals of lightning, storms, and thunder. Baldy, like his two other brothers, falls to his knees, begging the elder to stop and have mercy. At that very moment, Xian runs into the house, resolutely demanding that they stop destroying her estate, and Charlie bursts in after him. Tart points his finger at his classmate and tells his brother that this is the same person he told him about, and he replies that he is not long for this world. The head of the Scott family tells Kian that he will not harm her family if she stops resisting and humbly accepts her fate. She refuses, saying that she doesn't intend to do it. Tian's uncles stand before her, asking her grandfather Tart to have mercy and forgive the girl for her inexperience, and her father to calm his daughter down. A conversation takes place between Charlie and the man, where the latter, if he does not like the answer to his question, intends to kill the guy. He says that he only wants to protect his friend, and Tart attacks him, accusing him of disrespect. The older brother enters the conversation, saying that he has heard a lot about it, and telling the younger one to get out, otherwise he will perceive the opposite as a challenge. Charlie smiles, hearing such absurdities, but doesn't even think about leaving, allowing the elder to count as he pleases. He rushes forward with a glowing red card, saying that then, because of his pride, Charlie will die today. Father Xian rushes forward, but his path is blocked by Tart's grandfather, who says that his grandson is going to defend the honor of the family. There is a sudden transfer to the divine sphere, and Charlie is a little lost under such a powerful and sudden pressure. Garth, smiling provocatively, calls the lands of the opponent's sphere of gods undeveloped and wild, and himself, sarcastically, a benefactor. In front of him, a wall of super-elite steel warriors is lined up. Reading their description, Charlie learns that the creatures can modify their armor, and that they are more dangerous and stronger than the Knights of Tarth. Garth screams, ordering his creatures to crush anyone who gets in their way. Charlie responds by calling on his primary representatives. A wild battle between the Locust and the Steel Warriors rages on. One of the humanoid-type representatives raises his bow to the ready, placing an arrow on the string. One of the Steel Warriors rushes forward, his sword flashing ominously. The Locust spearman attacks, but the warrior quickly dodges, moving upward. Another Locust manages to successfully catch up with its opponent from above, driving him into the ground with its feet. Garth grins angrily, admitting that he underestimated his opponent, but promises that it will not happen again. He spreads his legs wide, sending another batch of Steel Warriors into the attack. A steel hand emerges from the portal of the gate leading to the Divine Realm, but it is not like the hands of the previous warriors. The thing is, Garth summoned a Divine Steel Warrior that surpassed the ones before. The giant's eyes flash and he rushes forward, rushing towards the enemy with a weapon to match. Locusts standing with a bow are lost due to the element of surprise. The Divine Steel Warrior swings almost playfully and cuts off the paw arm holding the bow. A look of disappointment crosses Charlie's face as he realizes that Garth was aiming right at his lord. The opponent throws out evil words, saying that no matter what type of locust it is, it will remain pathetic and incapable of anything. The master of the creatures does not agree with this at all. He is going to show the enemy personally what his children are capable of. The next moment, the guy subjects the locust to directed mutation. Garth's eyes widen as he sees what's happening right in front of them, and a swarm of giant locusts is heading towards him at the behest of their god. The mutated locusts are next to enter the fray, moving straight towards the Divine Steel Warrior. Garth decides to strengthen his steel armor using steel transformation. Next comes the giant sword transformation, and the giant warrior puts up a translucent shield in front of him. And Charlie is amused by this. He smiles, saying that he didn't think the opponent would go on the defensive, but he himself has only just started. He releases a heroic type of locust, giving the command to attack. Using the source, the boy initiates the directed mutation again. Locusts with new characteristics appear on the battlefield. She furiously rushes forward, wanting to protect her master, and tears the armor of Divine Steel Warrior Garth, who becomes confused. A satisfied smile appears on Charlie's lips as he asks his opponent if he now thinks his locusts are pathetic and insignificant. The enemy remains angrily silent, and the interlocutor, taking advantage of the moment, allows himself to show him something else. Charlie feeds one of his own 1,000 poison crystals, telling it to show the Divine Steel Warrior where he belongs. The locusts are becoming noticeably stronger. This can be seen even with the naked eye. She extends her clawed handpaw forward and begins to undergo poison-induced modifications. Locust gains the ability Corrosive Poison. As soon as the individual has acquired it, he rushes towards his opponent. She attacks him with her new ability. Even the shield is affected. Garth fearfully orders his being to return to the divine sphere immediately. Charlie squats down and smiles, saying that his divine sphere is not a walkthrough. Hearing the words that no one is allowed to come and go as they please, Garth, horrified, asks his rival what he is planning. Instead of answering, he summons all 4 of his lords at once, making the opponent feel even more uneasy. He falls to the ground, wondering how this is possible and calling Charlie a monster. And behind the open portal, a huge shadow appears, growing even larger with each passing second. Elphys flies out of the gate portal and Garth screams in confusion, wondering how many creatures Charlie has in total. The Minotaur rushes into the attack first, furiously knocking down his enemies along the way and throwing them in different directions. The sword also cannot remain on the sidelines. No enemy can escape from it. And the Resurrectionist summons skeleton knights from the fallen bodies. Garth begins to cry, asking his opponent to stop and let him get out of this divine sphere. Charlie gets angry, saying that now it's his turn, and gives the order to capture the enemy's sphere. Garth doesn't want to allow his divine sphere to be invaded and is going to do something about it. He decides to close the gate, ordering the remaining creatures to stop the enemy. The gates are indeed beginning to close as the locusts continue to peck at the remains of the steel warriors. At the same time, she heads with them to the portal and sneaks inside under the noise. Finally, the errata closes with a distinctive pop, and Garth breathes a sigh of relief. But he rejoices too soon because immediately the huge doors swing open again. And it's all about the special locust, which is capable of strengthening the connection between the spheres. They are weak in themselves, but getting rid of them is not so easy. Garth falls to his knees, asking his opponent to bring all the creatures back. He admits his defeat, but the opponent is merciless. He believes that he did the right thing because the one who attacks first must understand his mistake. Garth jumps to his feet and turns around, giving Charlie one last chance and threatening his grandfather. But Charlie is not a fool. He understands perfectly well what awaits him, so he is going to leave True's grandson as a prisoner for the time being. Garth says that if he is released, he will not allow the head of the house, Scott, to kill Charlie. But Charlie asks him to shut up. He is trying to find the core. But the search ends before it really began. The core of Garth's divine sphere is found. In the real world, his grandfather begins to worry, assuming that something has happened, since his grandson has been gone for a long time. Filled with excitement, he calls up the battle observation screen. The brothers of the Shirley family also offer their eldest to observe what is happening, and he obeys. He himself is interested. The eyes of everyone present immediately widened at what they saw. The surveillance screen shows the complete destruction of Garth's creatures. Uncle Kian is perplexed as he watches this. Garth's divine core is now under the control of his brother's classmate. One of the Charlie representatives even sits on him to further demonstrate his superiority. A projection of his rival's grandfather appears next to Charlie, telling him to take his hands off his grandson's core. There is not a grain of fear in the guy's eyes. He firmly and confidently notes that the true god is not in a position to threaten now. He orders his subjects to deal with the remaining creatures of the former enemy. The grandfather tells the boy to stop, asking what he wants in return. He is clearly hurt by his own words. Charlie is satisfied, saying that he now understands that the head of the Scott family is ready to negotiate, and that is where it should have started. The man remains silent, gritting his teeth, silently promising the one who dared to treat him and his family like this a very difficult death. But then the space around is filled with the aura of the true god. Charlie, sensing the return of his friend, concludes from the density of the aura that the mission was successful. The men of the Chien family couldn't help but let out joyful cries when they realized that he had succeeded. The eldest son invites the head of the Scots to stay for the celebratory banquet in honor of the return of the head of Shirley, but he refuses. The old man offers to let his grandson go since the true god, whom Charlie was waiting for, has already returned, but he refuses. He's not sure he'll survive, but Davy appears next to him, disproving his words. As long as he's here, Charlie is protected. Grandfather Kian returns home successfully, and his sons rejoice even more. Now the boy is ready to let go of his captive and leave his divine realm. He tells the true god of the family about this. Garth, standing in front of his former tormentor, says that next time there will be no one to protect him, but he is not afraid at all, giving other advice. The grandfather, appearing from behind, slaps his grandson, telling him to stop humiliating himself, and they leave. Grandfather Kian shouts threats after them and announces the severance of all relations and obligations between the families. The remaining members watch the removal of the Scott family members in complete silence until they are completely out of sight. Grandfather Kian, smiling, Thanks Charlie for saving his granddaughter and gives the student a gift. The boy is surprised. He looks in amazement at the tablet of lineage, which can return beings to the appearance of the first representatives of the lineage. Charlie believes that this item could transform his locusts into the most ferocious prehistoric species of their kind and wants to see it. 3 days later, at the Imperial Academy, Martin asks his youngest to come out. They need to talk about something. The guy goes outside and walks towards the designated place, but he is called out from the other side. The trio waves their hands, attracting attention. Charlie greets his elders with a smile and asks what they want to talk to him about. The boys want to share information about Shannon with the younger one, because they believe that he will not easily abandon the idea of doing harm. Charlie learns that his future rival is represented by ordinary goblins and considers him a genius for being able to rise so high. The guys try to cheer up, but their words make you even more uneasy. Shannon's army is strong. Charlie asks if the elders are really trying to cheer him up, but they are embarrassed. He sits in the lotus position and goes over in his head all the possible strategies for the upcoming battle, as well as how to protect and strengthen the creatures. The mushroom that comes to mind for Charlie is the Black Death, as it has already proven its usefulness in the battle against zombies. To carry out the plan, the guy needs other ingredients, so he calls the appropriate system window. He takes what he needs in his hand and begins to fill it with divine energy. A satisfied smile plays on Charlie's face. Lena announces the topic of the class, which is resistance to invasion, with the first-year students serving as examiners. The teacher promises that the elders will not use full power, but Charlie enters the portal feeling no relief at all. His examiner is already levitating in the air, and the guy closes the distance to get a better look at him. By a strange coincidence, it is Shannon, who smiles evilly as he recalls the past. There are crowds of his creatures beneath the freshman. Charlie's eyes widen in surprise. Even he finds the scale impressive. The enemy infantry alone is worth a lot, and its coherence is the envy of anyone. Behind the infantry, smiling slyly, are the archers. In addition to the previous ones, Shannon has super elite creatures, the Flame Goblins. And along with them are the elite-type representatives, the Frost Goblins. And of course, they are all led by goblins like the Lord riding on wolves. Since they're going to fight in earnest, Charlie's army needs to be formed up too. He orders his army of locusts to adopt the defensive formation. This army includes the common locust, demonic beetles, fallen locust, dark locust, and another type never seen before. This type is the primordial locust, a very recent breed developed by Charlie. Also, smiling slyly, the guy calls upon the lords of his main representatives. Since Charlie made it into the academy with such weak representatives, Shannon wasn't going to underestimate him. First, he gives the order to attack with his Frost and Flame Goblins, who fire projectiles. Many of them hit their opponents accurately, not just knocking them down, but also destroying them on the fly. Charlie orders the Fallen Locust to create a barrier, and the Skybugs and Dark Locusts to ignore the infantry but attack the archers. Insects perform the tasks assigned to them precisely. Shannon orders his first infantry unit to retreat to protect the archers. Charlie smiles, judging the decision as not bad, and orders the Primal Locust to intercept. They step forward, heading towards potential victims. Charlie orders the Skybugs and Dark Locusts to eliminate the ranged archers and goblins. Shannon says he won't be as easy as one of his previous opponents and is going to show off his strength. He orders his third squad to change their target and attack form, and then attack. Goblin mages attack the enemy with a hail of magical projectiles. Charlie sees and notes with annoyance to himself that the enemy is managing to break through a hole in his defense. Shannon, meanwhile, orders the fourth squad to split up and lay scattered fire on the dome. The blows hit not only the dome, but also the locusts, sometimes wounding, sometimes killing the insects. Shannon grins evilly and promises to show the younger what happens to those who dare to insult him. He gives the next command. It concerns the Goblin Lords, who are required to break formation and attack enemy lords, who grin gleefully as they do so. Smiling slyly, Charlie whispers to his Locust Lords to concentrate on the enemy Goblin Lords. The latter, feeling their superiority, run after small insects with weapons without even thinking about the catch. Leaning forward with his Locusts, Charlie orders the Poisoner Squad to deploy the Black Death mushroom spores. At that moment, the disputes begin to dissipate. A little later, they fill the entire air around the enemy creatures, and they come to the realization that something is wrong. One of the goblins hears a strange sound and feels a strange sensation as a mushroom grows on his head. Seeing the modifications that the bodies of her subordinates have undergone, Shannon screams in horror, looking at the mushrooms. What is this? The fire and ice goblins are also not spared the fate of their brethren. and Charlie smiles slyly in anticipation of the most interesting. Here and there, the neat rows of the first-year student squads are broken by explosions, and he, stuttering, is amazed at the hitherto unseen attack. But fortunately for him, there are also those who were practically unharmed, but they themselves cannot believe their luck. Although Shannon's words sound like a joke, his expression is tense, and he is having a hard time dealing with his inner state. Charlie smiles in response to this and is about to tell his opponent about the continuous chain explosions, a technique he himself invented. Following the explanation, a visual demonstration occurs, and a new series of explosions occurs, more powerful than the previous one. This affects more goblins, causing them to fall to the ground literally from the shockwaves. The angry freshman throws both hands up and, filling with energy, calls upon divine magic for help. A shimmering blessing is cast across the entire perimeter of the battlefield, and Shannon uses a restoration spell. Charlie smiles, thanking his elder for healing the enemy creatures as well, which were also affected by the positive effect. The freshman smiles evilly, believing that his army is still in a more advantageous position. He is confident that he will win in the end. A new round of explosions shakes the air, breaking up Shannon's ranks. An even more powerful attack follows, laying his entire army at the feet of the first-year student, who freezes in shock. Unable to find anything more substantial to complain about, he is indignant that his opponent did not talk about power growing exponentially. Charlie smiles sheepishly. He himself did not expect this, and assumes that divine magic contributed to such a strong effect. The goblins' heads are sprouting mushrooms again, and Shannon is seething with rage, not even knowing what to say in response. Charlie gives a mock guilty wink, saying that the situation is a little out of control and the next explosion could kill the Goblin Master too. Shannon remains silently angrily, but looks puzzled. He thinks that he shouldn't lose to a preparatory course student. He is a genius after all. He acknowledges the younger's strength out loud, but says it's still not enough to handle him. And Charlie smirks. Shannon uses the divine magic, Flame of Battle, which increases fighting spirit, increases physical strength, and reduces sensitivity to pain, and then adds military divine magic to everything. Now, when killing an enemy, creatures can restore 25% of body damage and convert the excess into physical indicators. But that's not all. It seems Shannon has decided to give it his all. He calls on the divine magic of the earth for help. The earth begins to nourish the creatures with its power and significantly strengthens their defenses. The freshman smiles maliciously, announcing that it is his turn to attack. Thanks to the miraculous power of his magic, even the mushrooms that were previously sown on the creatures fall away, and the goblins are ready to fight again. Charlie's face takes on a stunned expression. He can't believe that Shannon just got rid of all his mushrooms. One of the goblins raises his blade and chants an ode to his revered god, who favors them, calling his brothers to arms. And all creatures, as one, rush into battle for the glory of their lord with the intention of destroying all the insects of the enemy. Charlie takes a defensive stance, ordering his creatures to stop the enemies as explosions thunder behind him. Lena and other teachers observe the exam through the corresponding system window. The woman asks her colleagues if they have any thoughts about the preparatory course. One of the teachers says that he was most impressed by Cian because she managed to raise the Lord of the Thunder Sparrows. She is worthy of admission. The woman with glasses chooses Tart and his older brother as her favorite, who can be persuaded to enroll in the Imperial through the younger one. The third teacher liked Chaz. He considers him promising because the average level of creatures can be compensated by analytical abilities. Then, not very happy, Lena herself asks what her colleagues think about Charlie. They watch the Battle of the Locust Master in absolute silence. The first to speak up is a woman who says that it looks as if the student's defeat is inevitable. The man who chose Kyan disagrees. Shannon's rise proves that Charlie can follow in his footsteps. Lena notices that the guy is now using only his main representatives to confront one of the strongest first-year students. Everyone agrees with her when the woman says that expelling such a capable student for losing this battle is unacceptable. Meanwhile, Shannon is on the battlefield once again ordering his goblin army to focus on the enemy lords. The creatures rush towards the locusts, and Charlie doesn't want to believe that he can actually lose. Suddenly, the battlefield is filled with a voice belonging to the teacher, announcing that the battle must cease. The lesson is over. Shannon is beside himself with anger. He was so close to victory. While losing a significant part of the army, Charlie was even able to finish off one of his lords. Teacher Lena stands at the board and, smiling sweetly, reminds us of the rules for participation in the lesson that has just ended and is about to announce the results. First of all, the woman names those students who received the highest score. Charlie's name is not heard on their list. He is sad, thinking that he lost and will now be expelled, and Tart grins, saying that his classmate has finally shown his true self. Sitting on the left, Cian reassures Charlie, believing that even despite his loss, the teachers saw his potential, because the opponent was strong. But the guy's name still sounds, albeit the last one. Tart is stunned, his mouth wide open, not believing his ears. Scott raises his hand, announcing that he has a question. The teacher asks what it is. Tart asks about the judging criteria, because how could Charlie get the highest score if he lost the battle? Lena says that she cannot voice the criteria, but the decision is objective, since it was made by the entire teaching staff. She asks with a sweet smile. But behind the woman there is a deadly aura swirling. Will Tart be satisfied with such an explanation? He fearfully agrees. Already addressing the entire class, Lena dismisses the students, first reminding them that the excellent students only have one day to prepare. Tart, filled with anger, leaves the class, throwing over his back at his rival as a farewell that he doesn't have long to rejoice. Chaz runs up to Charlie and, smiling like a fox, warns his classmate that the offspring of the Scott and Shannon family is in cahoots again. But the blonde quickly leaves, saying that he has a date with a rich beauty waiting for him. Cian approaches Charlie and reproaches him for envying his classmate. The guy says that he is not going to stoop to such a level. It is better to earn money himself. The girl is clearly satisfied. Martin looks into the office and, waving his hand in greeting, invites the younger one to have lunch together. At the moment, the Imperial Academy has only 3 outer worlds that would be suitable for the invasion preps. They are the Rune Civilization, the Totem Civilization, and the civilization that followed the path of biochemical development. Charlie believes that he needs to become a demigod as soon as possible in order to join Snowden's disciples, which requires successfully completing the invasion. The elders encourage him with all their might and in every possible way, saying that they believe in their youngest. Lena hands the students special bracelets, saying that they are needed to maintain contact with the divine world. The ship leaves their world and goes to one of the outer ones, chosen by the Academy for the exam. Sometime later, it lands and Charlie gets out of the transport. The invasion mission begins. Standing on one of the small plateaus, the boy takes out some bags from his pocket and is going to find out what the elders have prepared for him. But then something strange happens. 2 of the 3 miraculously evaporate, leaving behind only a dark haze. Charlie is amazed. He thinks about it, but is still glad that at least one is left, and opens it, looking inside. The bag contains something that looks like old parchment and some blue cards. From the note, the guy learns that he found himself in a world of runes. There are only 26 of them, and each has unique properties, as well as combinations. He looks at the blue cards and understands that they contain energy that is capable of pushing through the will of the external worlds. After analyzing the situation, Charlie finds it necessary to summon his creatures, and his choice falls on the half-dragons. He is going to start hunting local creatures in order to obtain the sources of the universe, because according to Lena, this method is the easiest. An hour later, the boy has a fit of hysterics. During this time, we managed to earn only half of the source of the universe. It's too slow, and Charlie summons 50 more creatures, leaving him with 5 cards. He manages to find his next target, and the guy sends the main representatives out to hunt. He orders the locusts to capture the camp with the minotaurs, and the insects dive down on the enemies in unison. Tart is somewhere nearby. He really has conspired with Shannon, and right now he has a premonition of his imminent meanness. He plans to give the iron-blooded demon, given by the Elder, the hair of his rival, so that he will hunt only him. Surprisingly, the student has the necessary biological material, and he sends it to the demon's urn. The object in the young man's hand is immediately enveloped in a dark haze, and Tart steps back in fear, not wanting to fall under its influence. Throwing the container into the air, he orders his creature to move away and break it, which it does without question. And right there, right before their eyes, the demon that had escaped to freedom began to take on flesh with its characteristic roar. Seeing what the creature is capable of, Tart laughs maliciously, firmly convinced that it will not leave a single wet spot on his classmate. The hatred that this demon has accumulated for 1,000 years while he was imprisoned can only be washed away by the blood of the one who became his target. Charlie, unaware that he is being hunted, goes about his business, holding several small particles that look like seeds in his hand. He believes that this should be enough to unlock the transformation into a black dragon. The guy intends to use the remaining 5 cards to summon the rest of the half-dragons. Suddenly, a light-haired ox appears before him, with a red stone glowing on its forehead. Charlie orders his creatures to deal with him, and they rush to attack the enemy. A moment later, his mournful final howl reverberates through the surrounding area. In the Wolf King's lair, Charlie finds some curious objects and is eager to learn about their properties. The first student unrolls the scroll and notes with delight that it is the rune word. Now all that remains is to collect the rune combination, and he lays out all the runes in front of him, beginning to peer at them with tension. Having familiarized himself with the necessary information, the guy decides to cast the word on his body, since he does not have a suitable weapon. He feels changes in himself almost immediately, believing that he has become much stronger. But the guy's activity is interrupted. He notices something strange. Wanting to figure things out, Charlie transforms into the black dragon and flies towards the irritant that bothered him. He lands next to his half-dragons and looks at what dared to put a spoke in their wheels. A light-skinned creature that resembles a catman just jumps on one of the creatures, causing the others to be amazed. The evil beast cuts the half-dragon's body into several large pieces with its strongest claws. The gaze of its eyes with vertical pupils is merciless. Charlie realizes that the demon in front of him is a Lord-level demon, which means that the opponent is serious. The cat is surrounded by several half-dragons on all sides, but he doesn't show that he feels threatened. He rushes forward, continuing to tear his enemies to shreds. But the demon is surprised when the limbs of the seemingly defeated begin to regenerate. The cat's gaze becomes much more angry than before as he turns his gaze to the creature's owner. Both he and Charlie agree, and the next moment they rush at each other. The Dragon Boy starts to emit an aura, believing that the fight will happen at just the right moment. He stops, stockpiling the necessary supplies, and the demon cat, approaching with claws raised at the ready, is perplexed. The guy's gaze is determined. There is not even a hint of a smile on his face, and the aura continues to envelop the body with its fiery tongues. And finally, Charlie breaks forward, having gathered enough strength for a blow that hits the cat right in the face. The system notifies that one of the lords of this world has been defeated, for which the student receives 2 sources of the universe. Charlie smiles contentedly. Now he will be able to summon his favorite skeletons, and perhaps this will contribute to a faster rank increase. A few days later, one of the locusts informs its god that it was able to find a cave with fire crystals. The guy announces that this very cave is their next target, and the expedition, led by him and the undead, sets out on their journey. As he approaches the cave, he senses that it gives off an aura that is typical of a rather powerful creature, and assumes that someone has already taken a liking to this place. But this does not diminish the desire to go inside, and Charlie fearlessly takes the first steps. Walking further, the young man feels a wave of unbearable heat and reflexively covers himself with his hands, grimacing. A creature resembling a huge lion emerges from the depths of the cave, still covering itself with its hands. Charlie tries to understand who is in front of him, but he gets bored, and the guy transforms into a dragon, marveling at his luck with the cat family. Charlie takes a defensive stance, but the rapidly approaching lion suddenly stops abruptly. An evil face with horns appears from behind the big cat. The girl grabs the lion by the tail and pulls it mercilessly towards herself, asking where he was running. The creature tries to escape from her tenacious hands. Looking at her, Charlie remembers her name. Her name is Flora, and Flora angrily says that since she came here first, the territory became hers. The guy smiles, saying that there is no one's territory here, and asks what if he refuses to leave the cave to the girl. She stops terrorizing the lion and rushes straight at Charlie, replying that in that case she will beat his face good. The boy frowns as he begins to fusion with the plant, Shadowvine, and is enveloped in a poisonous green color, a harbinger of the death rain. Wrapping itself around the still-standing male body, the vine begins to grow. And Flora keeps getting closer, calling the technology pathetic tricks and confident that it won't help the guy. The same one, with a completely different opinion, promising to change the point of view of his rival, hits the target, provoking an explosion. Suddenly, something flashes behind the girl, and she, surprised and frightened, turns around. With one sure move, Charlie cuts off the horn that flies back, warning its owner that next time he will aim for the neck. Flora's eyes widen in surprise and the realization that she has lost. She admits her loss and allows Charlie to take the lion, but the guy says that he doesn't need the lion, he came for the flame crystals. Flora says that in that case she will take it for herself and suggests that they join forces after that, but the guy ignores these words. Clouds are starting to gather in the sky. The undead stands near the entrance to the cave and looks at the source of energy that is beginning to form and rapidly increase in size. Flora asks if Charlie is his creator, and he says that among his creatures there is no one with such a suffocating aura. But soon the creature's owner appears, and at first the student's attention is drawn to a huge red-clawed foot. Following her owner, the iron-blooded demon, emerges from the haze. He screams at the top of his lungs that he can smell his enemy, pointing at Charlie and intending to wash away his shame with his blood. The guy fuses with the golden dragon grass and Flora runs away. After completing the process, Charlie uses an ability called Golden Dragon's Breath, which envelops the enemy in heat. But he doesn't care. He releases his demonic aura, opening his mouth wide and angrily flashing his red eyes. Charlie's next attack is Phantom Flash. He is helped by Flora, who appears nearby again, breathing fire at the monster. The boy notices that the fire is effective and summons the Divine Hammer. To do this, you have to spend a Source of the Universe card, but it is a necessary measure. A moment later, a red orc blacksmith appears in the arena with his beloved weapon. Pointing his finger at the demon, Charlie asks his protege to destroy it. Divine Hammer looks at its master carefully, taking in the order. He, as always, is ready to fulfill it, unquestioningly following the will of his great god. This can be seen just by his eyes. The orc begins to emit streams of more powerful aura as he prepares for the upcoming attack. The demon overtakes the creature in front, calling it a pathetic servant and telling it to die. But the red orc also completes the attack and rushes forward together with the formed snakes, predatorily opening their mouths at the enemy. Something similar to stone icicles flies at the same time from the side of the enraged demon. But the attacks of the hammer snakes prove more effective to the point that the demon asks him to stop them, for his body is riddled with holes. But Hammer doesn't even think about stopping, jumping into the air and wanting to deliver the final blow surrounded by snakes. A big explosion envelops space. Charlie is delighted for his charge, praising him and saying that he never doubted him, and asking him to continue in the same spirit. And Hammer takes this phrase literally, continuing to hit the enemy with his impressive weapon. This goes on for a very long time, but for some reason the demon's soul is not destroyed. Charlie cannot leave him here in this state. He comes up with the idea of asking the collector to absorb her, but the demon begins to ask for mercy on his soul in exchange for loyalty. Charlie approaches the creature's patty closer, saying that he cannot believe until a contract is made. The demon agrees. The guy immediately finds the necessary documents in the system and enters what is needed in the empty fields. He does not intend to waste time. He giggles maliciously, and Flora, who is watching all this, notices that her classmate is behaving worse than the most notorious swindler. The air is cut by bluish threads of energy. The system notifies about the successful conclusion of the contract. Charlie asks his slave about his abilities. He replies that he can turn a body into metal and even corrode living things. But even after hearing this, the guy believes that his new creature has more disadvantages than advantages, and the first of them is the fear of fire. Then the demon says that he can become a weapon. Thanks to his corrosion, any weapon that comes into contact will rust. Charlie likes this. He tells the demon to proceed, and it turns into a powerful sword, letting out a sigh of relief. Charlie smiles. He has wanted a sword for a long time. It turns out that the demon turned up in time, and now the guy can continue his hunt. A few days later, a man crouched closer to the ground, afraid to even look up at the army of undead. He intends to immediately report everything to the city lord, because the army consists of 500,000 warriors. Sometime later, the local ruler almost screams in shock, struck by the report of a 500,000-strong army of the undead. The witness, continuing to bow at the feet of the ruler, once again confirms his words. The lord understands that he is losing. His army is far inferior to the undead. If they decide to attack the city, nothing will remain of him. The lord gives the order to immediately send messages asking for help to the nearest cities, and his subordinates rush to carry it out. The next day, reinforcements arrive in the city. The army grows, but still does not outnumber the undead. The lord is confident that they now have every chance of victory. The forces of the Holy Court have always been famous for their effectiveness. He delivers a fiery speech to his renewed army, giving the order to defend the homeland and stop the enemy. He himself goes into battle armed and on horseback, wanting to inspire the warriors with his own example. Charlie and Flora are sitting under a huge tree. The guy is informed by his representative about the approaching army of people. The guy is inspired. Happy that they decided to meet him after all, the girl looks around at her classmate in bewilderment. Charlie duplicates the information that was reported to him and offers to join him. The girl sees a catch in this. Nevertheless, she agrees, and a little later, both preparatory class students are sitting in ambush. The guy says that he likes Flora's fighting spirit, finding it cute. The girl, embarrassed, tells him to take his hands away, he needs to concentrate. Numerous ranks of horsemen are getting closer and closer. Charlie orders his skeleton army to leave the ambush. They do so, and the people, seeing the undead, become frightened, giving a hasty order to raise their shields. The warriors scream in fear, trying to retreat with their backs. They regret that they got involved in this matter, realizing that they were in an ambush. The undead are right inside the locust swarm, their lipless teeth clicking menacingly. While the rank and file skeletons fight on the ground, the resurrectionist flies higher, looking out for its potential victims. He is ready at the right moment to raise the dead from the bodies of murdered people. With a determined look, the Lord orders the priests to do their part of the job. They immediately surround him, carrying out their plan. The skeletons immediately begin to feel the influence of divine power. Charlie is puzzled. Considering the first priority to get rid of the priests, he guessed that they would appear. Suddenly, Flora bursts forward again with her horns in a swift flash, her gaze focused and serious. But Charlie is not going to sit back in the rear either, taking the form of a black dragon and rushing after the girl. And she already appears near the priests, disrupting their perfect formation and forcing them to fly apart in different directions. And Charlie destroys enemies even from a decent distance with a flash of a blade, tearing their clothes to shreds. The students stand with their backs to each other, and the Dragon Boy stretches his hand forward and uses suppression. The skeletons rush forward with renewed vigor, stunning and destroying the enemy in hot pursuit. One of the soldiers returns to his lord, bringing bad news. The people have been defeated and the undead army continues to advance. Watching what is happening from a height, the ruler understands that they have lost and gives the order to begin a complete evacuation. After the capture, Charlie is disappointed. He expected much more, which cannot be said about the extremely pleased Flora. The guy melancholically notes the girl's joy out loud and suggests why this is so, and then suggests dividing the runes. He notes that he has 4 slots for runes, but considers the runes he received weak and decides to give them to the creatures. Flora is happy when she chooses a rune. She is glad that she is one step closer to getting her first monarch, and thanks Charlie. He winks at his classmate, generously allowing himself not to be thanked. Flora's cheeks turn red as she finds the guy funny and begins to understand why Cyan likes him. In another city, the ruler is stunned, unwilling to believe that an undead army has captured his neighbor. The subject confirms these words and says that the disaster has affected 4 nearby cities, and the army of the undead is growing. The ruler jumps up from his seat, ordering that the archbishop be brought to him, and also that the king of the elves, minotaurs, and werewolves be contacted. A little later, a meeting of the aforementioned takes place at the round table. The kings of the elves and werewolves are ready to unite and attack. The king of men is glad that they were able to come to a common opinion so quickly, and is confident that with joint efforts they will be able to destroy the dead. The woman tells the man she is sitting on that his father is going to unite with representatives of other races and priests. The guy's eyes widen in surprise, but he doesn't show his anger in any other way, because he understands perfectly well who the intruder could be. Rumors about the number of creatures in the classmates' ranks make Chaz think about friendship and teaming up with Charlie. Thanks to this girl's hints, he finally understood how he could become a demigod. And first of all, he needed an impressive army. Chaz believes that in order to become a demigod of this world, he needs to master a special runic word. The problem is that even the royal family doesn't have it, and the guy doesn't know where he could find it in principle. Chaz sees the only way out as joining forces with Charlie. Only through joint efforts will they be able to obtain the necessary word. The girl asks what he is thinking about because she is talking to him and tells him that the elf queen will come to her father tomorrow. The guy comes to his senses, finally returning from his thoughts, and says that no elf queen can compare with the princess's beauty. He sets the following goal for himself because he believes that there is not a single woman in the world with whom he cannot cope. He grabs the girl by the waist, and now she ends up on the bottom, giggling and noting her partner's depravity. Charlie's surprised voice carries over the city, repeating the words about the union of the 4 kingdoms and the Holy Church. Flora looks at her interlocutor sullenly, asking what he was surprised about since he has a huge army. He agrees, but only partially. It's not about quantity, but about quality. The skeleton army is weak. They can only overwhelm with numbers, so it will be quite troublesome. The source intervenes in the conversation. He has another idea, but the price also does not change. Divinity must be at stake. Charlie asks to share at least part of the idea, because otherwise he will not be able to understand whether it is worth wasting or not. The source knows some words. Charlie asks what, but the entity refuses to say until it receives its payment. Having thanked the owner, he shares with him, but only whispering in his ear. Hearing them, Charlie thinks that this might actually work, and Flora, noticing the change in her classmate, asks about her. The guy's gaze becomes sly. He says that soon she will see everything herself. The Locusts approach the Alliance army, and the warriors are going to destroy them, realizing that they, like the undead, serve the same ruler. They start swinging their swords in the air, and some manage to cut through the small bodies. The people are inspired, but a suspicious black fog begins to swirl around the Locusts, and the warriors become frightened. And for good reason, mushrooms immediately begin to grow on them. Men pluck them, but it doesn't help much. At that very moment, they are surrounded by dark hordes, and people become even more frightened than before. The undead mixed with locusts are getting closer and closer. Charlie can't help but notice that it turned out even better than he expected. The mushrooms, the Black Death, became even more effective. He smirks, thinking it was worth his investment and effort, and the source echoes next to him, all thanks to the effect of the word he shared. And this word was a mid-level rune, Plague, which imposes an effect on the body that makes every cell become a carrier of the plague. Standing on a hill, Charlie gives his troops the order to go into battle. The archers release their deadly arrows. Thanks to the Black Death and the Locusts, he managed to defeat the first units of the Union Army and acquire 5 skeleton heroes. The king asks if anyone has any ideas, because if they keep losing people and retreating, there will be nothing left of the kingdom. The man is furious, believing that this cannot be allowed to happen. One of the council members suggests that the only option left is peace, and the king asks with whom, in his opinion, they should negotiate. The question is good, because the opponent has not shown himself during all this time. The door opens, interrupting the council. A smiling Chaz enters the hall with the princess and the queen of the elves, asking to be given the opportunity to negotiate. The werewolf king does not believe in him, believing that the guy has never been to war, since he will be able to negotiate with the Lord of the Undead. The bishop is angry, glaring at the young man and asking who let the princess's favorite in here in the first place. And Ches himself, looking straight at the representatives of different races who don't believe in him, smiles slyly. The princess enters the conversation, putting pressure on her father and asking if he doesn't believe his daughter's words, since she has confidence in this man. The Elven Queen also vouches for Chaz's intelligence, saying that she will cast her vote in favor of his candidacy. The king notes that they have no other options anyway, so he suggests giving this young man a chance. Sometime later, the blonde enters the territory of the skeleton army and confidently moves towards his classmate. Seeing him, Charlie grins, saying that he didn't expect to meet him here. They hug like good friends, and Ches says that he has come here to propose a truce on behalf of the Union of 4 states. Charlie grins and says that he is ready to stop his mighty army only if the price is right. Ches confirms that this is exactly what he came here for, and his interlocutor voices a list of what he wants to get, most of which concerns runes. The blonde, smiling slyly, sums up, voicing how much of what the kingdom can provide to the usurper. He continues by saying that the elves will pay more than the humans, and the werewolves and minotaurs with the church will quadruple everything. The young man does not want to offend the Elven Queen, because he will still have dealings with her, so he dumps most of it on the latter. Charlie says he agrees to these terms, and a slightly puzzled Ches promises that there will be no problems. He shares information about becoming a demigod with a classmate, and he agrees to work together. Ches leaves to hand over the terms, and Charlie says that if he refuses, he will raze everything to the ground. It's not the first time for him. The king of the Minotaurs is perplexed as to how his kingdom and the werewolf can fulfill their agreement, since they simply do not have that many rewards. Ches suggests replacing the items with something equally valuable, such as information about ancient relics or divinity points. The Elven Queen asks why her people had to pay so much, and only the humans have little. The guy has an excuse. The human princess says that her father asked her to convey that he agrees to the conditions. Ches flirts with her and asks if she wants to personally reward him for his bravery, and she, embarrassed, agrees. A bishop enters the room with complaints. Not only does he not like the conditions, he says that his order will never bow to the darkness. Ches smiles sweetly, saying that his job is just to pass on information. The kings of the Minotaurs and werewolves agree with the priest. They want to try to fight, and in case of failure, they are ready to pay off. In previous clashes, the church did not use its elite, so their losses were minimal. But the leader prepared for the upcoming battle by summoning the core of the Holy Land, 3 whole legions of the Holy Church. These warriors came close to receiving the title of demigods, never suffered defeat and never let the bishop down. The head of the church is angry, vowing to stop the followers of death who have come to the Holy Land. Charlie scouts the area and notes that almost all buildings are reinforced with light crystals that are harmful to skeletons. He is convinced that the Patriarch has indeed called all his elite troops, but fortunately, Chess told him about it in advance. Charlie grins in displeasure, noting that the light crystals do indeed irritate him. Because of them, the Harbor of Light turned into an impregnable place. It's good that the guy ordered the undead to simply surround the city. He thinks that it would be ideal to create a breach and plunge the harbor into chaos, and an idea comes to the young man's mind. After ingesting the special seeds, Charlie activates plant fusion, causing a giant vine to instantly grow from the ground. She entangles the guy, penetrating his body and illuminating the space green. Charlie smiles. He is about to try out a technique that has come to mind, and shoots burst out of the young man's hand. They become longer and thicker, and then move upward, directed by the will of the owner. Charlie smiles contentedly. He likes the result. The power of the ghost vine exceeded his expectations. He decides it's time to have some fun with the saints and rushes forward with anticipation. One of the priests, hearing strange sounds behind him, looks over his shoulder and is surprised to see Losa. He and his colleague ask who Charlie is, and instead of answering, he waves his sword with a satisfied look. He rushes forward, jumping in the air and flying straight towards the church ministers. They gasp in fear. One even instinctively covers himself with his hand to protect himself either from the vine or from its owner. But the plant manages to catch the wrist through the clothes. The priest begins to emit filth, and his companion orders him to immediately use cleanse, but it does not work. Warriors run to the scene. One of them offers to capture the troublemaker. He leaps into the air with his powerful weapon, attempting to bring it down on Charlie's head. For a while, he stands there, motionless, with only a smile on his face, while the blade approaches menacingly. But at the last moment, the young man escapes the blow, and the huge axe only reaches the tile. The attacker wonders where he went, and the disappearance is announced, inflicting a fatal blow to the man's stomach with his blade. Tearing his gaze away from the corpse at his feet, Charlie notices another warrior approaching him. The guy grins, continuing to stand under the approaching axe like last time. Deja vu arises. But he decides to add some variety to the events by appearing not in front of, but behind, the enemy. Charlie strikes and the warrior collapses, clutching his stomach, and begins to reek of filth. Charlie turns to face his now invisible opponent, smiling as he notices that he is the only one left. This warrior is different from all the previous ones. He is enveloped in a golden glow, and in his hand, instead of an axe, he has a pike. Charlie grimaces, noticing that the opponent is stronger, as is the surrounding holy aura that resists death energy. And from behind, 2 priests appear, one of whom shouts that they have a chance and wants to stop the enemy. Charlie smirks as he turns around, deciding that since he can't reach the warrior with the pike, he'll finish off his support. But the man under protection doesn't want to feel useless either, attacking the guy from behind, and several more priests join them. There is a roar nearby, and the wall of one of the buildings collapses, spitting out a stream of filth. Along with him, corpses engulfed in it, dressed in priestly robes, fall out onto the platform, the filth dancing on them like tongues of flame. Charlie smiles, calling for Loza to help and noting that it's time to get started. He sends his loyal army of skeletons into attack, and they begin moving towards the city in a special formation. A squad of armed soldiers awaits at the gate, but this does not stop the undead. In the battle for the harbor, about 2 million followers of the church die, and 3 holy legions are completely destroyed. However, they still manage to significantly reduce the number of the undead army. Charlie loses 15 million of his fearless warriors. A voice comes from within the building, its owner believing that such a large number of losses were beyond his expectations. The bishop lowers his head guiltily, admitting his mistake, because of him, the Holy Order suffered catastrophic losses. The man is confused as to whether he should continue to fight or whether it would be better to admit defeat. An interlocutor enters the room and says that he is ready to help the man fight off the attack of the undead. The priest is frightened, asking who is here besides him, and turning sharply sees a grinning tart. Warriors of light try to patch up their wounds during the temporary lull and clear away the rubble. But their joy does not last long, one of the soldiers reports, seeing the enemy, that the undead are attacking again. Charlie gives a ruthless order to kill everyone. Sometime later, the undead fill the nearby streets of the city. The skeletons push forward, destroying everyone in their path. A projection of the bishop appears in front of her. She frowns, calling the undead pathetic, and she looks puzzled. The patriarch suggests stopping voluntarily. Perhaps in that case, God will agree to stop his righteous judgment and spare. The undead are not only perplexed by these words, something appears in front of them. A squad of Tart's warriors appears in front of the army of the dead, and then his voice is heard, filled as usual with arrogance. Charlie frowns at the enemy creatures, calling them copperheads. He doesn't want to believe that the local patriarch has united with his enemy. Meanwhile, the Steel Knights are roaming the battlefield with all their might, destroying the skeletons one after another in a variety of ways. The priests are inspired by such heroism and join the creatures of their savior, wishing to drive out the undead once and for all. Charlie's patience runs out and he decides to summon the Bone Giant. He falls from the sky immediately and, surrounded by the filth that strengthens him, attacks the enemy. It doesn't take much of his effort to break the knights. They die just like the little undead a little earlier. But behind the wreckage of the Steel Knights, a dark shadow with a red eye appears, and then they, circling, disappear into its funnel. A moment later, the combined knight rushes at the Bone Giant, landing the first blow and pushing it back. The Patriarch orders Tartu to continue releasing his Steel Knights. No matter how many sources it takes, the order will provide. The guy smirks contentedly, expressing understanding. Once again, the horde of Steel Knights rushes to attack. The guy remembers his negotiations with the Patriarch about providing the sources. At first, he was wary of the stranger, but Tart decided to take the man by manipulation, pressing on the most painful part, the fear of the merciless lord of the undead. The Patriarch walks through the streets, preceded by several priests of lower rank, who exterminate the undead at his command. Charlie realizes that if things continue like this, he will lose his entire army, in which case it would be wiser to retreat. He does so, giving orders to each of his warriors. The skeletons gather behind their master, looking back. Flora asks what Charlie will do next, since the Order of Light has secured Tart's support and is protected by his knights. Charlie is angry, regretting that he did not deal with his classmate earlier, and the girl notes that the situation has changed not in their favor. The Minotaurs and werewolves, seeing the church's success, began to suck up to it, but the guy plans to deal with them later. A skeleton comes up to them and says that the King of Men has sent a messenger to them. Charlie is surprised. He has a bad feeling, but the guy still asks to bring the parliamentarian to him. Chess says that the king agrees to the conditions and asks not to attack. The interlocutor notes that he turned out to be wiser than the others. The blonde smiles slyly, wondering what his classmate intends to do with this holy order. The answer is a temporary lull. Charlie is going to deal with the other enemies for now. Chess joins in, also sharing that he has come across the trail of what they are looking for. Charlie finishes his preparations and sends his slightly thinned army of skeletons straight to the werewolf kingdom. The war lasts only 5 days, as the werewolves have no effective weapons against the rebirth of the undead and the Black Death. They quickly die, unable to fight off the enemy invasion. The result of the battle is that the army of skeletons is replenished with 12 million werewolves. The kingdom of werewolves itself completely disappears from the face of this world. Charlie stands before the king of the Minotaurs with a superior smile, and the latter, falling to his knees, promises to do whatever he asks. Smiling contentedly and folding his arms across his chest, the boy notes that all 10 rune words that he was given belong to the highest category. But his capabilities in this regard are limited, and he will have to choose only the most useful ones. He makes his choice by touching the words with his fingers. The guy's choice falls on the Emperor, War Fury, Nature, and a rune that improves all attributes by 500%. Charlie flies into the air in a blue-violet tornado, feeling like he has become much stronger. The supreme runes are a completely different level. Smiling with anticipation, he orders his undead to attack Light's Haven, intending to wash away the shame of last time. The army, ready to immediately carry out absolutely any order of its god, immediately forms up and moves from its place, raising its weapons. Charlie's gaze becomes serious at the memory of Tart. He is firmly convinced that his classmate will not get away with it this time. Upon reaching the Harbor of Light, he and Chess look around in surprise. There is no one around. An undead bodyguard stands nearby just in case. The blonde is the first to speak up. He can't believe there's not a soul around and wonders what could have happened here. Charlie is also puzzled. He approaches one of the bodies to examine and says that it looks like these people were beaten with fists. Suddenly, he hears a strange, weak voice mentioning the Steel Knights, and he turns around abruptly. Ches also doesn't want to stay on the sidelines and echoes his classmate, and amazement freezes on both of their faces. The voice comes from around the corner, addressing Charlie with a question, asking if he is the Lord of the Undead. Following the sound, the boy finds the source of the voice and sees a bishop lying face down on the ground, blood splattered around him. Both young men run up to the patriarch, and one of them impatiently asks where Tart is, while the other watches the unpleasant picture in silence. The man replies that the former ally left, having first emptied the treasury of the Holy Order. Along with this, the guy took away all the sources of dimension and ordered his creatures to kill all the servants. The priest is thirsty for revenge. Ches looks at him with disapproval, noticing that the man himself let this wild wolf into his house. But these words hang in the air without an answer. The priest gives up his last breath, and some things become clear to Charlie. The Order did not react to the invasion of the werewolf kingdom in any way, because by that time it had been destroyed. Ches thinks that it's too late to do anything, and Charlie is not going to leave this place empty-handed. He wants to take at least the light crystals. One of the guys thinks that it is better not to let down one's guard, since it is unknown how many traps are hidden in these ancient ruins. Before the treasure hunters appears a rune in pink light, around which several transparent spheres, embraced by the same color, float. Ches explains that he asked his creatures to mark all the important places in advance, so they wouldn't have to go blind. In other areas, there are arrows highlighted in blue indicating a safe direction, but something is going wrong. Ches turns around sharply, sensing something was wrong before his companion, and tells him to take care of himself. A silhouette appears next to them. The thing that appeared before them outnumbered the students by almost 2.5 times, and they all turned their attention to it so as not to get confused. Something takes the form of a ball and begins to spin rapidly, choosing Charlie as its target, who jumps aside in time. The guy's look is determined. He uses the highest rune, Emperor, increasing all his skills by 100. The creature jumps out of the round form, standing in front of the man at full height. Noticing this, Ches praises his classmate, admiring the fact that he mastered the power of the highest rune so quickly. He really likes the Emperor's aura. They successfully manage to deal with the creature, and the guys continue on their way. There are now 2 guards on the way, similar to the previous one, and Charlie uses another higher rune, Nature. It allows communication with any creature, and he addresses the couple, saying that they are not here to destroy and plunder, but for a test. But the creatures don't react, leaving Charlie with no choice, and he jumps into the air, deciding to get his way another way. He forms energy in his hand and attacks the guard standing in front of him, who, due to the force of the blow, is inertially pushed back. Another one appears on the way, and Charlie, using enlargement, becomes several times larger, equal to the thug. He strikes his opponent in the chest with a sweeping motion, his gaze sharp and focused. But an unpleasant surprise awaits the guy. 3 more guards appear on his way, and he is momentarily at a loss, frozen in indecision. Ches exhales in dismay, expressing his frustration out loud. He had expected that his rivals had run out of options. The boys stand motionless in front of the guards, and one of the creatures decides to take the initiative into his own hands, giving in to the uninvited guests. This time, Charlie decides to deal with things differently. He calls the Skeleton Knights, who immediately appear before their master. Ches also does not want to stay on the sidelines. Calling on his creatures for help, several foxmen appear behind the guy. Both creatures rush at the guards at the wave of their owner's hands and begin to attack, while the latter take a defensive position. As he retreats, Ches praises himself for deciding to take Charlie with him. Without his classmate, he could have simply been wiped out. Entering the room with islands, above which energy clots with runes rise, Ches says that this is the very miracle they were looking for. If they can pass the tests that are prepared for them, they will not only ascend to the rank of demigods, but will also receive the corresponding rune words. There is a loud sound from behind, and turning around, the students notice that the door leading back to the exit is locked. There is no turning back now, and Charlie suggests starting the first test. Ches, with a sly smile, breaks ahead. He rushes straight to the rune that he has chosen for himself, believing that it is the best fit for him. Disappearing into the portal and waving goodbye to his classmate with a fox-like smile, Ches recommends that he not linger either. Charlie frowns, feeling slightly annoyed that his companion had chosen his challenge so quickly. But almost immediately, his mind cools down. The guy approaches the portal he chose himself. It's time for him to begin his test. Charlie finds himself on cracked, windswept land with rocky terrain. These lands are covered by the curse of hunger. In order to survive here, you will have to constantly eat something. The guy's stomach rumbles indignantly, confirming, and he thinks that the name for the curse is appropriate, but he is not going to die of hunger. He tries to contact his divine sphere, but the attempt fails, and the thought arises that in this dimension this possibility is blocked. Behind him, the guy notices two suspicious dark shadows and becomes wary, wondering what it is. The answer comes quickly. The silhouettes belong to the starving, undead born from those who died of hunger. This could be a problem. This dimension is empty. Charlie assumes that the creatures standing before him are not only enemies, but also food. The starving people are not going to silently look at the uninvited guest and rush at him, seizing the right moment. The guy is saved by the undead who arrive in time. One of the skeleton knights cuts off the enemy's right limb, capturing part of the body. Charlie fishes out seeds from his inventory and, filling them with his energy, throws them into the air in the desired direction. They sink into the soil, sparkling with the divine power they are filled with, and soon a green sprout breaks through the earth. The seeds grow into a dahlia flower and dragon grass, forming a combined ghost vine with Charlie sitting in the center. He admits that he is capable of murder, but not cannibalism. The guy wants to call upon plants to saturate his body with nutrients. At this time, his undead will take care of the starving to ensure his own safety. The guy's look is determined. Charlie can clearly sense the suffocating aura emanating from the local undead, but decides to trust his creatures. He decides to hibernate and remain in this state for 30 days, because the energy costs here are astronomical. But there is still concern. Although I would like to hope that nothing serious will happen during all this time, somewhere else houses are smoking. The Steel Knights walk over the debris sticking out on the ground, crushing everything in their path and flashing their terrifying red eyes. Tart stands over the fallen body and rejoices in his victory. The kingdom of people now belongs to him too. His Steel Knights destroyed all obstacles in the path of their god in the form of the Holy Order and the kingdoms of Minotaurs and humans. The guy smiles slyly, believing that the Elven Kingdom will not be able to maintain its magical barriers for long, and that it too will soon be destroyed. There is a heavy tread, and the Steel Knights are bringing someone to the master, holding her by the hands on both sides. This girl, Flora. Tart pretends that this is a surprise for him and touches the girl's cheek with his hand, saying that now she belongs to him too, she threatens. The guy's face turns angry. He says that Charlie will not come to her aid because he will not return alive from another dimension or will become very weak. Turning around and smiling slyly, Tart orders his classmate to be locked in the dungeon, and she says that he won't get away with it. One of the creatures reports that Lily has pushed Cyan back to the mountain gorge on the border of the kingdom as his master ordered. Tart smiles an even crazier smile. He didn't expect less from his classmate, because she is greedy for money and is ready to do anything for it. Clenching his fist triumphantly, the student promises that this time Kian will not leave him. Somewhere in the mountains, a loud explosion is heard, scattering fragments of rock into the air, and smoke envelops the surrounding area. Steel Knights fight other creatures that resemble stone golems with crystalline inclusions. Cyan, who is watching the battle from the sidelines, sees this as an opportunity for herself, as this way she can escape under the noise. Another explosion is heard nearby, and the girl looks up in confusion, trying to find the source with her eyes. She doesn't understand what's happening. A smiling Tart appears nearby, who, approaching Kian, says that now she cannot worry about anything. He drove away the enemy. The girl thanked her classmate in a crumpled voice, and he, smiling slyly, said that it wasn't worth it, that it was worth nothing to him. Cyan turns to face her bird, about to leave, and Tart is at a loss, asking the obvious question of whether she is going to leave. He comes closer to her, not intending to let her go since he spent a lot of money on this scene, and offers to join forces to overthrow the remaining ones. Tart and Lily discuss their deal. The girl asks to transfer the rest of the promised amount, and the guy promises to do it after one more favor. She must let her classmate destroy his army of stone giants with the Steel Knights. The girl notices that this is not what they agreed on, and the guy begins to blackmail her, threatening to kill the army even more shamefully. Lily tries to save at least some of her honor by asking to take away at least half of the army, and puts forward the condition of doubling the second half of the promise. She can no longer refuse so easily, but if her classmate agrees to these conditions, the deal will still be successful, and he agrees. With a slight strain, Cyan, being polite, says that she appreciates Tart's efforts and help, but she has her own ideas and goals. The guy acts meanly, lying that his blood demon has already killed Charlie, whom the girl wanted to find. She frowns. Cyan can't stand slander against a person she cares about and parries the cruel words. The guy couldn't die so easily. Tart tries to object to her, but the girl adamantly says that she does not intend to continue this conversation and says goodbye to her interlocutor. But he doesn't let his classmate leave so easily. The girl's golden bird is grabbed by several steel knights. Cyan, frowning angrily, turns to Tartu, asking what he is doing, and he threatens, saying that he is now the strongest here. Golden feathers fly through the air, and the boy lifts the girl above him by the throat, telling her to stop resisting. Tears well up in the girl's eyes, and with all her might, she begs Charlie to come to her aid and save her. The boy screams and opens his eyes in the arms of his plants, realizing that what he just saw was nothing more than a dream. But he is interested in how Kian is actually doing. They haven't seen each other for a long time, and then he glances at his hand and realizes that he has lost a lot of weight. The local undead continue to battle his own, and their master emerges from his makeshift lair. A sly smile appears on the guy's face when he realizes that 30 days have flown by so quickly. The highest rune, Hunger, comes into play, allowing the owner to take control of the energy exchange of creatures. Smiling, the guy looks at her, burning in his hand blue and blue. And a moment later, he feels his body fill with a strange, previously unknown energy. The smile on his lips becomes jubilant. Charlie finally reaches the rank of demigod. He looks at his hands, unable to believe it. The guy thinks it's time to get down to business and takes his undead with him, entering the portal. Frowning, Charlie reaches out his hand towards the exit of this unfriendly dimension. Landing on solid ground and looking at the new energy, the guy wants to check how the increase in rank affected his performance. He's upset. They only gave him one new divine ability. Fortunately, they at least raised the natural-born warrior rank. But that's not important now. The main thing is that he managed to obtain the title of demigod in the outer world. The guy can't wait to absorb divinity. Something makes him uneasy, and Charlie glances back to where a portal is beginning to form out of nowhere. Soon, a familiar blonde head appears from the portal, and Charlie's eyes widen at the sight of it, and he steps back. Ches falls onto his friend's lap and, with a dizzy head, lifts his finger up, saying that it seems he has become a demigod. Charlie notes that his classmate completed the test faster than he expected, but he is no use in his current state. He recommends his friend to sleep and, in proud solitude, goes to the steps. It seems to him that someone has come. Lily gives the order to her creatures. They enter into a fight with the guards of this place. The stone colossus rushes into battle. Charlie emerges from the cave, asking his classmate, who is surprised by his appearance, what she is doing there. But the girl is happy. She says that she has information about Cyan, and the exchange for it will cost 10,000 dimension sources. The guy immediately gives his interlocutor the necessary amount and rushes her with an answer, and she is seriously surprised. Lily is angry with herself, believing that she should have asked for more, but admits that Cyan is now locked up, and she herself cannot free herself from captivity. A classmate shares a more precise location, also saying who exactly is the one who captured Cyan. Charlie is outraged. He transforms into a black dragon and sets off in search of his girlfriend, looking for her wherever he can. Finally, the boy finds the first clue, the dead bodies of his classmates' storm sparrows. He closes his eyes and concentrates, wanting to find traces of Cyan's aura. Something is fishy. Charlie is gritting his teeth in anger. He can't catch the girl's aura at all. Suddenly, something behind him catches his attention. A lightning-fast blue flash flashes past, and the guy turns around sharply. A golden feather flies past, and Charlie realizes that its owner is the golden storm sparrow. The guy approaches the cliff and looks down, and an unpleasant sight appears before his eyes. The Steel Knights of Tartu are holding back the golden storm sparrow Cyan with all their might, and he is trying with all his might to break free. Charlie rushes forward, activating the highest rune, the Emperor's aura. The seal is placed on his body, filling it with energy. One of the Steel Knights turns sharply, leaving the bird alone, and having transformed, directs his gaze at the enemy. Charlie grits his teeth in barely contained anger and moves on to more decisive action. He activates a unique rune, Hunger, causing the attacking and already exhausted Steel Knight to fall to his knees. The golden storm sparrow glances at his assistant in amazement and pushes away the enemy creatures holding him. Charlie flies up to the bird and growls angrily, ordering him to take him to Cyan. They can't waste time. Sparrow is puzzled. Sometime later, they are already heading to save the girl. The guy is sitting on the bird's back already in his usual form. The gaze involuntarily clings to a small cave with a burning interior, and the bird and the flyer head straight there. A man's hand pulls the clothes off a woman's shoulder. Kian asks his tormentor to let her go. Tart looms over the girl with a platonic smile, continuing his actions and asking if Cayenne is tired of playing hard to get. Charlie, who had arrived just in time, tossed a stone into the air and sent it towards the tyrant with poorly concealed anger. The stone hits Tart on the head from behind, and the guy's face distorts with bewilderment. He doesn't even have time to fully feel the pain yet. Holding the back of his head, he turns around in shock towards the exit, asking who dared to enter here without his permission. The boy's eyes widen at the sight of a familiar face, and he asks in bewilderment how this is possible since he thought Charlie was dead. The latter can no longer contain his rage and, rushing towards his classmate, strikes him, threatening to kill him. Tart, wiping the blood from his face, expresses joy that he will be able to get rid of his rival with his own hands. But Charlie has a different opinion on this matter. He activates a unique rune, Hunger, which appears right above the target, absorbing its juices. Tart falls to his knees and clutches his stomach, grimacing. He begins to feel an unimaginable hunger and wonders why. Due to the effort he put into maintaining consciousness and awareness, beads of sweat roll down the guy's face, and Charlie approaches, drilling his opponent with a merciless gaze. A red aura begins to form around the latter. Unable to contain himself any longer, Tart folds in half, spilling the contents of his stomach onto the ground. Raising his head to his classmate with the last of his strength, he squeezes out the words, denying that he has become a demigod. With cold determination, Charlie raises his sword, saying that the demon that Tart sent for his soul has become his humble slave. The swordsman says that he will now allow the demonic power to be tested on the enemy and swings. The latter's eyes widen. After defeating the enemy, Charlie approaches Kian and kneels next to her, hugging her and telling her that it's all over. The girl, her clothes slightly torn, looks at her savior with embarrassment and thanks him with all her heart. Charlie carries his classmate out of the cave in his arms and is met with a heartbreaking sight of the Steel Knights. Now that Tart is gone, his creatures cannot find his traces and become nothing more than puppets without a puppeteer. Charlie stands on the Golden Storm Sparrow's back, not letting go of the latter's owner from his embrace, and they leave this place. Charlie asks Cian how she feels. She is already better. She asks, in turn, if the guy really became a demigod. Charlie confirms this, and the girl expresses her sincere congratulations and joy for him. He offers Cayenne his help so that she too can rise. But the girl expresses concern about whether the dimension sources will be enough. The guy reminds us of the abandoned lands of this world and, smiling, suggests trying our luck there. They fly over the desired mines, and Charlie offers to collect them all in order to later fish out what they need using the disintegration mechanism. An ominous roar is heard, and Kian, who noticed the source first, asks to look in the direction of the sound and her classmate. Below them stands a bear-like monster, with ultrasound-like waves radiating from its mouth throughout the area. Charlie smiles slyly, asking the creature not to growl. He says that he is not going to share the dimension ore with him. Cayenne is puzzled. Turning around, the guy asks the girl to wait, and she, frowning with displeasure, asks why he should risk it alone. Cayenne snaps her fingers with a satisfied look, and her birds, gathering together, begin to circle above the bear. Among the storm sparrows is the golden, and it will fearlessly dive down on an enemy creature, razor-sharp claws out to attack. The undead Charlie comes to the aid of the sparrows, appearing as if from nowhere, surrounding the bear from all sides and taking over with numbers. An aggressively disposed creature begins to emit an unpleasant aura, the clouds of which become almost tangible. An eerie aura surrounds the creature from head to toe, and it resolutely moves towards its kinsman standing nearby. Without thinking twice, it sinks its fangs into the bear's shoulder, and its eyes, instead of red, glow acid green. The creature does this with several more opponents until it achieves the desired result. This is how the absorption of the sources of dimension occurs, and the satisfied students rejoice at the success of their idea. It worked perfectly. Charlie stands next to Cayenne. They are surrounded by undead with spears and a golden storm sparrow. The young man speaks first. He notes that they will have to stay late to collect ore and extract the dimensional sources and asks if the girl minds his company. She says she doesn't mind, and Charlie's creatures begin their work, laboring for the joy of their venerable god. Cayenne suggests going to the ancient ruins. They have been stuck here for 10 days, but Charlie notices that she has only just recovered from her wounds. Chess appears out of nowhere, jumping up and down cheerfully and announcing to those present that he had slept well. Cayenne is amazed. She shyly greets her classmate, who is perplexed as to when they managed to get along and asks about their common location. Charlie shares with Chess the information he received about what the late Tart did here during their absence. When the blonde learns that his former classmate destroyed almost all the kingdoms and killed the human princess, he becomes furious. Ches is puzzled by how Tart managed to mess up everything in just a couple of months of his absence and is saddened when he remembers his princess. But he soon comes to his senses, noticing that the dead can no longer be brought back, and he was also close to the Elf Queen, which means he needs to help her. After saying goodbye to his classmates, Ches leaves them, and Cian says that she didn't know he was so caring, and also talks about his girlfriends. The next moment, the girl expresses concern that the Tart family will take revenge on Charlie, but he is more worried about the Academy's punishment. At the same moment, a hologram of teacher Lena appears nearby. She tells the students in a strict tone to urgently return to the Academy. This is very important. The girl asks Charlie not to worry, promising that she will be there. A man's fist hits a hard surface with a deafeningly loud sound. Tart's father stands in front of Lena and pokes her with his finger, saying that Charlie must pay for the murder of his son, while a woman cries nearby. The guy carefully says that now is not the best time for Xian to participate in the test. Her wounds have only just healed. But the girl, smiling, says that this is not for him. She dreamed of becoming a student at the Academy, having first risen to the rank of demigod. The guy is about to say something else, but Xian silences him by placing her finger on his lips and assures him that she will be okay. Disappearing into the depths of the portal, the girl says goodbye to the guy. They agree to return to the Academy together as soon as the test is passed. But Charlie is being cunning, smiling. He orders the undead that appeared nearby to protect his classmate. They nod in agreement and readily enter the portal after the girl. The guy comes to that same portal a whole month later and wonders why Xian still hasn't come out of it. The skeletons he sent didn't return either, and Charlie frowns and suggests that something might have happened to his classmate. He realizes that there's no point in waiting any longer and takes a decisive step forward into the portal. The guy is immediately met by the familiar guards, and the bodies of dead storm sparrows are scattered all over the area. Charlie takes on the form of a black dragon, and with determination in his eyes, orders his enemies to get out of his way. The creatures surround and embrace the glowing purple dragon, but they are unable to contain it for long. As Charlie frees himself, he shoots upward in a spiral motion. His gaze is presented with an unusual picture in the place where an ordinary portal should have been. Touching the pink stone with his hand, Charlie realizes that the portal leading to the testing dimension is closed and cannot be opened from the outside. The guy quickly moves forward, trying to ram the stone and try to open the entrance with his elbow. Nothing works, and one can't help but think that those who have already passed the test cannot enter it again. Then Charlie tries to use 2 higher and 1 unique runes: Emperor's Aura, Nature, and Hunger. The forces begin to intertwine into one, forming an explosive mixture that is needed to destroy the portal. There is a powerful explosion. The wall collapses, forming a passage into the depths of the cave. Fog billows around the area, swept by clouds of wind. Finally, Charlie's eyes are met with familiar islands with brightly lit portals, with runes in the center. The guy looks at them inquiringly and tries to figure out which one his classmate might have gone to. His heart beats desperately, worrying about his friend. But Charlie tells him to calm down. He just needs to find the remaining traces of the girl's aura. As soon as he concentrates, one of the blue portals is illuminated by a bright flash. He literally spits out something that appears to be a girl with pink hair. It looks like she is unconscious. The guy's eyes widen at what he sees, and he can't help but say the name when he recognizes the girl as Cyan. Leaning forward and giving himself a boost to get there in time, Charlie scoops up his friend's limp body in his arms. He asks how she feels, if she's hurt, and she opens her eyes, staring at her savior in surprise. As Charlie moves forward, his foot hits a rock and he trips, flying forward with Cyan in his arms. They freeze a few centimeters away from each other, miraculously not touching lips, an embarrassed blush playing on both of their cheeks. Cyan indignantly orders her to be let go, and the guy, obediently fulfilling the request, smiles awkwardly, turning away. The girl boasts about her result, saying that she has finally broken through, and the highest rune, Thunder, appears in the air before her. The system projects an angry Lena into Charlie's view, and the Academy's leadership demands that he return immediately. The young men stand in front of the portal with a determined look, and Cian declares that he will go with Charlie. 3 men stand in front of a large portal that has formed in the air. As soon as he notices movement, one of them, with an angry expression on his face, orders Charlie to be grabbed immediately. Having left the alien dimension, the guy looks ahead gloomily but confidently. The girl standing next to him is also full of determination. Cyan steps forward, shielding her classmate and defending him, saying that Tart wanted to rape her and Charlie saved her. The parents of the murdered man intervene in the conversation, sharply stating that these words are a blatant lie, their looks full of anger. Cyan rushes to the director, remembering that he can read her memories. There is no way she could have faked them. The man agrees, noticeably calmer, and reaches his fingers towards the girl's head, from which particles similar to pink pollen emerge. Cyan obediently relaxes, allowing an outsider to delve into his brain, if only he could justify his loved one. Having scrolled through the memories like a film reel, the director finally calms down, and Tart's parents look at him as if he were a traitor. But the man says that Charlie will still be punished and suspends him from classes until the official entrance exams. Cyan considers the punishment serious, but the guy reassures her he was going to rest a little anyway to establish himself as a demigod. Half a month later, Charlie stands before a hooded figure and asks to be promoted to the level of a perfect demigod. He fulfilled the conditions. He stands before the golden statue, kneeling, and awaits the verdict with bated breath, catching every ripple of air. Finally, a sign from above follows. The stone in the forehead of the golden figure sparkles like a ray of sunshine. And the next moment, Charlie is illuminated by divine light, which, in his opinion, indicates that his offering has been approved. He rises from his knees and looks with thoughtful surprise at the statue emitting tongues of flame and asks if his rank has increased. The answer comes quickly. Now the guy, even without transforming into a black dragon, feels that he has the powers of the rank monarch. But that's not all. Another light appears in the air, and Charlie, with a distrustful look, tries to understand its belonging and meaning. He checks his status window and marvels at the changes. His rank has reached as high as rank 5 and has been granted the soul-eating eye. Charlie becomes thoughtful and begins to talk about fusion, suggesting that his divine energy is exactly that. Surrounding himself with the necessary aura, he summons darkness, black dragon transformation, and plant fusion technique. To the above, he adds the Emperor's aura, mixing the energies into one dense lump right in front of the golden statue. The lump flies up to the creator and enters his body. A moment later, a transformed man-dragon appears before the sculpture. Trying out his new powers, Charlie is once again convinced that fusion is an incredible technique, and it is not for nothing that it has a unique rank. Since he can now combine not only the force, but also objects, the guy decides to try it on his creatures, summoning locusts into his hand. The little insect flutters in the air, unsuspecting, and Charlie begins to slowly feed her with his mixed aura. Moments later, something completely different appears before God, something almost 3 times larger than his own size. Charlie is convinced that he has indeed become stronger, but he can't help but notice that the fusion is using up too much divine power. He goes to check something else, and small red crystals surrounded by fiery energy appear above his hand. They intertwine into one larger one, and Charlie finds a great way to earn extra divinity points. He clearly likes it, and the guy laughs contentedly, continuing his favorite column, experiments. The guard says that outsiders are not allowed to enter the Imperial Academy, and the man standing in front of him silently and discontentedly glares at the man. This man's name is Hugo, and he is a true god. He is angry, but forces himself to calm down, realizing that there are even gods of higher rank here. He is looking for Charlie because he took his master's thing, and is seriously thinking about a way to infiltrate the academy. Voices are heard nearby, and Hugo listens in as Tart's parents cry about how they can't just let their son's killer go. A man approaches the inconsolable parents and begins a conversation with the fact that it seems that fate itself brought them together. He suggests that they unite. Tart's parents express their indignation to Lena, who defends the honor of her student and the academy as a whole. Hugo stands nearby. He takes out a device that looks like a smartphone and starts the process of carrying out the necessary diagnostics. The system detects Charlie standing nearby, and the man realizes with delight that this student is the thief. Hugo understands that if he delivers it to his god, he will reward him generously, but wonders how to do this. The angry parents speak inhumanely of Charlie, while Lena stoically continues to defend her student, telling the Scots to leave. Tart's father tries to do something else, but Hugo stops him, putting his hand on his shoulder. He says that they are leaving. As the door closes behind the men, Scott asks if they are going to let Charlie get away with it, but the true god retorts. He says that from now on the boy is his concern, and the parents will only have to wait for retribution, and they leave in anger. Hugo comes closer to the door and starts to peek. He sees Lena, who asks the student to ignore her. The woman says that Tart is to blame for his own death. Charlie was only protecting a defenseless girl and himself. He asks not to worry. Lena likes this attitude. She reminds him that now the guy should focus on increasing his divine rank. She hands the student a pass to the ancient ruins of one of the outer worlds and gives him the opportunity to try his luck there. Lena advises her ward to dive head-on into the demigod competition. This will be very useful in the future, Charlie thanks her. Hugo finds the words about the ancient ruins interesting, and his face expresses anticipation. As the boy walks past him with a satisfied smile, the man makes a silent promise to meet him at the designated place. Looking at the pass, Charlie is surprised to see that it can be used for one more person and thinks that going alone would be a waste. A hologram of Tom's teacher appears in front of the guy. He greets his former student and asks how he is doing at the academy. Charlie returns the greeting and shares that he has achieved demigod status and offers to join him in the ancient ruins. The man is sincerely happy for his former ward, wondering when he managed to become so strong, and accepts the offer. The interlocutor rewards Tom with a bright smile and announces the time and place of a potential meeting. Charlie sits at home, excited to select relics that could serve him well in the upcoming adventure. He looks at the artifacts he has and his gaze catches on the Law of Gluttony, the Stone of Revival, and the Book of Clones. Among all the others, his attention is drawn to the 4th level sacred artifact, Thunderbolt. Smiling serenely and resolutely clenching his fist, the guy promises himself not to give in to anyone this time. Remembering Cyan, Charlie suggests that it might take months to return, during which time the girl will immerse herself in meditation. He comes to her, and the classmate asks about the purpose of the visit, and the guy shares that he will soon go to the outer world and wanted to say goodbye. The girl wonders why he wants to leave so soon, since they only just arrived home, and he says goodbye, feeling awkward. Charlie turns to leave, but Cyan grabs his elbow, offering to walk together. The girl is glad that she postponed the meditation, because otherwise they would not have been able to say goodbye, and she is also worried. The shadow seal appears in her hands and a smile blossoms on her face. Cyan says that although she has many limitations, she is useful. The girl gives it to Charlie, and he understands that it will definitely come in handy, because the rebel demands the absorption of souls through the Soul Eater. He thanks Cyan for the gift, noting its extreme usefulness for himself, and the girl rewards her interlocutor with a pleasant smile. Suddenly, she approaches the guy and hugs him sharply, regretting that she can't go with him this time and asking him to be careful. Charlie is surprised. Unable to contain the rush of feelings, the guy covers the girl's fragile shoulder with his hand and, pulling her even closer to him, kisses her. Now Cyan is surprised. But the confusion doesn't last long. The student immediately responds to the kiss, closing her eyes. And Charlie is glad that the girl didn't push him away. The guy shyly pulls Cyan towards him, covering her with his arms. The girl also feels awkward, but does not move away. On the contrary, she smiles. Charlie asks the girl not to worry, promising that he will return soon, and she, in turn, asks him to be careful. Both are still embarrassed. The next day, when they met at the agreed place, the boy asked the teacher, who was already there, why he had come so early. He says that he was unable to sleep properly and suggests moving forward, and Charlie begins the necessary preparations. The man bites his finger in response until it bleeds, repeating the actions of his ward. Their combined blood sprinkles the artifact, causing the process of movement to begin. The emblem bursts into flames and begins to crumble into pieces. The fragments of the object form a portal between themselves, opening its strange doors, and one of those standing in front of it offers to go inside. On the other side is an ancient battlefield with wooden structures that look like either barns or military barracks. A man approaches Charlie and Tom and, pointing to the side, informs them that this is their temporary home. He points to a thin stick, and Charlie is outraged by the primitive conditions. The man meanwhile suggests that they contact him with any questions. Charlie gets angry, shouting after the man and asking him to provide them with another place to live, and he, extremely pleased with himself, silently leaves. With a sweet smile, Tom suggests that his partner take their time, but first check what's inside. But he doesn't change his displeased expression. But he still gives in, and together they look inside the temporary residence provided. To the younger boy's surprise, inside there are real mansions. The space is much larger than it seemed from the outside. Charlie pickily says that this will do for now, and also notes that there is a real hidden cave inside. They find a reference book inside, and the boy begins to study it, sharing the knowledge he has gained with his elder. But he doesn't like the battle conditions. He can't imagine how he will fight if the number of creatures he can summon is limited. Tom grins good-naturedly and asks the younger one to calm down. He wants to check the connection to the tent control system. Charlie actually calms down a little, exhaling heavily and trying to satisfy the former teacher's interest. Afterwards, he checks his capabilities and concludes that he will have to choose the option with the maximum number of summoned creatures. Snapping his fingers, Tom also summons his own creatures, smiling with satisfaction. The system notifies that only creatures summoned in advance in the tent are subject to control. The loss is not replenished automatically. Divine title fragments can be found on the ancient battlefield, the rarest of which have increased value. Identical shards can be combined into a single title, or exchanged for other shards or tent upgrade materials. Charlie is inspired by the last part, planning to upgrade the tent once they collect the title shards. Moving forward, Tom shares information with the younger one. He studied the options for obtaining fragments. They can be obtained after defeating the deities. They are divided into ranks here. They can be distinguished by the aura under their feet. The lowest rank are deities with a white aura. It gives first-level fragments. Those with a blue aura give shards of the second level, and deities with a red aura are the most dangerous and give shards of the 5th level. Something catches Charlie's eye, and he turns his piercing gaze towards the source of his interest. He does not allow the elder to go further, stopping him with a wave of his hand and asking him to remain silent. He looks at his companion questioningly. Charlie smiles, asking Tom to look at the same thing he does. A creature is walking nearby, with a white aura visible under its feet. In the hand of this man in light clothes is a weapon that resembles either a staff or a spear, and white threads extend from his entire being. Tom notes that although the aura is white, judging by the brightness, this representative of the lower rank of deities is quite powerful. Charlie snaps his fingers with a smile, calling on his primary representative, the Dark Locust, to test the enemy's strength. The modified insect appears right there, grinning predatorily at its potential enemy. The next moment it rushes forward, ready to attack. The locust directs a dark aura at its opponent, who still walks serenely, either unaware of the threat or not afraid. But now he holds his weapon out in front of him, his expression still as serene as before. The opponent's attack hits a hard object. The dark locust is amazed, as this attack causes one of its legs to break, shattering into pieces. The insect gets angry, spinning around quickly and deciding to use another of its techniques. Many dark fragments fly towards the white deity, and now his expression becomes puzzled. The shards break into a dark energy haze and surround one of the deity's legs. The dark haze quickly grows, absorbing the aura of its victim and entangling them in its now physical tentacles. The locust, meanwhile, is already attacking with its next attack, which it managed to prepare during the creature's confusion. The blow hits straight into the chest, creating a hole through the humanoid body. The next moment, several pieces of fragments emerge from it, in the center of which certain runes burn. Tom advises the younger one to collect them as soon as possible. Even though these are fragments of the lowest level, there are 8 of them. A good catch. Charlie follows his elder's advice, and the flame of the first-level Indomitable Valor title dances above his hand. The guy asks if this is really the divine title sealed in the fragments, and the man confirms his words. The elder explains that although this title is only of the first level, it has an extremely useful spell. Its value is twice as high. Charlie is glad that he invited Tom along, believing that with him the hunt will definitely go faster. And Tom smiles. A locust lands on the guy's finger, and he informs his partner that the insects have found new targets. A swarm circles around the divine beings, not allowing them to escape. They guard potential prey for their master. Charlie notes their untrustworthy appearance, believing that they are unlikely to produce as many shards as the previous deity. But Tom doesn't want to let them go just like that, saying that even a fly is meat. Several of his creatures appear next to him. Charlie doesn't mind. He smiles. Calling his representatives, he agrees to destroy every single one of them. Together, Tom and his younger brother unleash a series of powerful attacks, causing the space around them to literally explode. Dying divine beings leave behind first-level fragments. Tom notes that there are not enough fragments. Even with one second-level fragment, it is not enough. Charlie supports him. The locust gives the guy the information again, and he shares it with his friend, with 2 unknown people behind them watching them. Charlie grins, asking the teacher not to worry. The guy is ready to teach a lesson to those who set their eyes on their prey. One of the strangers tells the other that Tom and Charlie have few creatures. He considers them newbies and thinks that it will be easy to deal with them. The hunters discuss a cunning plan among themselves. wanting to observe the newcomers for a while and then rob them. Turning around with displeasure, Tom suggests that the younger one return to the camp to process the received title shards. But he asks the elder not to worry, believing that everything is under control, because the Dark Locust informs him about every step of the observers. Tom sounds like he's calming down. He even allows himself to smile, but he still looks worried. He notes to himself with a grin that his student is calming him down, and he kindly asks his kids to continue in the same spirit. The Locust flies up to Charlie once again and tells him something, but now the guy's gaze becomes worried because of what he heard. He immediately informs his partner that the would-be observers have discovered a deity with a purple aura under their feet. The purple color foretells a shard of at least the 3rd level, and the friends go hunting, because together they have a high chance. The sand rises up in tiny particles, spreading clouds of dust throughout the area. If you look closely, you can discern in this fog-like haze the outlines on the ground, which are the defeated divine beings. One of the creatures is still alive, standing with a feather fan in its hands and a purple aura swirling beneath its feet. Watching from his hiding place, Charlie concludes that judging by the creature's battered appearance, it has just emerged from a brutal fight. Tom notices that it destroyed several lords. The effects are similar to the Wind Elemental Master. The teacher's creatures will be able to delay him for a short time. Charlie suggests wearing him down, and the man suggests a complex strategy, but the boy counters, believing that this deity is not worth it. Tom asks what their plan is then, and the answer is a pair of black dragon man wings shooting into the air. Charlie charges forward with a determined look, believing that a frontal attack is the best strategy at the moment. The creature, noticing an approaching enemy, raises its fan, which apparently also serves as a weapon at the ready. The distance separating the potential opponents is insignificant, and the divine being begins to gather streams of energy around itself. Charlie puts his hands out in front of him, preparing to attack, and a mist appears underneath them with the corresponding rune in the dark center. When the smoke flies up to the divine being, almost hitting his solar plexus with a small whirlpool, he is lost, amazed. Charlie, meanwhile, fishes out a sword from his inventory and, firmly grasping its handle, leans forward. He rushes headlong towards the bewildered enemy, his dark blade gleaming menacingly. A powerful explosion occurs, throwing up a cloud of dust into the air and announcing the successful strike on target. Purple fragments fly out from the epicenter in all directions. They also reach Charlie and Tom's pursuers, who, catching the fragments, laugh happily, believing that they have hit the jackpot. Charlie and Tom also collect the fragments that have reached them. The Dragon Boy smiles contentedly, picking up one of them. One of the pursuers looks enviously at the couple, noting out loud that she has as many as 8 pieces. His companion also looks at his enemies with hostility, but acknowledges Charlie's strength, reminding him of the danger of encountering him. He suggests that his partner leave, since they have already received several 3rd-level fragments without any losses or effort. But they fail to do this. A large black shadow with outstretched wings falls onto the ground on which they stand. Charlie is furious, speaking about the audacity of these people openly and how they dared to appropriate what rightfully belongs to him. But men do not want to give back so easily what they have taken. They give not the most reasonable arguments in their favor. Smiling, Charlie notices that his interlocutors do not value their lives, and sharply raises his right hand. He deals a dragon strike to his opponents, materializing a huge shield in front of him, the energy power of which causes stones to fly in all directions. An explosion occurs, sending dark fragments flying in all directions. The bodies of those who previously considered Charlie and Tom their prey also crack and split into several pieces. They drop several blue and purple shards with a rune on them, which head straight for Charlie. The guy smugly rakes them into an armful and still wonders how such weak creatures dared to covet what belongs to him. He stands next to Tom, both smiling, and the teacher summons a dark purple flame above his open palm. It spawns shards, and the man, still smiling, says that if they sell it at the camp, they can upgrade their tent. Meanwhile, a portal opens near the camp. Laramie and Harry emerge from the portal. The former expresses admiration for his partner for being able to get a pass here, and Harry grins. He says that it is a trifle for him, but to himself he thinks that now he has no shortage of such resources after the reward from the great deity. All thanks to the information provided. But suddenly the men hear a familiar voice and turn their stunned glances in his direction. Charlie discusses with Tom an expansion of their tent, which can be obtained after a portion of the rewards provided in the future. And the next moment, the gazes of all 4 involuntarily intersect, and deathly silence reigns. Tom is the first to break the silence, greeting the men with a smile and saying that he didn't expect to see them here. Laramie doesn't answer, he just grunts discontentedly, but his mood can be sensed by the aura swirling around him. Harry turns out to be more accommodating. He even allows himself to smile and says that their meeting is a real stroke of luck. The blonde asks Charlie if he knows how hard the man has been looking for him since they missed each other in the ruins, and he expresses confusion. The guy tries to understand to himself how the demigod was able to guess the student's true identity, since he was then wearing a mask that hid it. Harry admits that he may have been mistaken and compliments his son's former classmate, surprised that he has already become a demigod. The man was furious inside, still remembering the insult to his son, because now, because of this, he would not be able to raise divinity. Tom and Charlie politely say that they still have other things to do, so they are forced to leave their unexpected interlocutors and say goodbye. Tom thinks about leaving here immediately, because he feels that otherwise the men might start a fight. Laramie asks Harry if he is really going to let Charlie go so easily, since it was he who crippled his son. But he says that there is no need to rush yet. If the guy does not leave the ancient battlefield, they will definitely meet. The teacher agrees. Entering the tent, Tom expresses his concern about the people he met, believing that they will certainly cause them problems in the future. Charlie asks why the teacher downplays their own strengths and extols the enemy. In his opinion, there is nothing special about them. Tom says that Charlie knows little about Harry and shares that he recently gained the support of a very influential person and gained power. The man believes that the guy now needs to save as many of his creatures as possible because a big test awaits him soon. And the guy says that the chance to be here is very rare. He will not refuse this opportunity even because of Harry. Tom is angry because of the stubbornness of his ward. In order to be able to counter Harry, Charlie used the Eye of the Soul Eater to greatly increase his rebel title in a matter of days. After 6 consecutive buffs, Rebel's experience finally reached its maximum, opening the possibility of evolution for him. Charlie receives his divine spell and is given 2 options to choose from, but he doesn't want to choose. Holding the sword in his hand, he ponders whether to follow the path of a warrior, since the first option is the Rebel sword. However, the Rebel weapon converts ranged physical attacks into magical ones and vice versa, and can fuse with other firearms. He doesn't think for long, and the next moment the sword filled with magical energy that was there originally appears in his hand again. The choice is made.